Chapter 1. 1991. 6. Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. In the early morning, sunlight shines through the second-floor window onto the wooden floor. The sound of tapping interrupted the boy's concentration on sharpening his pencil. He looked up and saw a round shadow on the floor. When he saw the owner of the shadow clearly, he couldn't help but mutter, "I know I'm an extraordinary person, but you're going a bit too far." The 11-year-old boy was a head taller than other children. His slender stature, gray-blue vest suit, and golden pocket watch chain on the vest suit made the pencil sharpener in the boy's hand look as elegant as a wine glass. He stood up and walked from the shadows into the sunlight. The sunlight shone on his black and smooth hair, and his wing-like eyelashes flickered as the sunlight entered the room through the window. The reddish-brown eyes narrowed somewhat uncomfortably in the face of the sunlight, and the thin, light pink lips were slightly pursed under the handsome and beautiful nose. The boy, who is half Slavic, does not have the characteristic freckles of European and American boys. His fair and delicate face makes him look like a nobleman who walked out of a fairy tale. Arrange the pencils neatly on the desk, elegantly, as if you were fiddling with your own artwork. John Wick stared outside, where there was an owl that kept knocking on his window trying to get in, with a letter in its mouth. This made him fall into deep thought. There is nothing wrong with owls. After all, this era is not like the era when penguins and QQ were so popular, and writing letters is not a rare thing. But the idea of an owl delivering mail is a strange one. After carefully examining the letter, I found that the envelope was made of thick parchment and the writing was written in emerald green ink. Things were fine up to this point, but the problem arose with the wax seal in the middle. It was a shield with a capital H surrounded by 4 animals: a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Could it be that, as can be seen from John's name, he is a peace-loving person, but he also has his own unknown secrets? Yes, he is a time traveler. From the moment he came into this world, he knew that he was an unusual person. After all, he was John Wick. He has the same name as the killer in the John Wick series who slaughtered an entire gang for a dog. Having such a name destined him to an extraordinary life. For this purpose, he specially trained how to kill 3 people with a pencil, and he developed the technique well on his peers, and was given the title of Pencil Killer. He was confident that even if he encountered a dangerous situation in the future, he could calmly take out a pencil and threaten the other party to put down their weapons. But he really didn't expect that he was indeed in an unusual world, but not an ordinary world. There is a group of wizards in this world. They can make a person forget everything by waving their wands, and they can also enter your brain without any scruples to get the information they want. A group of humans with supernatural powers, and not least a group of twisted and crazy wizards like Grindelwald and Voldemort. So my pencil-killing skills were all in vain? John looked at the neatly arranged pencils with regret. He had been training day after day for 10 years, but it turned out to be a magical world. No matter how powerful a killer you are, you can't kill a wizard. For wizards, those difficult and complicated diseases can be cured easily, not to mention the mysterious magic. Forget it. What did Confucius say? If they are here, let them be buried here. After hesitating for a while, he reached out and opened the window. The owl, which had been left outside for a long time, finally flew in and angrily threw the letter in John's face. The owl turned and flew away, not even bothering to ask for food as it usually did. It was such bad luck that this annoying kid would be a new student at Hogwarts. TSK, how rude. I wonder if these owls were raised by Hagrid. It's a pity he can tolerate them. John took the envelope down, complained about the quality of Hogwarts owls, and opened the letter. Dear Mr. Wick, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will be waiting for your owl letter by July 31st. Vice Principal, female, sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. September 1st. There's still some time left. At the same time, a voice sounded in his mind. Ding! A hidden corner of the world is discovered, and a series of tasks begins. Hogwarts. That's right, Goldfinger. It is said that time travelers come with a gold finger. When he was 5 years old, John discovered that a panel suddenly appeared in his head. This is also the important reason why he could learn the unique skill of killing 3 people with 1 stroke at the age of 11. The panel is very simple and has only 2 functions besides issuing tasks. Blessing, extra points. Blessing, as the name suggests, is similar to the superposition of various buffs in the game. Adding points can improve the skill level. Both blessings and points can be obtained by completing randomly assigned tasks. Similar to John's short weapon proficiency, which has reached level 7, he can easily defeat 3 adults even with a pencil. According to his original plan, He wanted to become an all-around athlete by adding points, or get admitted to the top university. All these were disrupted by the admission letter before they could be realized. There is one more thing added to the panel: magic. This undoubtedly confirms the authenticity of the letter. It's July now. John then needs to find a way to make his parents, Mr. and Mrs. Wick, accept the fact that their son is a wizard. John, that joke is not funny. Mr. Watson Wick looked at his son and said seriously, "You can use a pencil to successfully get your father to run from the company to the school to apologize to the 4 children on your behalf, but you can't torture your father with such an unfunny joke." Watson Wick is John's father in this life. Watson has golden brown hair, reddish brown eyes, a big nose, and a well-fitting suit, a typical British elite appearance. In fact, John looks more like his mother, Mrs. Wick, who has the same black hair. This beauty from the country of bears. Even the skirt she wears is full of mature charm. As middle-class elites, the Wick family did not believe what little John said. Mrs. Wick was on the same side as Watson, holding a gold-rimmed bone dacia cup of coffee in her hand, with helplessness in her eyes about children lying to their parents. 3, and I'm not kidding, John retorted. There were clearly 3 people, and the remaining one ran over and fell down by himself. It had nothing to do with me. Really? That fat boy named Dudley didn't say that. He ate all the cake that was given as apology. I don't know how he could finish it. Watson looked at his son with a half-smile. After realizing that he was in the wizarding world, John felt something was not right. Could that fat Dudley be Harry Potter's cousin? Finally, after John argued his case, the Wicks were still hesitant and expressed their willingness to give John a chance. In this way, the days passed little by little. John also received a new nickname from the Wicks, Little Wizard. But no one knew who heard the news, and a group of kids who had a bad relationship with John teamed up to taunt him. But when he pulled out his pencil, they were so scared that they ran back home and called for their mother. Chapter 2. On July 30th, there was a knock on Wick's door. When the door opened, a tall woman appeared. He was wearing a dark green robe and square glasses on his serious face. It goes without saying that this image is the vice headmaster who loves Quidditch. Minerva McGonagall, professor at Hogwarts and head of Gryffindor. McGonagall nodded politely at first, then asked the stunned John. "Minerva McGonagall, John Wick, can I come in?" Seeing the characters in the book for the first time, John came to his senses and a bright smile appeared on his face, and he let Professor McGonagall in. Mr. and Mrs. Wick, who didn't believe their son, were also stunned. They looked at each other and wondered if the child had hired someone to act the role. The skeptical couple sat on the sofa, with Professor McGonagall sitting on the other side. However, the protagonist John this time became a servant who served tea and water. After sitting down, Watson spoke first. "Are you the teacher at Hogwarts?" His expression and words all expressed his doubt. McGonagall had seen countless parents like this, so she was not angry. She politely corrected the other party's wording and said, "It's Hogwarts. To be precise, it's Professor." The couple looked at John together and couldn't help but wonder in their hearts. Could it be that their son didn't lie to them? John looked innocent, as if he had told the truth. Watson didn't trust someone so easily. He changed his sitting position and leaned forward slightly. He gestured with his hands and said in a questioning tone, "So my son is a wizard? You peel the nails off dead people and nail black cats to doorposts." Such arrogant and questioning words were not very friendly. Even McGonagall frowned and said seriously, "Mr. Wick, only dark wizards would peel off the nails of the dead. Hogwarts is a real magic school. Feel sorry." Watson also realized that what he said was a bit too much, but it was still impossible for him to believe it. McGonagall knew it wasn't easy for a Muggle family to accept a wizard, so she drew her wand and waved it. The teacup that Watson was holding turned into a mouse and crawled up his sleeve, scaring Watson so much that he screamed. It was also the first time that John saw magic, and it was extremely high-end transfiguration, so he couldn't help but feel excited. After this incident, Watson completely believed what John said. No matter how great a magician is, he can't turn the cup in his hand into a mouse across a tea table. After seeing McGonagall off that day, Watson turned into a curious baby. "John, turn the cup into a mouse. John, let the broom sweep itself. John, can you fly on a broom? John." John was so annoyed that he finally used his trump card and asked Mrs. Wick to kick Watson out of the room. July 31st. John also needs to prepare for school admission. It should be here. Charing Cross Road. The dirty and cramped bar looks out of place with the large bookstores and record stores on both sides. However, such a conspicuous place is completely ignored by passers-by. Muggle-repelling charm. Anyone who has watched Harry Potter must be familiar with this place. This is where Harry's dream began, and it is also the only way to Diagon Alley. This dirty, cramped bar also has a resounding name, the Leaky Cauldron. Before entering the bar, the beautiful Mrs. Wick expressed her concerns. "John, you are still a child. You can't enter the bar." John said generously that he would definitely not do that. After all, to be honest, it's hard to like such an environment. After entering the Leaky Cauldron, the strange smell of sweat and sour beer blended together, making the family of three frown. I thought the outside was dirty enough, but I didn't expect it to be even scarier inside. John was even a little curious about how these wizards could tolerate such a smell, especially the guy with a scarf wrapped around his head. Of the 100 flavors here, that person contributed at least 60%. The bald boss came out from the bar and knew what was going on when he saw the attire of the family of three. "Come here, at least your staying here will save me a few nuts." The boss, who valued money more than anything else, made way for the bar counter in a bad mood, expressing his dissatisfaction with the three people in his words, which made Mrs. Wick feel that the wizard was really rude. Led by the boss, the family of three came to the entrance of Diagon Alley. The owner of the Leaky Cauldron demonstrated how to use the entrance. Count 3 on top of the trash can, and then count 2 across it. As he knocked on the wall that originally had no door opened, revealing a road belonging to the magical world. "This is magic." John was shocked, as if scenes from 2 different worlds appeared before his eyes. "Even if I recall it in the future, it will still be fresh in my memory." "Sorry, please let me pass." A rough voice sounded from behind. The huge figure looked at least 3 meters tall. An oversized moleskin coat that smelled like something from a wild animal or someone who hadn't taken a shower for a long time. Next to the giant, a little boy looked as thin as if he had been suffering from years of malnutrition. The loose clothes made him look even thinner. He wore a pair of round glasses on his face, and under the lenses were those beautiful green eyes. Seeing the lightning-shaped scar under the boy's hair, John immediately recognized the boy's identity. After all, I had watched Harry Potter in my previous life. Even though more than 10 years have passed, it would be strange if I couldn't recognize such a distinctive combination. The boy who lived. Hagrid and Harry. John muttered something, but his parents were already speechless with astonishment. Turning the cup into a mouse was magical enough, but Hagrid's height, which was obviously not that of a human, still scared the two of them. Watching the big and small group getting farther and farther away, John also withdrew his attention. Although he really wanted to get close to the two people, now was obviously not a good time. He still had a lot of things to buy, but before buying them he had to go to Gringotts to exchange them. Skip the confusing exchange rate at Gringotts. The Wick family's income is not low. Watson Wick is the manager of a business and Mrs. Wick runs a beauty salon. A total of £2,000 was exchanged for 400 gold galleons. John recalled the greedy and cunning expression of the goblin at the counter and always felt that he had been cheated. "Anyway, I have the capital for this shopping trip." John ignored Watson's nagging and wanted to collect the gold galleons to show off to his friends. The family walked around Diagon Alley and saw dragon liver. The foodie Jean and Daxiao was aroused, and they had the urge to buy some to taste. But for the Wicks, it was just a pile of bloody livers that they couldn't avoid. Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Watson's fingers were almost bitten off by the Book of Monsters. John bought all the books according to the list, and also bought several books about the magical world. Among them, the thick Hogwarts, a history, made him look away with difficulty. Madame Malkin's rogue shop. Madame Malkin is a short, plump witch with an infectious laugh. She was very satisfied with John. This child was a natural clothes hanger, and every piece of clothing fit him well. After he left, Harry came here and saw the spoiled brat Malfoy. The crucible shop. John tried hard to persuade Watson not to buy an automatic stirring crucible to keep as it would make a mess at home. But Watson thought that this thing might be used as a stew pot. When he heard that he wanted to put it in the kitchen, Mrs. Wick strongly suppressed him and finally made Watson give up the idea. Pharmacy. The family looked at the strange things soaked in the liquid in the jar, and Mrs. Wick covered her baby son's eyes in fear. Watson looked nauseous and wanted to vomit, but couldn't. He felt like the bacon he had eaten for breakfast was wriggling in his stomach and trying to get out. Finally, the whole family fled away from the pharmacy. Chapter 3. Ollivander's Wand Shop, making fine wands since 382 BC. At the last stop, John finally arrived at the most exciting moment. If we were to ask what best represents the wizarding world in the entire Harry Potter universe, it would definitely be the wand that everyone has. Without a wand, even if you are Voldemort, you have to stand still. Ollivander's Wand Shop. This is the largest arms supply facility in the wizarding world. John couldn't help but praise it. It's worthy of being a staff made in 382 BC. It's really extraordinary. Immediately, he instructed Mrs. Wick like a little adult, asking her to keep an eye on her overly curious middle-aged husband. John walked in with an extremely excited gait. After walking in, the first thing you see is not people, but thousands of long and narrow paper boxes containing magic wands. The store, which was not big to begin with, looked even narrower and cramped against the backdrop of cardboard boxes. The thick dust everywhere made John wonder how Ollivander lived in there. Didn't he need to clean it? As John looked inside, Ollivander looked at him as well. Good afternoon. Ollivander walked out from the pile of cardboard boxes with a kind smile on his face. Hello, I want a wand. Of course, everyone wants a wand. Ollivander smiled as he took over John's words and walked out from behind the counter. New student at Hogwarts. What's your name? John Wick. Very well, Mr. Wick. Which arm is your dominant hand? Right hand. Actually, my left hand can also do it. John is ambidextrous, thanks to his 2.5 years of practicing pencil stunts so that he can quickly deal with enemies on both sides. Then the left hand. After some final thought, John chose his left hand. Ollivander took out a measuring tape and measured it over John's body. The measuring tape was enchanted. Looking at Ollivander's serious face, John felt a strange feeling in his heart. This old man didn't seem to be selling magic wands, but more like a tailor. Every wand is unique. It is not the wizard who chooses the wand, but the wand that chooses the wizard. After taking the measurements, Ollivander smiled mysteriously and left these words. Back behind the counter, Ollivander first took a cardboard box from the shelf. When the box was opened, a black wand lay inside. Ollivander introduced, Willow wood with unicorn hair, 7 3/4 inches. You should try it. John took the wand with excitement. This was the first wand he had ever touched. He tried swinging it to the side with force, and the wooden cabinets in the store exploded, with wood chips flying all over the floor. The huge power made John freeze on the spot. It doesn't look like it's the one. Let's try this one. Ollivander took the wand carefully and produced a new mahogany wand. John took it, and the cardboard box next to it exploded. You're a picky person. Try this one, you and Dragon Heartstring. As time went by, it seemed like there was nothing left to adapt to. John became a little numb from the constant changes. The originally tidy store had been blown to pieces. Even Watson, who was stopped by his wife outside, suspected that what was sold inside was arms rather than wands. Mr. Wick, with all due respect, I have never seen a student as disruptive as you. Even the best-tempered oak and unicorn hair could exert the power of bombs in John's hands, which made Ollivander more and more excited. The more discerning the guests are, the more sense of accomplishment they bring to Ollivander. Now I remember, it was a wand as picky as you. Ollivander slapped his head, realizing something. The old man climbed up the shelf at a brisk pace, so fast that John doubted how old he was. At the same time, he was really afraid that he would miss a step and fall down. After rummaging through the boxes on the shelf, Ollivander found a dusty box in his hand. He blew out the dust on the box and turned it into a gray cloud that flew out. Red oak and ptarmigan tail feathers, 9 3/4 inches, springy and flexible. With a smile, he reached in and took out the wand, and Ollivander handed it to John expectantly. A pair of eyes stared at John, as nervous as if they were watching their daughter getting married. When John took it, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. That's it. Blessings come to the soul. He raised his hand and waved his wand gracefully. There was no explosion, but a few fluorescent spots emerged from the tip of the wand, as gentle as a breeze, and landed on the face like bubbles. That's it. Clapping his hands happily, Ollivander smiled with satisfaction. Every magic wand is a willful child. It is the greatest happiness to let the child find his own partner. Ollivander smiled and said to John, the red oak wand is passionate about fighting and is a warrior among wands. It sounds like it's more suitable for me than a pencil. John also smiled. Now he doesn't have to carry the pencil on the lining. I hope the red oak is more durable than the pencil, so I don't have to worry about it breaking. The price of a magic wand is 7 gold galleons. After paying the money, John went to reunite with his parents. Along the way, Watson showed great interest in John's wand, and even used the wand to make a morning glory bloom on his wife's head. John snatched back his wand to prevent his father from continuing to cause trouble. By the way, we also need to buy an owl. John slapped his forehead. I almost forgot that there are no telephones in Hogwarts. If you don't have an owl, you can only use the Hogwarts public owl. Thinking of the bad-tempered owl, John decided to buy one. Or owl shop. There was a lot of noise in the store, and the smell of owls and bird droppings was unbearable for Mrs. Wick, so she left. That's it. John picked out the white one among many owls at first sight. It was a snowy owl, and John named it Basil. Basil the snowy owl tilted his head and stared at John with his round eyes, as if he wanted to remember his master. After returning home, Watson became playful and took various photos with John's wand. If John could fit into his wizard robe, he would have taken a few more photos wearing it. Mrs. Wick leaned against the cupboard helplessly and looked at him, as if she was looking at a child who had not grown up, with a hint of smile in her eyes. At the same time, Harry also received his gift, a snowy owl he named Hedwig. This was his happiest day. John received a gift. When Mrs. Wick took out the gift, John was startled by the moving gift box and subconsciously drew out his wand and held it in a reverse position to be alert. When the gift box was opened, a puppy popped out. Big ears, brown on the head and black on the back. Beagle, full name Beagle Beagle. After the puppy came out, it started licking John's face wildly, showing its dog-licking nature. Mrs. Wick smiled at this heartwarming scene, leaning into Watson's arms and saying warmly, "Your father and I both think it's wrong for you to go to school with a spider or a mouse. This little treasure is our gift to you for your first day of school." Watson also nodded and moved his lips silently, obviously saying that was your mother's idea. Watson, who became a fan of wizards at some point, doesn't think mice are bad. Come on, it's super cool to take a mouse to school. John felt that if his father were a wizard, he would definitely be a Gryffindor. This spirit of exploration of everything and the adventurous spirit of not fearing death is the perfect embodiment of those little lions. Thank you, Mom. I also think it's not nice to bring a mouse. John, who also disliked mice, liked this gift very much. After all, mice reminded John of a plot in Harry Potter. It seems that there was a greasy, middle-aged man who turned into a mouse, and he was disgusted when he turned back into human form. I picked up the puppy. It was only a few months old, but its tail was wagging as vigorously as a propeller. Give your pet a name. I named the first toy car your grandma gave me. It was a pity that Watson was unable to buy a black widow as a pet for his son. Father and son have always had equal taste in naming. John held the puppy and responded to the dog's attack. As for the name, let me think, let's call it Tom. Well, this Tom is the one from Tom and Jerry, and is definitely not Voldemort's real name. Just like that, John got his first dog. Chapter 4. September 1st. The Wick family took their son to King's Cross Station. Watson, dressed in a suit and tie, looked at the address again and again in his hand, trying to make sure he was not mistaken. 9 3/4? Watson has lived in England for a long time, but he has never heard of such a platform at King's Cross Station. The family wandered around for a long time, but couldn't find it. John glanced at Watson, who was still in high spirits, and didn't even bother to point out that he had volunteered to go just to see those legendary wizard trains. As a muggle, it is inevitable to be curious about magical things. John, who had read the plot, naturally knew where it was and found the third pillar between the 9th and 10th platforms. John turned around and waved goodbye to his father, and in his father's stunned gaze, he ran headfirst into the pillar. John had a lot of luggage in his hands, so he accidentally bumped into a little girl when crossing the platform. Oops! 2 pieces of luggage collided. The body that has been trained for many years played an important role at this moment. He stood in a horse stance, as steady as an old dog. The weak wizard who collided with him was not so lucky and was knocked unconscious. The luggage fell to the ground and scattered the books all over the floor. Strength versus magic, round 1. Strength wins. Are you okay? Seeing that he had bumped into someone, John hurried over to help up the little wizard who had fallen upside down. At the same time, help pick up the books scattered on the ground. While picking up the book, he looked up at the little wizard's face. The other person was already wearing a wizard robe, with thick and messy brown hair and bright brown eyes. But what attracted the most attention were the 2 big rabbit-like front teeth. John has no other advantages except honesty, and he exclaimed, "Your front teeth are really big." Hermione, who was about to say it was okay, suddenly turned pale when she heard that. As the daughter of a dentist, her front teeth are bigger than other children, which is the thing she least wants others to mention. This man bumped into her and laughed at her front teeth. Hermione didn't even want to give John a good look. John didn't know that the person he bumped into was Hermione among the 3 little ones. After all, Hermione was beautified in the Harry Potter movie. Besides, after so many years, he was able to remember some of the plots thanks to the huge sales of Harry Potter in his previous life. But it's really difficult for him to remember some details. John, who had offended others invisibly, picked up the scattered books, stacked them, and put them back. John smiled, thinking how graceful he was. But Hermione on the other side didn't have any favorable impression at all. Thanks. After hurriedly thanking him, she didn't want to talk to this person anymore, so she pushed her luggage hard and left quickly. John thought the girl was just shy, so he used his hand to touch her hair and said sadly and narcissistically, "My damn charm." On the train, John arrived early and there were still many empty carriages on the train. He randomly entered a carriage and sat down, looking out the window board. As far as he could remember, today would be the day Weasley would meet the Savior for the first time. But unfortunately, he didn't live to see the famous scene. "Excuse me, can I sit here?" A somewhat weak voice was heard, belonging to a boy. There were freckles on her round face, and her expression was timid and uneasy, as if she was afraid that John would not agree. It can be seen that this is a child who is not confident. "This little fat boy looks much slimmer than the big fat boy Dudley." John smiled and said, "Please take a seat." Neville felt relieved when he heard this. After entering the carriage, he found that the boy in front of him did not look like someone who was easy to mess with. He has a delicate appearance and is wearing a brown woolen sweater. The wand rotates flexibly between his fingers like an obedient little snake. It feels like there's a cowboy sitting across from you, playing with a revolver in his hand in a show of force. The timid Neville was so frightened that he huddled up against the car window, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. "Coo! Rive!" Neville's pet toad jumped out, and he hurried to grab Leaf. Afraid of angering the other party, he glanced at John in fear. John was also looking at him, which made him lower his head quickly, thinking that he had made the other person angry. Little did John know that he was staring at the toad at this moment, and the toad brought back his memories. "Toad, I remember there was someone in Harry Potter who had a pet like this." Among the few plots that John remembered, there were not many that left a deep impression on him except for the three little ones. Among the few people who are remembered, the title of Hogwarts Swordmaster is definitely one of them. So he extended his hand, smiled, and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is John Wick." "My name is Neville Longbottom." Neville also responded stutteringly. When John heard the name, he thought to himself, as expected, the future Hogwarts Swordmaster, a true Gryffindor. Some people say that Neville is the son of prophecy. I don't know how many people have been brainwashed by this statement on the internet platform in the previous life. John was more inclined to the idea of two saviors, because without Neville killing the Horcrux, Harry Potter would not be able to win. Without Harry's welding, no? It's right. Neville could only gain anger by killing the snake. Neither of them can be missing. Neville's kindness meant that he could not kill Harry, the seventh Horcrux, even if he knew the truth. Therefore, the double savior is more reliable. When Neville saw that John didn't say anything after hearing his name, Neville wondered if he should change carriages. Longbottom does not have a good reputation among pureblood families and is on the same level as Weasley. After the atmosphere quieted down, an overbearing voice came from outside. "Can I sit here?" With her curly hair and oversized front teeth, Miss Know-It-all Hermione Granger arrived here. Neville thought that one more person might relieve the pressure, and he couldn't wait to say, "No one is here." After saying this, he glanced at John secretly. Hermione tilted her head back slightly, which was a habit of hers. As the top student in the school, she has always been the favorite of her teachers. But after sitting down, she noticed the black-haired boy opposite her. She had met him once in the morning. Just thinking about what the other party said about her big front teeth today, her face turned dark. Neville was originally happy that someone was sharing the pressure, but when he saw Hermione's face darken, he thought he had done something rude and offensive again. The atmosphere fell silent again. Finally, it was Hermione who broke the silence. She reached out her hand to Neville, raised her head slightly, and said with a much lower sharpness in her voice, "Hermione Granger." "Neville Longbottom." Neville breathed a sigh of relief. The silent atmosphere made him doubt whether he could make it to school. John also reacted and said, "John Wick." Only then did he realize that the girl he had called having big front teeth was actually Hermione, one of the three main characters. Hermione didn't hold a grudge for too long. She was a kind-hearted girl. After hearing that Neville's parents were wizards, she immediately became interested. "So, do you know magic?" Children born in magical families should be exposed to magic at an early age. "Can you show it to me?" Neville was stuttering and unable to speak, while Hermione's mouth was moving like a sewing machine. John smiled knowingly when he saw this scene. Miss Know-It-all really got to the bottom of things. Putting down the wand in his hand, he rescued Neville and said, "Talents vary from person to person, just like my family is full of muggles, but I am a wizard." When Hermione heard that John also came from a muggle family, she felt less unhappy and more close to him. The two chatted about the latest happenings in the wizarding world, occasionally asking Neville, a local resident, questions. The atmosphere in the carriage became better, but after chatting, Neville found that his toad had disappeared. Hermione was helpful and volunteered to take Neville to look for the toad. Before leaving, she asked John if he wanted to go. John was too lazy to move. He hesitated about where to start eating the chocolate frog he had just bought. He waved his hand and said, "I'll stay in the carriage, lest others think that it's empty and take the seat." Hermione thought it made sense, so she took Neville to look for toads in the car. Chapter 5. The two of them left and didn't come back until some time after the train started. Oh my God, John, you have no idea who I saw. Neville came back and spoke incoherently, which confused John. It was Hermione who was standing next to him who raised her voice and told John clearly, Harry Potter, the savior in that story, is also on the train. Remembering that the savior she had seen was ordinary, Hermione raised her head proudly and said, The savior is not that great. Neville retorted, But my grandmother said that Harry Potter defeated you-know-who and saved the wizarding world. The two began to argue. When John heard this, he realized what he had missed. The epic meeting of the three little ones took place in the carriage. John felt a little regretful. How could he have forgotten about this matter? The train traveled for several hours and arrived at Hogwarts after dark. At Hermione's suggestion, John also changed into his school robes. With his good looks, he looked even more mysterious in the robes. Before getting out of the car, John saw Hagrid's huge body through the glass. Hagrid was holding a night light in his hand, which made him very visible in the dark. After getting off the bus, the young wizards were amazed at Hagrid's size. The old students left in an orderly manner under the leadership of the prefects. John noticed that there was a little red-haired boy next to Harry. With that iconic red hair, it was hard not to recognize that it was Weasley. A group of freshmen went to Hogwarts under the leadership of Hagrid. After getting on the boat at Black Lake, John did not forget to remind Neville. Neville, did you find your toad? Neville's round face was stunned. After seeing Harry, he was so excited that he forgot about this matter. But now that they were on board, Leaf hadn't been found yet, and Neville was so anxious that he almost cried. As the instigator of all this, John was not in a hurry at all. He remembered that Neville's toad would eventually appear at the gates of Hogwarts. In fact, he had been very curious when he watched the movie before, where Neville's toad was hidden. He disappeared on the train but appeared in Hogwarts. Could it be that he has the blood of a magical animal? Fantastic animals are creatures of the magical world, and they are also one of the important factors that make this world colorful. Bow your head. Hagrid's voice rang out, and Hermione and Neville were so scared that they quickly lowered their heads, but John didn't. After the boat passed, they realized that there was no need to lower their heads, or rather, only people of Hagrid's size needed to lower their heads. After crossing the Black Lake, the young wizards officially entered Hogwarts. This 1,000-year-old school in the magical world looks like a castle at first glance and is full of mystery in the dark. The young wizards stepped on steps that were rich in history. At the door, Professor McGonagall, with a serious face, was already waiting there. Unlike the last time she went to Wick's house, this time Professor McGonagall wore a black pointed wizard hat, which made her look more majestic. Nodding slightly at Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, who was stern, said, Welcome to Hogwarts. Ding, start the first mission of the Hogwarts stage. Spend the first school year of magic apprenticeship. Mission rewards. Magic blood +1. Any point +2. Note, you can get task rewards by triggering the corresponding tasks. As Professor McGonagall spoke, John received a system prompt. John was emptying his mind, his eyes unfocused as if he was distracted in class. In front of him, a transparent panel appeared, as if written on glass. This panel is pretty dull, with only 4 in total. Magic, Level 1, 0 out of 100. Spell, Allaho Opening, Level 3. Skills, Short Weapon Mastery, Level 7. Polearm Mastery, Level 6. Heavy Weapon Mastery, Level 3. Thermal Weapon Mastery, Level 1. Blessings, Physical Fitness, Quick Attack, Precision. John blinked his dry eyes. After returning home from Diagon Alley, he studied some magic. It took him a month to learn the Unlocking Charm to Level 3, and he also gained an additional spell attribute. Level 1 Allaho can only open simple door bolts. Level 2 can open door locks, and Level 3 can open the safe that the father secretly hid without the mother's knowledge. Thanks to this, he also touched the pistol in the safe and gained an additional Level 1 thermal weapon. Professor McGonagall was still introducing the 4 major colleges. John knew all this, but he didn't listen carefully. Neville saw Rafe on the stairs and rushed out with a shout of surprise. This scene caused many young wizards to snicker, and Neville returned to the team awkwardly and timidly. Wait until McGonagall turns around to prepare for the sorting. Draco Malfoy, who was at a young age and had a slick back hair, fell in love at first sight with the savior Harry Potter. No, they fell in love and hated each other. It seems that what they said on the train was true. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. Accompanied by his 2 loyal followers, Crabbe and Goyle, Malfoy stepped forward and proudly introduced himself to Harry Potter, Draco Malfoy. This is his personality, with the arrogance and conceit of a pure-blooded aristocrat. And these were exactly what Weasley hated, so Ronald sneered when he saw him looking like a peacock with its tail spread out. The sound was not loud, but just loud enough for Malfoy to hear. Malfoy turned his head and looked at Ronald. The person who knows you best must be your most hated enemy. Recognizing that this was a Weasley, Malfoy sneered with undisguised contempt. Red hair, old robes passed down from the family. You must be a Weasley. Ronald felt aggrieved because his sore spot was hit. The Weasley family is too large, with 7 children alone. In order to save money, he had to use the things left by his brothers. After mocking Weasley, Malfoy made a move towards Harry. You'll soon discover that certain wizarding families are simply superior. Potter, no one wants to make friends with the wrong people. I can help you. The fact that he could make the proud Malfoy extend his hand showed that he really wanted to be friends with Harry. John frowned at these remarks. Even though he had only thought Malfoy was arrogant when he saw him before, it was still very unpleasant to hear it in person. These words belittled all wizards except purebloods, making people want to punch that proud person in the face. But Malfoy apparently forgot one thing. Harry and Weasley were friends, and no one liked being laughed at in front of their friends. I think I can tell good from bad myself, thank you. Harry decisively rejected Malfoy's advances, which made Malfoy a little embarrassed. When the two looked at each other lovingly, John couldn't help but shook his head. Little Malfoy, this is not the way to make friends. John calmly took a few steps forward and moved closer to Neville. Hermione saw him move forward and followed him. Hermione thought John was angry after hearing what Malfoy said. It would be a bad thing to hit someone on the first day of school, no matter if it was a wizarding school or not. But her worries were unnecessary. Not long after Malfoy finished speaking, Professor McGonagall came back and led them in a row. There was a magical night sky above the Hogwarts Great Hall, with hundreds of candles floating in the air illuminating the hall. There are 4 long tables filled with students. The edges of the students' clothes on the tables have different colors, representing the 4 colleges. Red and gold Gryffindor, blue and gray Ravenclaw, green and silver Slytherin, yellow and black Hufflepuff. The 4 huge funnels in the auditorium represent the credits of each college. The senior students watched the juniors come in. Hermione, beside John, kept chattering about Hogwarts, a history, which gave John a headache. No wonder the other 2 of the 3 little ones felt bad about Hermione in the early days. After all, children have strong self-esteem, and it is inevitable that people will feel disgusted when a friend shows off his superior knowledge everywhere. Fortunately, John was not a child, and he did not dislike Hermione at all. His attention was more focused on the old man with a white beard and a kind face. He was not just the headmaster of Hogwarts. He is also the combat ceiling of the magic world, the most feared existence of 2 successive Dark Lords, the stabilizer of the magic world, and the person who can summon the Phoenix. The White Lord of the wizarding world, Albus Dumbledore. John's curious look caught Dumbledore's attention. The old man, who was never short of patience with his students, winked at John playfully. Chapter 6. What happened next was that Dumbledore announced some plot tasks, and specifically emphasized that the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor was dangerous. John just wanted to complain about this. Aren't you obviously telling the curious lion to go over and take a look? Then came the sorting ceremony, and the first to take the stage was the unshakable Hannah Abbott. The sorting hat assigns her to Hufflepuff. When it was John's turn, Hermione had already been assigned to Gryffindor and was looking at him expectantly. No one wants to be separated from their friends. John Wick. Professor McGonagall called out John's name, and John walked up. Soft black hair, exquisite face, and perfectly supported wizard robe. Girls of this age in foreign countries are not as mature as those in Dacia. They are more precocious, and they discuss this handsome boy in whispers with blushing faces. When John came under the sorting hat, he saw a spider working on the brim of the sorting hat. He couldn't help but almost dodge away in disgust. Although I had the impression that wizards were unkempt along the way, this was too dirty. Wouldn't Professor McGonagall feel disgusted holding it? The sorting hat was placed on the head, and the sorting hat's angry voice was heard. What a rude little wizard, just as arrogant as a Slytherin. John was embarrassed. He didn't expect the sorting hat could know what he was thinking. For this reason, he couldn't help but ask curiously, is this legitimacy? Legitimate magic? The little wizard knows this advanced magic, but unfortunately, it is not him. As the hat of the first-generation founder Gryffindor, the sorting hat certainly does not use legitimacy. To be precise, it is a more advanced one. It's really hard to choose. You have courage and a spirit of exploration, hard work and tolerance, shrewdness and ambition, and a persistence and honor. This is very consistent with Slytherin. The sorting hat muttered to itself in great embarrassment, and John was stunned for a moment after hearing it. Wait, you didn't mention anything about wisdom. Are you implying that you were stupid? That's too much. No, the point is how I got involved with Slytherin. I am not a pureblood, and all Slytherins are pureblood lovers, which is a natural opposition to me. As for ambition, John is innocent too. He just wants to become the next wizard at the level of Dumbledore. What's wrong with that? Do you dare to say that you never said you wanted to be Superman when you were a child? At most, I want to dominate a college. Isn't this just like becoming a class monitor? It's a bullshit ambition. Defamation, absolutely defamation. Unfortunately, no matter how he brainstormed, the Sorting Hat hesitated and finally shouted out the answer. Slytherin. What? John was dumbfounded. I'm a Muggle-born, and you sent me to Slytherin. Everyone knows that Slytherin is obsessed with purebloods. I am not even a half-blood. At most I can be called a mudblood. If I let myself go, wouldn't that mean I would be bullied? The Sorting Hat said calmly. Don't worry, little wizard. Your honor will impress Slytherin. I suspect you're just taking revenge on me for saying something bad about you. John expressed his suspicion. The Sorting Hat's allocation is absolute, and not even Dumbledore can change that. He had no way to change it, so he had to walk towards Slytherin with heavy steps. There were two worried looks from the Gryffindors. Hermione and Neville were both worried about their friend. Alas, life is not easy. As luck would have it, the only Slytherin left was a seat next to Malfoy. After he walked over and sat down, Malfoy thought he was a pureblood child because he was so handsome and polite. After all, in Malfoy's opinion, purebloods are so elegant, and he would never think of muggles. As a child of the Malfoy family, he is unwilling to be ordinary, so it is a good thing for him to have an extra helper. So he proudly held out his hand to make friends, saying, Draco Malfoy, Malfoy of the sacred 28 purebloods. He raised his head proudly and looked at people through his nostrils, just like a male peacock eager to show off himself to a mate. John glanced at it, shook it politely, and said calmly, John Wick. Malfoy admired his sensible behavior, unlike that Harry Potter. Although the other party was not one of the sacred 28 purebloods, based on his sensible attitude, he decided to treat this classmate well. So he asked proudly, Are you pureblood or half-blood? John glanced at his proud look and said calmly, Neither. Malfoy's expression froze. None of them? Wouldn't that mean they were all muggles? You're a mudblood. A word came to his mind, and Malfoy said it subconsciously. Next second, his chin was hit, and then he saw the scene in front of him change. Crabbe's screams and Goyle's cries came into his ears. There was an uproar throughout the school, followed by Professor McGonagall's scolding. On Malfoy's first day at school, he spent a night in the school hospital. The first Thursday of school. Alas, life is always so full of variables. Life is short and urgent. In the trophy room, John was wiping the medal with James Potter on it, holding a rag as elegantly as a waiter holding a white handkerchief. Filch, who was supervising, turned his head away, somewhat unbearably. After beating up the school director's son on the first day of school, it was already a relief for John to be able to continue polishing medals here. Not to mention he had thrust a fork into the back of Goyle's hand, pressing the young wizard's head into close contact with the table. Although it was Malfoy who started the insult first, this insult was still too harsh. Slytherin had most of its points deducted at the beginning of the school year, and Snape's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. If it weren't for Dumbledore's intercession, John would have probably dropped out of school. As punishment, John had to polish trophies in the trophy room for 2 months. It was also because of this that John's name became known throughout Hogwarts when he first started school. He is the most outstanding student in this class. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, licked the fur on her paw. Although the main C****N was large, it was incredibly thin. John also finished his work for the day and waved to Loris. Bye, Mrs. Loris. I'll bring you some cat food tomorrow. Look how thin you've become. After saying hello, John left the trophy room before Filch got angry. Back in the Slytherin common room, John silenced the conversation of the young wizards inside as soon as he entered. All the little wizards were afraid of his brutal performance at the beginning of the school year, and some even called him the Boogeyman. He was given this nickname because of his hair and his fierce skills that day. The meaning is similar to that of a demon, which shows how scared they are of John. John didn't take it seriously. He had his own reasons for fighting. As a wizard from a Muggle family, if you don't want to be bullied by Slytherin, it's best to build your own prestige. Obviously, he did. The only price he paid was that he lost his friends in Slytherin, but it wasn't without its benefits. He started a series of tasks called Night Demon. As long as the night tour lasts for 100 hours, it can be completed and a Night Demon blessing will be rewarded. Returned to his room. Fearing that John might get into conflict with others again, he was given a single room. This makes him very satisfied, and it also makes it convenient for him to keep the dog and exercise. When 3-month-old Tom was in his most active state, he would jump up and down in the room, and sometimes even provoke the snowy owl Basil. But doing so usually results in Basil's wing being hit. and then he gets beaten again after being honest for a short while. The first thing he did after returning was to start exercising. This is his daily homework and also a way to accumulate magic power. Strengthen your body. Improve your adaptability to magic power through exercise and absorb magic power during the exercise. Where is the magic apprentice I promised myself I would be? Why do I feel like I'm almost a berserker? After the workout, John touched his visibly bigger muscles. Is it really good for a freshman to have 8-pack abs? No one can accumulate magic power through physical exercise, but I have been doing this for many years, and it has become a habit. In the day with a bath. Chapter 7. The next day John went to the potions classroom. As soon as he sat down, there was a space around him. When the Gryffindors arrived, they saw John standing out from the crowd. Hermione and Neville looked over worriedly, but John shrugged and gave them a look that said it was all right. Class is starting. Snape was walking like a greasy bat, his robes puffed up as if he had a blower. This course doesn't require you to wave your wand around foolishly or chant spells. Walking to the podium and standing firmly, Snape crossed his arms and looked around at the students with sharp eyes. He immediately began his opening remarks. I can teach you how to confuse your mind and confuse your senses. I will teach you to win fame and create glory. It can even teach you how to achieve immortality. John curled his lips when he heard these words. If you could teach these, would Voldemort still get the Horcruxes? Immediately, he looked at the summoning panel and found that his magic power had increased slightly after training. Magic, Level 1, 20/100. Spell, Alaho Opening, Level 3. Skills, Short Weapon Mastery, Level 7. Polar Mastery, Level 6. Heavy Weapon Mastery, Level 3. Thermal Weapon Mastery, Level 1. Blessings, Physical Fitness, Quick Attack, Precision. According to his calculations, he could gain 5 points of magic power after 1 day of training. He wondered if he could get some dumbbells or something and put them in the room. He was distracted, Snape said as he turned his gaze to John, not hiding his disgust. He said sarcastically, maybe some of you already had some reputation and some power when you first arrived at Hogwarts, so you can be so arrogant that you don't listen to my lessons seriously. John came back to his senses and saw Malfoy's gloating expression next to him. He picked up the quill on the table with an expressionless face. Just this one action made Malfoy's smile stop abruptly. Although Snape hated John, there was someone here who hated him even more. Without hesitation, he pointed the finger at the savior, Harry Potter. Mr. Potter, tell me what would happen if you added powdered narcissus root to an infusion of wormwood. Harry Potter was a boarding child of a Muggle family some time ago, so of course he didn't know and shook his head innocently. But Snape was determined to ask him and ignored Hermione, who had her hand raised high. Continuing the aggressive questioning, Mr. Potter, if I need a Bezoar, do you know where to find one? I don't know, sir. What is the difference between aconitum naviculatum and aconitum camigasum? Have no idea. From the question and answer, everyone knew that Snape was not interested in the savior. John couldn't help but laugh as he watched this scene. This is a famous scene after all. It was this smile that shifted Snape's hatred once again. Mr. Wick, perhaps you can tell Mr. Potter the answer to his question. Snape turned to look at John. John was confused as to why he had a role to play. Ding, trigger the plot mission, answer Professor Snape's questions, and get the blessing. Academic Master. Student Master. 2 hours a day to improve learning efficiency. Can this also trigger the quest? John's eyes were blank for a while, but he quickly came back to his senses and recalled this part carefully. Coincidentally, he didn't remember many things, but he still remembered the famous 3 questions of Snape. So he stood up and said calmly, Narcissus root powder added to wormwood infusion can be made into a decoction of living hell. Fecal stones can be found in goat stomachs. There is no difference between Aconitum naviculatum and Aconitum damicornis. They are the same plant. After answering the 3 questions confidently, John gave a reserved smile. At this moment, the whole classroom fell silent. Malfoy, who wanted to see John make a fool of himself, had a stiff smile. Snape was a little surprised, but more of a disgusted feeling that he had not achieved his goal. He said coldly, sit down. 5 points for Slytherin and 5 points for Gryffindor. No matter how angry you are, you must give Slytherin bonuses and deduct points from Gryffindor. John shrugged and sat down, his mind reminding him to get the blessing of a top student. Snape's unvented anger was successfully transferred to other students. Malfoy, who had been gloating just now, was frightened and became as obedient as a pony. Harry, Ronald, and other little lions looked at John as if he was a hero. After potions class, the Slytherins trooped out. John looked very lonely in the team. Dining in the lobby, John couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the so-called British food. Even though he had been eating it for so many years, he still couldn't help but miss wuxia food occasionally. Hermione came to John's side, watching John torture the potatoes with skins on with a fork, and couldn't help but ask worriedly, "John, are you okay?" Hermione was worried about John's situation in Slytherin, but she obviously underestimated John. John was wondering why someone would eat potato skins together when he heard this and said casually, "Of course, don't you see they are afraid of me?" However, in order to comfort Hermione, John decided to put aside his grudge against Malfoy. Glancing at Malfoy who was passing by, John simply reached out and called him, "Malfoy." Malfoy stopped, looked at John approaching warily, and subconsciously took a step back. Feeling very embarrassed, he said angrily, "Wick, do whatever you want to do, you. If you dare to say that, I'll send you to the school hospital again." John smiled kindly, but Malfoy couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. John patted his shoulder and said comfortingly, "Don't worry, after all, I'm not a monster. We are all classmates. We will see each other every day. I won't go too far." After saying this, he smiled at the two followers beside Malfoy, which made Crabbe and Goyle shudder and nod quickly. "See, Crabbe and Goyle both think so let's make peace." Malfoy looked at the two followers and said angrily, "You two idiots." Looking at the hand John extended to him, he said stubbornly, "I refuse to be friends with you. And don't think you can be arrogant just because you defeated me by sneak attack. Wizards should use magic to decide the outcome, not fists." John took his hand back indifferently. After hearing what he said, he immediately said, "Well, let's find a place and have a fair fight. Don't nobles like duels? I'll satisfy you." This made Malfoy panic. His neck still hurt. He stopped talking immediately, lowered his head, pretending he didn't hear, and left in shame. John sat back down and said to the stunned Hermione, "See, it's totally fine." Hermione nodded in confusion. "Is this no problem?" But the top student's train of thought is always unique, and she discussed potions with John. John felt overwhelmed after hearing this. He finished the food in a few bites, leaving the potato with its skin on, and left in shame. After all, he only knew those three, and he knew nothing about the others. A large number of owls flew into the Great Hall, and Neville obtained a memory ball. One very good thing about Hogwarts is that the class time is short, the break time is long, and there are 2 days off on Saturdays and Sundays. John uses his weekends to exercise and runs along the Black Lake carrying a stone as big as a human head. It feels so good to be able to see the magic power increase. Seeing the data grow, John felt like he was playing a game. He has not forgotten the dangers of the Harry Potter world, and his school life will not be peaceful for long. He had seen Professor Quirrell in class this week and remembered the choking stench, which was really impressive. In his previous life, John had seen the movie and only had a vague understanding of the original novel. I have almost forgotten the rest of the plot. The few things I remember are that Quirrell has Voldemort on his head. I didn't recognize him last time at the Leaky Cauldron, but I did this time. I just don't know how the dreaded Dark Lord can tolerate that stench. I don't remember the details, but I remember that Quirrell was possessed by Voldemort in the end and was defeated by Harry. John thought to himself, this danger cannot be ignored. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. Reality is not fiction. Even the slightest danger can be fatal. Throwing the stone away and looking at his dirty clothes, he wondered where he could get some weight equipment. Second week of school. The second impressive course in the wizarding world is here. Flying lessons. Chapter 8. Old brooms were placed at the feet of each young wizard. Mrs. Hooch is dressed elegantly and teaches each little wizard. Despite repeated warnings to be careful, something still happened. Neville lost control and rushed straight into the sky, and the memory ball fell down. Although the free fall was cushioned, it still broke his arm. Mrs. Hooch didn't bother to teach anyone and took Neville to the school hospital for treatment. The two young wizards from the two academies looked at each other in bewilderment. Malfoy picked up Neville's memory ball and began to provoke Harry with the memory ball, but McGonagall unexpectedly discovered Harry's talent as a seeker. John didn't join in, firstly because he knew Harry was there, and secondly because he was still struggling with his broom. After several attempts, John finally flew. Hermione wanted to ask him not to follow those two people's example and break the rules, but her attempt was in vain. She could only stomp her feet in anger. Although he was shaky at first, after a while he got used to it and finally stabilized himself. Ding, get blessing. Pilot. Increase the broom's flight speed and control over the broom. You can do this? After John stabilized, he could start flying freely. Snape, who was passing by, saw his performance, snorted coldly, and turned away. Since ancient times, flying has been an ability that humans have longed for. After mastering the ability to fly, John kept flying until the end of the get out of class, and then landed reluctantly. When it was time for dinner, John ran into Malfoy. Malfoy brought 2 followers with him, changed his previous timidity, and said arrogantly, "Wick, you want to duel with me, right? I challenge you now. I will wait for you in the trophy display room on the 3rd floor at 11:30 p.m. After saying that, Malfoy left with his 2 followers like a victorious rooster. John looked at him as if he was a fool and left, muttering, "Has this kid listened to Fish Liang's songs too much? He's so brave. Didn't he know he had to clean the trophy room?" Picking up a bag of cat food sent by Mrs. Wick, John went to the trophy room as usual. Mrs. Norris was sitting at the door. She meowed when she saw John with her red glassy eyes. During this time, John had basically become familiar with Mrs. Norris, and he opened the cat food and poured it out for Mrs. Norris. By the time John had finished wiping the trophy, Mrs. Norris had finished eating. He reached out and picked up Mrs. Norris, took out a comb from his pocket, and combed out Mrs. Norris's tangled hair. Mrs. Norris enjoyed this very much and purred comfortably. Filch was probably off to catch some students, and knowing that John wouldn't cheat, he got used to letting John clean the trophy room by himself. "I'll just see what you're going to do." Knowing that Malfoy would not challenge him to a duel, John was ready to see what the other party was up to. "Anyway, I was punished to clean here, so I don't mind going back a little later." Waited until 11:30. Instead of Malfoy, there was a lot of whispering. For people walked in from outside the trophy display room, including the 3 little protagonists and a Wildness 6. Neville was locked outside for several hours because he forgot the password to the lounge while his arm was being treated. Finally, the 3 little ones met him when they came out. After the 4 people came in, they also saw John, and both sides were stunned when they saw each other. "Why are you here?" John asked with a puzzled look on his face. Harry was also confused and said, "Malfoy asked us to come here. Are you his helper?" John looked at Harry, who suddenly became alert, speechlessly, and said, "Do you think Malfoy's first beating at the beginning of the school was in vain?" This made sense, leaving Harry speechless. 4 Gryffindors and 1 Slytherin. The 5 of them stared at each other. Harry, who had just realized what was happening, said angrily, "We were tricked by Malfoy." Ronald was also angry and said, "Despicable Slytherin, huh?" "John, I'm not talking about you." With the incident at the beginning of the school year, John's heroic performance of fighting 3 people alone successfully made him the only Slytherin that Gryffindor liked. Regarding the 4 major colleges, when they mentioned John Wick, their first reaction was that the sorting hat was broken, because this was clearly Gryffindor. Even the little Gryffindor lions thought so. The Weasley twins thought that the hat must have been blinded by too much dust, so they got a lot of detergent to wash the sorting hat. While they were talking, they heard Filch's voice outside. John immediately understood Malfoy's intention. He wanted to catch them for a night out. Harry also reacted and said in shock, "Oh no, it's Filch, let's run." The 4 of them didn't care about anything else and ran outside quickly. Neville and Hermione each grabbed one of John's hands and dragged him out. It can only be said that there is a reason why these 2 people were able to enter Gryffindor, the famous house for rough men. Without giving John a chance to explain, the innocent John was turned into a fugitive. John ran after him helplessly and reached out to grab Neville, who was about to fall, preventing him from falling flat on the ground. The few of them fled, with Filch chasing them closely. From time to time, the sound of a cat's meowing alerted Filch. John knew that it was Mrs. Norris who reminded him, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart, "The cat food is fed in vain. It was a pity that I fed the cat so much cat food, but Mrs. Norris betrayed me without hesitation at the critical moment." Several people ran all the way from the trophy display room to the classroom near the charms class. After running such a long distance, the 4 young wizards who lacked exercise were leaning against the cold wall, gasping for breath. Only John didn't blush or gasp. Strength versus magic, round 2. Strength wins. "I told you," Hermione complained breathlessly. "Malfoy lied to you, you see. He had no intention of dueling with you. He must have tipped off Filch." Harry realized this, but the little boy's pride prevented him from saying it out loud. They had no choice but to go back to the Gryffindor common room first. If they were caught, they would be expelled. "Damn Malfoy," Harry cursed inwardly. They wanted to leave, but things are often not that simple. There was a creaking sound from the classroom in front, and Peeves, dressed as a clown, jumped out. As soon as he saw the little wizards, he let out strange screams. Harry was so disappointed when he saw Peeves that he begged, "Peeves, please, you're going to get us expelled. I'm going to tell Filch to arrest you all. It's for your own good." Ronald tried to threaten him, but it was no use, and he got so angry that he reached out and hit Peeves. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Peeves immediately started screaming, and Filch was attracted over. John glanced at Peeves and couldn't help but get irritated. No wonder Peeves is so disliked. He really deserves a beating. When Peeves saw John, he thought of how ferocious this man was in beating people up as soon as he entered school, and he felt a bit scared, like the Bloody Baron. When this is over, I'll see if I can get Peeves. As he ran past Peeves, John fiercely stretched out his right thumb and scratched his neck. He remembered that there seemed to be a magic spell that was very effective against Peeves, and he must learn it to take revenge. Peeves had no idea what this action meant. Several people came to the end of the corridor, where there was a locked door. Ronald whimpered in despair as the door could not be opened. It's over. Get out of the way, Allaho hole. John simply pulled out the wand hidden in his sleeve and cast a spell at the door. With a click, the door lock opened. Several people hurriedly went in, closed the door, and carefully lay on the door to listen. Filch outside met Peeves, who played a trick on him. Filch was so angry that he kept cursing. John looked around the room boredly, but as soon as he turned around, he saw 3 huge heads. The huge body almost filled the entire room, and the 6 ferocious big eyes on its head were rolling around and staring at them, as if in shock. John swallowed and his voice trembled a little. Hermione, Harry, Ronald, Neville, I think you should take a look at this. Hearing his words, several people looked back and also froze on the spot. Death and Filch. It goes without saying that Filch is more amiable. So John didn't hesitate. He reached for the door handle and opened the door. Run! John shouted to alert the 4 frozen people. He dragged out Neville, who was closest to him and had weak legs. The rest of them also ran out in a hurry. With a bang, the door was closed. Chapter 9. They all ran away, not caring whether Filch was in the corridor or not. Fortunately, they were lucky. Filch went to look for someone else, so they ran all the way back to the door of the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady in the painting on the door asked in surprise, "Where have you all been?" "Don't ask, just open the door." The few people who were running and sweating profusely looked back with lingering fear, fearing that the big monster would chase them out. Harry gave the signal pig nose to open the door and go in. "Wait, John, aren't you a Slytherin?" Just as he was about to go in, Harry remembered that John was a Slytherin. John then remembered that he was not a Gryffindor student, so he could only watch them enter the Gryffindor common room. After the door closed, he ignored the fat lady's surprise at seeing Gryffindors and Slytherins mingling together. He walked back alone. On the way back, he saw Malfoy. Perhaps he wanted to see if his plan was successful. Malfoy didn't expect to meet John. When he turned around and was about to go back, he was stopped by John, who rushed forward. With his absolute advantage of being a head taller than him, John pushed Malfoy against the wall. He said with a stern face, "Little Malfoy, you don't want the dean to know about your night outing, do you?" Malfoy glanced around subconsciously. They were the only 2 people in the entire corridor, not to mention his followers Crabbe and Goyle, who were still sleeping soundly in their warm beds. "What are you going to do? It's obviously you who is wandering around at night." Malfoy was frightened by John's aura. John sneered, "I don't usually hold grudges. I usually take revenge on the spot. What do you think I'm going to do?" Before Malfoy could react, John's right hand had already covered the words Malfoy was about to say. With a flick of his left hand, the wand slipped out from the sleeve that had been skillfully modified by Mrs. Wick. You know, apart from using magic spells, the material of the wand itself is also very hard. The wand waved in front of Malfoy's eyes. His wand was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, and the head looked like a chopstick. The wand paused near Malfoy's eyes from time to time, as if it would pierce into them at any moment. This made Malfoy's body tremble uncontrollably. "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let Filch hear you. You know, there are a lot of torture instruments in Filch's office." The voice that echoed in his ears like a devil made Malfoy regret why he had provoked such a lunatic. The wand in his hand wavered for a moment. Then John quickly clenched his fist and punched Malfoy in the stomach. This punch almost made Malfoy vomit, and he curled up in the corridor, holding his stomach. "Remember, don't try to plot against me in the future." John looked down at him, turned, and walked away a few steps, looking back at Malfoy, who was holding his stomach and unable to move. He still softened his heart. If Filch caught him, Slytherin would lose points again. I don't want Slytherin to be at the bottom of the 4 major houses every year. John stepped forward to help the man up and said to him earnestly, "We are all from the same college. There is no need to confront each other." Malfoy's face turned pale and his lips trembled. How could a weakling like him withstand John's punch? John was still talking to himself. "We are all Slytherins, so why can't we just get along? As long as you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you either. Maybe we can still be friends." John's impression of Malfoy was that of a spoiled brat. Malfoy had been taught since childhood that purebloods were supreme, and John didn't blame him for that. In other words, if the other party had not been so blind as to provoke him, he would not have attacked Malfoy. Pureblood. Coming to a wet stone wall, John spoke the command. The door to the Slytherin common room opened, and he placed Malfoy on the sofa in the common room. I don't know who designed the lounge. The lounge is narrow and low, with some bones and bronze used for decoration. The overall tone is dark, making the lounge seem dark and cold without any warmth. The black lake sparkled, and a giant squid swam past the window. John whispered to Malfoy, "Remember what I said? We may not be friends, but we should not be enemies." Malfoy held his stomach, staring at John, not knowing how much he took in. John waved his hand and went back to his room without saying anything else. After a day of training, his magic power reached 65, and it wouldn't be long before he could upgrade. After washing up and going to bed, he lay on the bed and recalled what the big dog with 3 heads was called. He saw the trap door under the big dog. It seems to be related to the 3 little ones. I remember I had a weakness. It seemed to be music or something. As he was thinking, he fell asleep. The next day, Malfoy strutted past John as if nothing had happened. But he didn't continue to provoke John. Maybe his previous words worked. Malfoy couldn't believe it when he saw Harry and Ronald were still at Hogwarts. Harry and Ronald were discussing what was hidden in the trapdoor under the big dog. Harry remembered the report about the theft at Gringotts, and told about the small bag he saw when he and Hagrid went to Gringotts. The two of them brainstormed about conspiracy theories. Hermione had a quarrel with Harry and Ronald yesterday, and now doesn't want to deal with them. Hermione came to John, sat down angrily, and complained, "Those 2 arrogant guys, we were almost bitten to death by the big dog, and they actually thought it was very funny. Oh my God, why is there such a stupid person, and this person is my classmate?" John was used to Hermione muttering in his ear. At this time, all you need to do is listen. Neville also came over, feeling safe being around John. If John hadn't been there yesterday, he would have become the big dog's fresh excrement in the morning. 2 Gryffindors hanging out with Slytherin was a rare sight. After breakfast, John did not forget to exercise. He didn't want to waste such good time in the morning. John's daily routine. After breakfast in the morning, I went for a run around Black Lake. Push-ups and frog jumps at noon. After dinner, I headed to the trophy room and then returned to my room to do push-ups and sit-ups while studying. The day was packed with activities, but I took a moment to relax and take Tom and Basil for a walk around the Forbidden Forest. It was just a bad luck that John was caught by Hagrid. They did not enter the Forbidden Forest, and Hagrid only gave a verbal warning. John didn't take it seriously. On the contrary, he became familiar with the big dog Yaya after a few interactions. Yaya was so pathetic that she bowed down to Tom's dog food. Ding! Magic power upgraded successfully. Current magic power. Level 2, jogging by the Black Lake. John took out a towel to wipe the sweat off his face and put on a bright smile. Finally, I've upgraded. Now I can start my spell training. The magic power has reached level 2, but there is only 1 spell at present. However, practicing the unlocking spell didn't seem to be of much use, and he needed to learn a new spell. With the blessing of a top student, John's learning ability is also amazing. Before Charms class began, he learned the levitation charm. Holding the wand, he cast a spell on a leaf that fell in front of him. Wingardium Leviosa, he could feel some of the magic power in his body disappearing, and the leaves in front of him floated up under the influence of the spell. Magic. Level 2, 10/500. Spell. Alaho Opening. Level 3. Levitation Spell. Level 1. Skills. Short Weapon Mastery. Level 7. Polearm Mastery. Level 6. Heavy Weapon Mastery. Level 3. Thermal Weapon Mastery. Level 1. Blessings. Physical Fitness. Speed Attack. Precision. Academic Master. Pilot. Long Distance Running. Although it is only level 1, the most it can do is float light objects such as leaves. But it still made John smile, and he also set his sights on the restricted books area. Compared to the levitation spell, he prefers electric welding. No, that's right. If he wants to go to the restricted books section, he can try it in the next 2 months. Once you complete the night tour mission, you can collect the mission reward. With the punishment in hand, it makes sense for you to clean the restricted books section yourself, right? Duh. Chapter 10. There is a transfiguration class on Monday. When John got up, he first saw Tom's passionate tongue. John got up drowsily and walked to the table to put a big spoonful of dog food for Tom, then went to brush his teeth and wash his face. Looking at himself in the mirror, John felt like he had forgotten something. Oh no, today is transfiguration class. John went out for a late-night swim last night and fell asleep immediately after coming back for exercise. He walked out hurriedly and saw the alarm clock that had fallen to the ground and was covered with Tom's saliva. No wonder I didn't hear the alarm clock. It turned out that Tom used it as a teething toy. After putting on his wizard robes, John walked out of the dormitory, and the Slytherin common room was empty. In the corridor, he began to envy the Weasley twins. because they can always find convenient shortcuts, and fortunately John is in good physical condition. When you arrive at the lobby, you will still have time to have breakfast. Hermione was still looking around, and when she saw John coming, she waved and greeted him. John sat down next to Hermione and glanced at Hermione, who was still in a cold war with Harry and Ronald. He said nothing. Where's Neville? Did he oversleep or get lost? As far as John knows, Neville often loses things and is always lost. His toad is missing and he's looking for it in the Gryffindor common room. Hermione was eating buttered bread with some crumbs on the corners of her mouth. She slowed down deliberately to wait for John. Otherwise, at her usual speed, she would be on her way to the classroom now. John cut the fried egg and put it in his mouth. He said helplessly, "Well, I think I know what to give Neville for Christmas. He needs a cage to lock up Leaf." Noticing the bread crumbs at the corner of Hermione's mouth, John pointed to the corner of his own mouth to signal Hermione. When Hermione realized what was happening, her face looked as if she had blush on it. When John had almost finished eating, Neville finally came out of his lost path. This was the 4th time Neville had gotten lost, and John thought he should get a Marauder's map. Neville sat down and took out the memory ball, looking at the red memory ball in confusion. When something is forgotten, the memory ball will turn red. But Naue always didn't know what he had forgotten. John looked him up and down and said, "Neville, you may not be able to have breakfast this time." "Why?" Neville was depressed. He had finally reached the hall. Looking at Neville with sympathy, John held up 2 fingers. 2 reasons. One is that class is about to start, and the other is that you need to go back to the dormitory. Because you forgot your coat. Neville finally remembered what he had forgotten and didn't even bother to eat, anxiously running down the dizzying moving staircase. John came to the Transfiguration classroom. He felt it was a pity that he didn't get to participate in the last Transfiguration class because he was put in detention for fighting. He was interested in the Transfiguration class, but doesn't remember much about it. When they arrived at the classroom, the green of Slytherin and the red of Gryffindor were clearly distinguished, and he and Hermione sat separately. Whether in the wizarding world or outside, students always keep a close eye on the front row. The few remaining seats were all in the front row, and John walked over to take a seat. Suddenly, a tabby cat appeared in his sight. The tabby cat was just like that on the podium, with a strange pattern on his face, like a pair of square glasses. As a furry fan, John admitted that he was tempted. Although he vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a cat appearing in some plot, his body was one step faster than he thought. Taking out the cat notes for Mrs. Norris from his pocket, John walked up to the tabby cat and took it directly with a smile on his face. Just this one action stunned the young wizards from both houses. Even tabby cats. "This is a cat strip. Do you want to try it?" John himself couldn't figure out why his tone sounded like that of an uncle who kidnapped children. Only after he took action did he receive looks of awe and admiration. The tabby cat reacted and broke free from his restraints, leaping down from the podium and transforming into an older cat lady. "Mr. Wick, I think you should find a place to sit down now instead of sitting here like a log." Professor McGonagall maintained his image, and his square glasses finally made John understand the origin of the tabby cat pattern. John stopped in disappointment as he remembered the plot about the cat. Professor McGonagall's animagus form, a tabby cat with strange patterns. Walking back to his seat in depression, John felt that he was going to suffer from psychological trauma. "I secretly swore that next time I pet a cat, I would pay attention to whether it has transformed into an animagus. If the person opposite you turns into a greasy old man while you're masturbating, you're doomed." Hearing the snickering, John looked back, and the Slytherin fell silent as his gaze swept over him. The little Gryffindor wizard cast an admiring look at him, and the savior Harry opened his mouth slightly, as if he had met someone more reckless than himself for the first time. Hermione lowered her head and smiled, but was betrayed by her trembling brown curly hair, which shook like a little lion. With this episode, the little wizard's impression of John changed. It turns out that this boy also has a cute side. Transfiguration class is about learning how to change objects. Looking at the paper clip box, John tried to turn it into a mouse. Unfortunately, deformation is difficult to control. After many attempts, John finally lit the spell. Although it was still level 1, I managed to complete the transformation before the get out of class ended. Looking at the lifeless mouse in front of him, it was far different from the first time Professor McGonagall turned into a water cup. 5 points for Slytherin. Professor McGonagall gave John extra points for being the first to finish. What John considered a bad work was very satisfactory to Professor McGonagall. As a beginner, missing one class is already very good. Because of the difficulty of transformation, even Miss Hermione, the know-it-all, failed to complete it. After class, as soon as John left, Hermione jogged after him. "How did you do that?" Hermione asked questions tirelessly, using her instinct as a top student. She was upset that she had not completed her transformation. John couldn't say that he had cheats. He could only say that he had seen Professor McGonagall's demonstration before enrolling. Fortunately, Miss Know-It-All didn't continue asking questions for too long. While in the hallway, John zeroed in on the armor. "John, what are you looking at?" Hermione stopped and asked. Behind John, the enchanted painting figure also came over, also with a curious look on his face. John stroked his smooth chin and said to himself, "This thing seems to be a good weight." Hearing him mumbling, Lord Oil Painting opened his mouth wide. What kind of little wizard would want to carry a weight? John has always been a man who dares to take action. He set his eyes on the medieval armor, or to be more precise, the sword in the hand of the armor. Although armor is a good choice for carrying weight, it is too large and inconvenient to move around. On the contrary, the sword can be carried directly on the back and used as exercise equipment when not running. Take the sword away at night. There was a look of intention in his eyes, which made Armor a little flustered. Besides the Gryffindor common room, the place Hermione went to most often was the library. Miss Know-It-All has a thirst for knowledge about everything, except divination. John was also pulled over, mainly to familiarize himself with the location of the restricted books area. Picking up a copy of the Tales of Beetle the Bard, he pretended to read it. The library has strict rules. If you make any noise in the library, Miss Irma Pants, the administrator, will let you know. Just now, John saw Neville, who had eaten too many beans at noon, being chased and beaten with a broom. John sympathizes with this. The time came to evening. After John finished cleaning the trophy room, he quietly went to the armor area in the corridor. Poor Mr. Armor. He woke up the next day and found that his sword was missing. This incident once became a Hogwarts unsolved case. Only Mr. Filch swore that it was the Weasley twins who did it. Chapter 11. This sword is quite handy. Basil turned his round head, as if wondering where John got the sword. Basil raised his wings to swat away Tom's drooling mouth and flew out of Tom's reach in a haughty manner. John held the great sword in both hands, a weapon of medieval knightly armor that seemed to reach nearly to his shoulder height. Maybe when I grow up, this sword will be just right. Gripping the hilt firmly, John exerted force to lift the sword up. This is a common knight's sword. The blade is as wide as a palm and is made of steel. It is very heavy, at least for John now. This sword is a very good choice as a weight. Using the great sword as a weight, he began his training while holding the great sword. He found a rope, tied the sword to his back, and started doing push-ups. If you work hard, you will get rewards. When John woke up the next day, his magic power increased by 10 points. Magic. Level 2, 20/500. Spells. Alaho Opening. Level 3. Levitation Spell. Level 1. Transfiguration Spell. Level 1. Skills. Short Weapon Mastery. Level 7. Greatsword Mastery. Level 3. Hot Weapon Mastery. Level 1. Blessings. Physical Fitness. Speed Attack. Precision. Academic Master. Pilot. Long Distance Running. His skills have changed. Heavy Weapon Mastery and Polearm Mastery are gone, replaced by Greatsword Mastery. This weapon meets the requirements of long handle and heavy weight. After taking a closer look at the sword, John suddenly realized. The Greatsword Mastery that was a combination of the two weapon masteries gave him a sense of familiarity as soon as he started. He performed a basic set of slashing and stabbing moves with the Greatsword. Just like a knight who has trained for many years, his current level is such that any knight would exclaim in amazement when they see him. Skills have levels similar to spells. Level 1 is the entry level, which means you can just show off your skills. Level 2, basic level, able to apply what you have learned. Level 3 is medium, which can be considered a good player. It is no problem to fight several of the same size. Level 4 professional is similar to a professional killer. It is no longer just about hitting a few people, but a real weapon. Level 5 teachers can apply what they have learned well and have their own unique insights. Level 6 master level, develop your own style. In other words, in Daxia, reach the pinnacle. Level 7 Grandmaster is completely unrestrained and returns to basics. Even a short pencil can unleash the lethality of a dagger. John, who has reached level 7 in short weapon proficiency, can be called a master. He can use a pencil to stab 3 flies in 1 second. The 2 weapon proficiency skills disappeared, but John didn't feel like he had forgotten any skills. On the contrary, his application of the weapons became more profound. Greatsword Mastery should be a combination of 2 weapon branches, so it doesn't feel unfamiliar. But he couldn't help but complain, "I'm a wizard, and it's useless if you give me this." Currently, for John, blessing comes first, magic power comes second, spells come third, and weapon proficiency comes fourth. After practicing the transfiguration spell for a while, John went to class. After activating the blessing of academic master, he can always absorb knowledge quickly. After examining the layout of the library again with Hermione, he began to plan his own plans in the evening. The fifth-floor corridor of Hogwarts at night. The portraits on the wall looked sleepy, and the medieval armor without weapons had a stick from somewhere. Lumos, hey, turn off the damn light. Oh wow. The sudden light made the oil paintings cry out in dissatisfaction. John walked down the corridor and came to the library on the fifth floor. The library closes at 8 p.m., and now no one except night owls will be there. Thousands of books are gathered into thousands of bookshelves, and hundreds of narrow aisles make this place a sea of books. Deep inside is the restricted books section, John's destination. Turning off the light on his wand, John came to the door of the restricted books section. A simple door bolt is just a decoration. It can only protect you from good people, but not from bad people. Unfortunately, Mr. John Wick has to be a villain today. Click. With a gentle pull, the door to the restricted book area opened easily. John needed to be careful. He didn't have Harry's invisibility cloak, so he had to be cautious. Fortunately, the physical exercise he had done in his daily life played a big role. He stepped into the restricted book area without making any sound and saw many sealed books. It's not that these banned books cannot be studied, but they are sealed in the banned books area because they are too dangerous. There are also some dark magic books that are not suitable for students to learn here. But it is not impossible to obtain books from the restricted area through formal methods. If you can get a note from the professor, you can enter the restricted area and borrow books. John thought about the dean who could almost kill a fly with his brow every time he saw him, and he felt it would be more reliable to do it himself. After confirming that no one was around, John lit up his wand. He searched around the restricted section for the book he wanted. He came here to find the book with the disillusionment charm, but it still takes some time to explore this ocean of books. Powerful potion. Seeing a book, John took it out and looked at it curiously. This is a book about potions, which records many kinds of potions. Among them are truth serum and polyvulnerability. After taking a look, John put the book back. Although it's amazing that the compound potion can transform into another person's appearance, it's a bit disgusting to put someone else's hair into it. Continuing his search, he saw a black and silver book. After touching it, John thought about it and decided not to open it. These books might contain some black magic curses or something like that, so you should just look for what you want. After a round of searching, he finally found the records about the disillusionment spell. After reading Advanced Black Magic Revealed, he found Advanced Charms, which not only contained the disillusionment charm, but also advanced spells such as apparition. Closing the book, John prepared to leave. When he was about to leave the restricted books area, he stopped. I turned my head and looked at the strange book, curiosity getting the better of me. So he took out the book tentatively and opened it with curiosity. Ah! John covered his ears and hastily closed the book, but it was too late. The noise here got out and alarmed Filch. Filch, who was patrolling outside to catch young wizards, ran away and quickly ran towards the library. Although he was a dud, he had a strong physique from years of cleaning. I found you. Filch was holding a nightlight, sniffing his hooked nose like a hound. A cat's meow came from a distant bookshelf, and Filch's face showed excitement. He and Mrs. Norris were in sync and ran towards the bookshelf. As soon as Filch left the library door, John walked out from the bookshelf beside him and left in a dignified manner. As he left, he gave a thumbs up to Mrs. Norris, who was licking her fur gracefully on the bookshelf. As expected, not a single grain of cat food is fed in vain. This feint to the east and attack in the west is a perfect combination. After returning to the dormitory, John couldn't wait to start practicing. So much so that when I woke up the next day, my eyes looked like pandas. After practicing for 3 days, he finally saw the pattern of the first level of the disillusionment spell. Hard work will pay off. The next day, John saw 6 long-eared owls carrying long and thin packages flying towards Harry Potter in the hall, and also let Harry's uneaten bacon have an intimate contact with the floor. Ding! Minerva McGonagall doesn't want to talk to you and throws a Nimbus 2000 at you. Mr. Savior is about to start playing Quidditch. Along with the Nimbus 2000 came a letter from an older cat girl, asking him to go to Quidditch training. Although Harry didn't understand much, he had an almost instinctive talent for flying. Unable to conceal his joy, he shared the letter with Ronald. Ronald was very envious. The best broom he had ever touched was the one his brother Charlie Weasley used when he played Quidditch. That one is garbage compared to this one. Harry and Ronald hurried out of the Great Hall, ready to unpack and take a look before their first class. Love is found around the corner. The Savior encountered the evil Slytherin. The domineering Malfoy, as always, teases no, provokes his lifelong enemy. John was eating his bacon, just glancing at it casually. Compared with the feud between Slytherin and Gryffindor, he was more concerned about the hard texture of the bacon patties. He suspected that there was uncooked stone inside. Well, how long are you going to continue the Cold War with them? Putting down the bacon with regret, John sat opposite Hermione, who had peeked at Harry and the others 3 times. Hermione said angrily, "Unless they apologize to me, forget it. That might take some time." John felt that Harry and Ronald had probably already forgotten about Hermione. Neville was still struggling with his red memory ball, so John had to remind him that he'd better change his pants for Charm's class. After all, this wasn't a pajama party. Chapter 12. John got extra points from Professor Flitwick in class, successfully reversing Slytherin's bottom-rank position. After finishing his classes for the day, John moved around the castle. Every time he passed the huge tapestry, he would walk back and forth 3 times, silently repeating to himself that he needed a training room. This behavior is strange, but it should be familiar to people who have read the novel Harry Potter. That's right, he was looking for the room of requirement. As he said before, he didn't remember much. He remembered that the entrance to the room of requirement was opposite a huge tapestry, but he couldn't remember clearly what the place and the tapestry looked like. Fortunately, there are not many huge tapestries in Hogwarts. After passing the tapestry on the 8th floor where the troll beat Barnabas silly with a stick for the 3rd time, a wooden door appeared opposite the tapestry. John pushed the door open and went in, revealing a field used for practicing spells. The human-shaped targets looked quite old, and John frowned when he walked in. There was so much dust in there, it looked like it hadn't been cleaned in decades. Scourgify after using the newly learned spell to clean the dust in the room. John finally relaxed his brows. The old humanoid target was still standing strong, and in the corner was a dull wooden training sword. Judging from his size, his owner must be very strong. John weighed it in his hand. It was heavy, heavier than a medieval armor sword. John couldn't swing it with his current strength, but he can do spell training here in the future. All the equipment inside can also be used for exercise, which is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There were no offensive spells yet, and John was only able to perform some simple training. With his unremitting efforts, the disillusionment spell was upgraded to level 2. Disillusionment as the magic wand was waved. A layer of liquid-like substance fell on the body and gradually enveloped the entire body. He raised his hand and looked at it, and it seemed to have become a ball of water. If you don't look carefully, you can't tell that there is anyone here, but if you get close enough, you can still see that it is slightly different from the surroundings. It's like optical camouflage. Using his knowledge to explain this phenomenon, John nodded with satisfaction. With the help of the disillusionment spell, his next night tour mission would be much easier. He left the room of requirement after training. It was now bedtime, and he headed to the trophy room to clean the trophies. Taking out a piece of catnip from his pocket as a reward for his help last time, John combed Mrs. Norris's tangled hair. "Have you gained weight?" Lifting Mrs. Norris up, John felt a lot fatter. "I didn't know how Filch fed the cat before, but it could make Mrs. Norris malnourished. I remember that Mrs. Norris often licked her fur, so John thoughtfully brought a bottle of hair remover cream. When he left, he saw that Filch's face looked even uglier, and he smelled like a rotten durian. Probably the work of the Weasley twins. Not long after leaving the trophy room, John encountered 2 sneaky groups of red hair. With identical features and smirks on their faces, it's easy to tell that these are the famous Weasley twins. John rolled his eyes, cast an invisibility charm on himself, and followed them stealthily, listening to their conversation. "George, we can throw the dung balls in there." "Wait a minute, Fred. John Wick is still in the trophy room, and I don't want to implicate John Wick." "Well, we could throw it into Filch's room. What do you say?" "Great, George, it's time to teach this annoying guy a lesson." George Weasley and Fred Weasley, the Weasley twins, are 2 of the most troublesome guys in Hogwarts. They had been harboring a grudge against Filch for a long time. As the 2 people who loved playing pranks the most, they were natural opponents of the janitor Filch. For this, the Weasley twins decided to teach Filch a lesson. Maybe a couple of large dung eggs delivered to the room would be a good gift. John followed behind them, feeling chilled as he listened to their discussion, and was glad that he had good relationships with people. "If I had been hit by a big dung ball from Weasley just now, I'm afraid even 10 showers would not be enough." The Weasley twins didn't notice John, and when they reached the room, they threw 2 large dung balls into it. The stench coming out of inside made John mourn for Filch. He wondered where this unlucky guy would sleep tonight. The Weasley twins couldn't stand the smell, so they ran out after throwing it away. John stood in the doorway and peered inside. There were a lot of things in Filch's office, and one of the drawers was marked "Confiscated, Highly Dangerous," which contained a lot of contraband. Before John could take a closer look, he heard Filch jumping up and down in anger. The Weasley twins ran faster, and as they passed John, they dropped a piece of parchment. John picked it up and looked at it. The white parchment reminded him of something. Marauder's map? Now was not the time to check, as John could already hear Mrs. Norris's cat meowing. He was wearing a disillusionment charm and running towards the opposite side of the Weasley twins. Filch flew into a rage and chased after the Weasley twins. After returning to the dormitory, John felt that he smelled like shit. Pulling out the parchment, he pulled out his wand. I solemnly swear that I have no ill intentions. The white parchment began to change, and ink lines like ink extended out and gathered into a line of words on the parchment. Moony, Padfoot, Prongs, Wormtail. John remembered that one of these 4 names seemed to be Harry's father. When the parchment was opened, there was a map inside with footprints on it, showing the people who were active at Hogwarts. Filch is still walking around there. If he turns the corner, he'll see the Weasley twins there. The map is very comprehensive, recording how many secret passages there are in Hogwarts and even showing their names. It can be said that obtaining this map means controlling all the secret passages in Hogwarts. In the end, Filch did not turn, but went in the opposite direction. The Weasley twins also began to move towards the Gryffindor common room, taking a shortcut on the 5th floor. John stared at the map and spotted a name. Quirinus Quirrell. Professor Quirrell was out at night, and John wanted to see if he could find he who must not be named. Unfortunately, he failed. It seems that not all parts of the Marauder's map can be displayed. John was a little disappointed, but fortunately this situation was rare. John watched with relish as his bat Dean approached a poor, night-wandering couple. He estimated that a lot of points would be deducted from the couple. The prank is over. Taking out his wand and tapping the parchment to close the Marauder's map, John tucked the map under his pillow. It's good news that you don't have to worry about being caught when you go out at night anymore. One good news and one bad news. The good news is that in addition to attending classes and exercising, John now has a new activity to spend his time. Watching the Savior Harry flying in a fancy way on the Quidditch field. I have to say that it is rare for a son to follow in his father's footsteps. Why would a myopic person who wears glasses have such strong dynamic vision? The golden snitch is small, only the size of a walnut, plus extremely fast speed and huge 3-dimensional venue. John was dazzled by it, but Harry was always able to find it and lock onto it. But this did not stop John from watching with great interest. After all, this was the dark history of the Savior's training. After Harry dived into the audience for the 3rd time, Hermione's voice rang in John's ears. In 1269, Barbara Bragg, the president of the Wizarding Council, introduced the Golden Snidget into Quidditch and offered a reward of 150 galleons for catching it. Later, releasing the Golden Snidget in Quidditch matches became a custom, and the team that captured the Golden Snidget would receive a 150-point reward. The popularity of hunting the Golden Snidgen led to a sharp decline in the number of Golden Snidgens, and the Golden Snitch was later replaced by the Golden Snitch. Hermione was showing off her knowledge, which made John feel helpless. She seemed to gradually regard John as a rival. As a real academic master, Hermione showed her unwillingness to admit defeat to John, who was able to get more extra points than her in class. This is bad news. At least until John really became a top student, this news was terrible. It's like someone is holding a whip behind you, and you'll be whipped if you slow down. Chapter 13. Ding! The challenge mission is triggered. Continue to get a score higher than Hermione Granger within 1 school year, and get the blessing. Academic Master 2.0. Study Master 2.0. Get 4 hours a day to increase learning efficiency. Has the mission been triggered? John was lost in thought when suddenly a flash of gold caught his eye, followed by a flying broomstick passing by. He didn't have time to think, as a bludger flew towards him. Reflexively raising his hand to catch the flying bludger, John's arm snapped as if it had been dislocated. "Oh my God, John, are you okay?" Hermione screamed belatedly. The Gryffindor Quidditch players who were still training also realized that something was wrong, and the Weasley twins were the first to fly over. The bludger kept trying to break free from John's grasp, but his seemingly weak arms were able to hold it firmly. Even Wood couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. "You caught a bludger with your bare hands. You are such a natural hitter. George, John Wick, I wish you were a Gryffindor. Fred, then we can abdicate." The twins sang in unison. Angelina Johnson, who had long black hair tied in a pigtail, interrupted the two people's banter. "You guys shut up, his hand looks broken." Harry got off his broom in a hurry. The bludger was chasing him. He was so focused on the golden snitch that he didn't notice the two people here. By the time he reacted, John was already in trouble. Harry felt guilty and said self-reproachfully, "It's all my fault." John's face turned pale. Even for him, it would be painful to dislocate his joint. Can you guys stop chatting and take this thing away first? The bludger was heading towards Hermione just now. If he had let go, Hermione's face would have been kissed by the bludger. Wood was in a hurry to tie up the bludger, which was so fast that it even broke the bat. The bludger was tied up, and John breathed a sigh of relief. His lips turned pale, and he changed his posture to half-kneeling. His dislocated hand rested on the ground, and under Hermione's pale and worried gaze, he pushed his arm back with force. Click. Oh my God, this must hurt. John, you can go to the school hospital. The little lions were all startled, and even the Weasley twins showed admiration. How come they are all Slytherins, but there is such a big gap between them? That Malfoy kid even had to go to the school hospital and cry for a long time just because he cut the skin on his finger. Madame Pomfrey wanted to kick Malfoy out more than once. A group of little lions surrounded John. If you didn't know better, you would have thought it was Gryffindors ganging up on Slytherins. Hermione mixed in with the crowd and couldn't help asking worriedly, John, are you okay? Still not exercising enough. John paused, giving Hermione a smile. Looking at Harry, who was also worried, he grinned and said, Harry, this is not your fault. I think we should go to the school hospital. Harry insisted on taking John to the school hospital. John had no choice but to be carried over because he couldn't resist them. Those who didn't know him thought something was wrong with him. Not long after he had been in the school hospital, he was kicked out by Madame Pomfrey. See, I told you it's okay. John shrugged, looking relieved. Harry finally felt relieved and said to Hermione, Sorry, Hermione. It's all because I flew too low. It's not your fault, Harry. No one can predict the trajectory of the golden snitch. After this incident, the Cold War between Harry and Hermione was finally eased. Now among the three little ones, only Ronald is still in the Cold War. Harry felt that Hermione was a very nice person and that he shouldn't help them reconcile as they thought. Study during the day and train at night. Ever since he was hit once, John deeply understood the importance of physical fitness for a wizard. After the last night tour, there was a regular visitor to the restricted book area. John cast an invisibility charm and took out advanced charms from the restricted area. He took the shortcut on the 5th floor and came to the room of requirement. I need a place to train. After walking back and forth in front of the tapestry 3 times, a wooden door appeared on the blank wall. Inside was the same training room from last time, and this time John brought a large sword with medieval armor. I've almost gotten used to the weight of this sword. Holding the greatsword, John changed his training method. In the candlelit training room, the sword light looked like a sea of stars. The greatsword swung out a flash of silver light and headed towards the human-shaped target. The human-shaped target was disrupted and shattered the moment it came into contact with it. The target here was broken, and John moved on to the next one. This process repeats itself until the last target is broken and all target fragments are restored. These targets are cast with a restoration spell and will return to their original state if all are smashed. It actually saved John more time. Ding! Get blessing. Sword dance. Sword dance. Use sword weapons to increase viewing and destructiveness. His hands felt a little sore, so John put down the sword. With his current physique, he can clearly feel the improvement of his magic power after a series of high-intensity exercises. Gained 15 magic points in just one night. If you persist, you will be able to upgrade again in a few days. John did not relax after the training. He started the second round of spell training. With efforts that were almost self-exploiting, the spell was significantly improved. The most obvious one is the newly learned spell, the Disillusionment Charm. He needed to use the Disillusionment Charm every night to travel at night. After October came, the Disillusionment Charm was upgraded to level 3. Magic, level 2 for 50/500. Spells, Allaho Opening, level 3. Levitation, level 4. Transfiguration, level 2. Disillusionment, level 3. Luminescence, level 2. Blazing Flame, level 1. Shattered to Pieces, level 1. Skills, Short Weapon Mastery, level 7. Greatsword Mastery, level 4. Hot Weapon Mastery, level 1. Blessings, Physical Fitness, Speed Attack, Precision, Academic Master, Pilot, Long Distance Running, Sword Dance. Thanks to the existence of the restricted section, John learned a lot of magic. He saw the Fierce Fire curse in the restricted area, but after thinking that it was extremely difficult to control even among the dark arts, he gave up the idea of learning it in the 1st grade. He remembered that there seemed to be a fool who used the fiend fire in the room of requirement, which eventually caused the entire room of requirement to burn down. I don't want to repeat the same mistake. After starting his study time, he was able to learn more. Monday, Transfiguration class. Well done, Wick. 5 points to Slytherin. Today's lesson is to turn animals into goblets. On John's desk is Tom. Tom, with big cute eyes, stuck out his tongue ingratiatingly, and John took out his wand and pointed it at him. Veriverdo, Tom turned into a goblet as he watched. Professor McGonagall was amazed when he saw it, adding to Slytherin's already barren points funnel. Hermione felt a little depressed, as if she was getting further and further away from John. Only John himself knows that he is a cheating freak. In order to have enough time for night tours and training, he stayed up late and achieved a new achievement. Sleepless people, you only need 2 hours of sleep a day to satisfy your energy for the whole day. With this blessing, he was able to avoid falling asleep while staring at Snape's gloomy eyes. I heard that Snape seemed to have gone to the school hospital several times, hoping that Madame Pomfrey would stop giving some students euphoria drugs as stimulants. Well, this student probably wasn't implying something about John. The House of Requests. John swung the sword, and a silver light fell under the candlelight, smashing the target in front of him. He then swung the wand in his left hand towards the target at the 7 o'clock position. Reducto, the chopstick-like tip of the magic wand flew out a white light and landed on the target, which exploded into a pile of debris. Compared to the initial explosion, which was just a small part, now it is a qualitative improvement. After finishing the training, John rested for a while and prepared to leave. Tomorrow is Halloween Eve, so I have to be in good shape. The day after tomorrow, my 2-month trophy room punishment will be over. The Slytherin common room was underground, and he needed to walk back to the first floor from the 8th floor. Fortunately, there was no shortage of shortcuts in Hogwarts, and when he reached the corridor on the first floor, he saw the Bloody Baron. The taciturn Slytherin ghost seemed to be waiting for him on purpose. Chapter 14. Mr. Barrow. As they approached the Slytherin common room, John lifted the disillusionment charm. However, John was not embarrassed about being caught wandering at night. Instead, he was curious about what the Bloody Baron was doing here. Staring at the night outside, Bloody Baron had thoughts in his eyes. It was you, the Slytherin, who slipped out. The Bloody Baron is a terrifying ghost, with hollow eyes, a thin face, and silver bloodstains on his robes. Pippi is not afraid of anything except this ghost. He even trembles when he hears its name. John could tell that the blood on Bloody Barrow represented a past event, and although he was curious, he had no intention of uncovering other people's scars. It seems that the Bloody Baron knew that someone often sneaked out, but he just didn't know who it was. John nodded, and the Bloody Baron looked him up and down with a strange look on his face. After all, anyone would find it strange to see a wizard carrying a big sword on his back. The Bloody Baron asked, "What are you doing out there?" "Practice. I think I need to work harder to be worthy of Slytherin." There are never too many nice words. John's words made the Bloody Baron shake his head. "You work hard, but I think you are more like a Gryffindor." He didn't finish his words. They were so similar. The Bloody Baron was alive during the period of the Big Four. After his failed pursuit of Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter Helena Ravenclaw, he killed Helena Ravenclaw. Later, he was too sad and blamed himself, so he chose to commit suicide. So he had met Godric Gryffindor, the founder of Gryffindor, who was also a man obsessed with swordsmanship and fighting, and even had a goblin forge a silver sword for him. It was just that the silver sword was too perfect, which made the goblin greedy, forcing Godric Gryffindor to fight the goblin. The result is obvious. Although the goblins have always claimed that Gryffindor stole their swords, no goblin dared to come to Hogwarts to ask for it back. Compared to Salazar Slytherin, John is exactly like Godric Gryffindor in his youth. Merlin's beard. Who knows if that old hat is broken and would actually send a replica of Gryffindor to Slytherin. I'm here to tell you that there are other things at night that are very dangerous, so it's better to be careful. Retracting his thoughts, Bloody Baron hadn't spoken so much in a long time. John thought for a moment and thought of Quirrell. Judging from the Marauder's map, Quirrell often leaves Hogwarts. The Bloody Baron is the most special of the 4 ghosts in the hospital. He has the ability to become invisible. He must have discovered something, so he came to warn us. I understand, Mr. Barrow. I will be careful. John did not refuse the ghost's kindness and couldn't wait to take out the Marauder's map after returning to the room. I solemnly swear that I have no ill intentions. A map of Hogwarts appeared on the parchment, and besides professors like Snape who arrested students, John saw Quirrell's name. Quirrell's name bypassed the patrolling professors and Filch and headed out of Hogwarts Castle. Where is he going? John was confused. Quirrell left the castle in the middle of the night. Where was he going? Unfortunately, the location displayed on the map is limited to the area of Hogwarts, and further away places such as the Forbidden Forest cannot be displayed. Are we going to the Forbidden Forest? After much thought, John felt that if Quirrell did not leave Hogwarts, then there would be only one direction, and that was the Forbidden Forest. There are many magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest, including werewolves, centaurs, and pure unicorns. The Bloody Baron said it was dangerous. Was he referring to Voldemort? Thinking of Voldemort, John's sense of crisis intensified. Although this second-generation Dark Lord does not have the same influence as the first-generation Dark Lord that spreads across Europe, Voldemort has no bottom line. For his own benefit, Voldemort never had any sense of propriety or shame. He would not feel the slightest shame even for casting the killing curse on a baby. If Voldemort had the bearing of a Dark Lord, John wouldn't be so scared at Hogwarts. No, we still need to strengthen it. Covering Tom's eyes with his big ears, John didn't want to pin his hopes on an illusory prophecy. Who knows whether the prophecy is true or not? Besides, people have died in Hogwarts before. October 31st, Charms class. The sweet smell of roasted pumpkin filled the corridor, and in the classroom, two people were listening to Professor Flitwick's key points on the levitation spell. John could clearly see the Adam's apples of Goyle and crab swallowing, and he was in the same group with Malfoy, so it could be said that they were enemies by a narrow road. This made Malfoy tense all the time, as if he was afraid that John would suddenly pick up his wand and stab him in the eyes. Professor Flitwick stood on a makeshift booster chair made of books, advising the students in a shrill voice. Okay, don't forget that subtle wrist move we've been training on. Wave and shake. Remember, wave and shake. It is also very important to pronounce the spell correctly. Don't forget the wizard Barufio. As the head of Ravenclaw and Professor of Charms, Professor Flitwick is undoubtedly excellent. He wanted to take the spell apart, crush it, and feed it to his students bit by bit. He was a very good teacher. I heard that the young Professor Flitwick once won the dueling tournament championship. He is definitely a real talent. After Professor Flitwick had finished his points, the students began to practice. Wingardium Leviosa. Malfoy's wand was about to poke John's face, but the feather on the table remained indifferent. John was speechless. He patiently whispered, "Malfoy, if you poke my hand again, I will stick my wand into your ear." The threatening words made Malfoy's body stiffen, but the pride of a pureblood noble would not allow him to bow to the mudblood. He said defiantly, "Go ahead if you can do it." "I'm sorry, I really can." John shrugged and gracefully took out his wand, pointing it at the feather on the table. With a flick of his wrist, Wingardium Leviosa, as everyone watched, the feather flew up. Following the guidance of John's wand, the feather flew towards Professor Flitwick and landed accurately and gently in the professor's hand. Marvelous! Flitwick clapped his hands excitedly, his voice becoming even shriller. Look how elegantly and perfectly Mr. Wick has succeeded. 10 points for Slytherin. Hermione had already practiced the location and direction of Gryffindor and was very confident about it. Therefore, she was completely confident that she could complete the levitation spell this time. However, she couldn't stand Ronald's brutal swinging when she was assigned to the same group with Ronald. When she was about to release the correct spell, John got there first. Hermione felt a little down as she looked at the precisely controlled feathers, and she had a perfect person to vent these emotions on. So Ronald unfortunately became extremely emotional under Hermione's emotional teaching. After class, in the crowded corridor, Ronald complained to Harry. "No wonder everyone can't stand her. She's simply a nightmare." Hermione heard this and felt even more aggrieved. She was clearly helping Ronald, but she was being despised. She was so sad that she didn't wait for John. She wanted to find a place to cry. Weaving through the crowd, she bumped into Harry. Harry noticed that she was crying, and he felt that Ronald had gone a little too far, as he had changed his opinion of Hermione. "I think she heard you." Ronald also saw Hermione's sad expression. The little boy's self-esteem made him say stubbornly, "So what?" She must have noticed that she doesn't have any friends. "Ronald, you shouldn't say that," Harry said to Ronald seriously. Since his good friend had spoken, Ronald had no choice but to leave with his head down in depression and whispered, "Well, actually she has a friend. John is him." Chapter 15. Harry wanted to take Ronald to apologize to Hermione, but Hermione didn't show up until the end of the next class. Having not seen Hermione the entire afternoon, Harry had no choice but to put the matter aside for the time being. While heading to the Great Hall for the Halloween party, Harry and his friend overheard Hermione's roommate, Parvati Patil, talking to her friends about Hermione crying in the girls' room. This made Ronald very uncomfortable, especially with Harry's urging. He felt that he might actually be wrong. "Let's go and apologize to her later." Ronald is not a bad boy, but he still can't get over the test of kindness. Harry nodded, and the two agreed to go over and apologize after the Halloween party. When they walked into the auditorium, the colorful Halloween decorations instantly caught their eyes. 1,000 bats fluttered along the walls and ceiling. Above the dining table, there were also 1,000 flying, low, dark clouds circling. There was a flickering candle flame inside the hollow pumpkin belly and delicious dishes appeared on the golden plates on the table. John looked around, picked up a potato in its jacket, and threw it at the back of Neville's head. "Neville, where's Hermione?" Neville felt a headache and turned around to see John. After a moment of silence, he recalled, "I heard from Parvati Patil that Hermione was crying in the ladies' room and no one was allowed to comfort her." "Really? I'd better go find her. She probably doesn't want to miss such a wonderful party." John felt a little uneasy in his heart. He remembered what the Bloody Baron had said, and he always felt that something was going to happen today, as if there was a plot going on here. Ding! Find Hermione and kill the troll. Get any point +1. Blessing. Troll killer. Giant killer. Increases damage to giant creatures. John was stunned. Then his expression changed. He remembered that during the Halloween party, a giant monster seemed to have run out. He didn't think that a little wizard like Hermione could deal with a 12-foot-tall giant with brute force. Without thinking too much, John left the position. Dumbledore, who was tasting the sweet pumpkin cake, saw this scene. His intelligent eyes under the half-moon lenses seemed to be thinking about something. Shortly after John left, Quirrell ran in with a big scarf on his head. His face was filled with horror, and everyone stopped to look at him. Quirrell quickly ran to the chair next to Dumbledore, leaned on it, gasped with a look of shock on his face, and said, "The troll is in the basement. Thought you should know." His words were intermittent, but they revealed a message. There are giant monsters. After saying that, Quirrell fell headfirst to the floor. The hall was suddenly in chaos. Dumbledore took charge of the situation. After quieting everyone down, he ordered the prefects to take the students back to their dormitories. Harry and Ronald were among them, and Ronald suspected that the troll was released by Peeves to cause trouble. But Harry suddenly thought of Hermione. "Oh no, Hermione doesn't know about the troll yet." Ronald bit his lip, glanced at his prefect brother Percy, and said decisively, "Well, it's better not to let Percy see us." The two of them immediately lowered their bodies to reduce their presence and left the team. Before heading to the girls' room, Harry spotted Professor Snape heading towards the 4th floor. This incident planted the seeds of doubt in his heart. 1st floor, girls' restroom. Hermione was crying sadly in the compartment. She was excellent in every way, but she was also a little girl. She was very sad to be isolated by her classmates. After crying for a while, she felt much better. She came to the sink sobbing and washed her face. Her eyes were still a little red. "Well, John won't hate me." She comforted herself that at least she still had John as a friend. She was lost in thought as she looked at herself in the mirror when there was a knock on the door. Hermione was startled, and there was a tremor in her voice. "Who is it? Hermione, are you okay?" "It's John." He found the girls' room and was relieved to hear that Hermione was okay. Just as he was about to ask Hermione to open the door, he smelled a foul odor. The smell was similar to the dung balls thrown by the Weasley twins, like a combination of smelly socks and a public toilet that was never cleaned. John was almost suffocated. Looking back, he saw a huge figure approaching from the shadows with grunts and the sound of heavy footsteps hitting the ground. John grabbed the door that was about to open and said sternly to the inside, "Hermione, find a place to hide and don't open the door." His eyes were fixed on the troll, who was recognized to have a low IQ, but he could not deny the pressure brought by this 12-foot monster with granite skin. It looked like an underdeveloped head, like a stone with a cocoa bean on top, and the troll was holding a thick wooden stick in his hand. John would never question whether a hit from this thing would hurt more than a hit from a bludger. It's going to be a tough battle today. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, it was the first time John faced such a big guy, even bigger than Hagrid. The troll, whose brain was not working well, saw John scratching his head in confusion. "Don't think that this means he is harmless. On the contrary, the troll is now extremely dangerous." John glanced at the approaching troll and moved his feet nervously. "Come on, big guy. Maybe we should have a real bloody fight." Licking the corner of his mouth, John's eyes flashed with ferocity. He flicked his left hand and a magic wand appeared in his hand, which he swung at the troll. Reducto, the white light hit the troll, causing it to retreat in pain, and a fist-sized mark appeared on its skin. This completely enraged the troll, and it roared and swung its club at John. John rolled over to avoid it, and the stick swept across the door of the women's bathroom, smashing it directly. "Ah!" Hermione screamed, and just as the troll was about to look over, it was hit by John's next spell. "Come here." With a shout, John ran back. The giant monster chased after him without any suspicion. John fought and retreated to lure the troll away from the women's restroom. Harry and Ronald arrived at the ladies' room, and were horrified when they saw the horrible-looking door. Hermione. They ran to the girls' room and saw Hermione in the corner. It seems the troll didn't go in. Just as the two breathed a sigh of relief, they heard Hermione's trembling, anxious voice. "John, John has led the troll away. Let's go rescue him. Even Ronald wouldn't care about Hermione at this moment. The Gryffindors were not lacking in the courage to take risks for their friends, and they chased after the troll. John calculated the distance, and now it was far enough from the girls' room that it would not affect Hermione. John rolled forward to avoid the whistling stick and turned around to cast the spell without hesitation. Wingardium Leviosa, the rubble of the wall that was smashed by the troll's stick, floated up and hit the troll under the guidance of the magic wand. The giant monster was hit in the face and stepped back in pain. John took advantage of the victory and snatched the sword from the medieval armor's hand, swung it in the air with a silver light, and slashed at the giant monster's arm, holding the wooden stick with all his strength. The blood spurted out, and under the moonlight, the silver sword dance looked as elegant as a waltz. This blow did not cut off the troll's arm, but it also caused it to suffer from the pain and difficulty in holding the stick. The pain stimulated the troll and made it even more manic. The giant monster's attack pattern is as simple as its head, and it is easier to see through when it goes berserk. Reducto, John dodged the sweeping stick and smashed the troll's head with a powerful blow, knocking it down. The sword in his hand swung down, cutting off the giant monster's fingers and making it unable to grab the wooden stick. Before the stick hit the ground, John used a levitation spell to hold the stick in place and swung it with all his strength at the troll, knocking it flying. It's over. John breathed a sigh of relief when the troll stopped moving after it hit the unfortunate medieval armor. Walking forward, he wanted to make sure that this thing was really dead. As soon as they got close, Harry and the other two chased after them. After seeing the mess, the three little ones opened their mouths wide enough to swallow a potato with its skin on. "John, are you okay?" Harry yelled. John looked back and saw that the troll, whom he thought was dead, had opened his eyes at this moment. He swung his relatively intact left hand towards John, causing the three little ones to scream. John instinctively swung his sword to collide with the hand. Bite! The sword flew out and stabbed into the ceiling, and John's right hand went numb without a weapon. But don't forget, he's a wizard. Before the troll got up, the wand in his left hand pierced into the troll's eyes like a poisonous snake. Holding the wand, John's face was full of coldness. Sentence the troll to death. Reducto, even a giant monster wouldn't be able to withstand a bullet that shattered it into pieces and exploded inside its brain. That funny head burst like a cooked bean. This extremely appetizing scene made the three little ones feel a little disgusted. In fact, they had already vomited it out. Chapter 16. A moment later, Professor McGonagall arrived. "How dare you? What on earth are you guys playing?" Harry swore that he had never seen Professor McGonagall so angry. His lips turned pale, and even the usually serious Professor McGonagall had an expression of surprise and relief on his face, but more of it was anger. She fixed her eyes on the three little ones who didn't dare to look up, and said in a cold and angry voice, "Why don't you just stay in the dormitory?" The three little ones felt very aggrieved, especially Ronald. He still thought he was a hero and should at least be able to bring 50 points to Gryffindor. However, Professor McGonagall's expression told him that he was lucky not to be deducted points today. Hermione stood up for her friend without hesitation. "Please don't do this, Professor McGonagall. They are looking for me." Looking into Professor McGonagall's eyes, Hermione lied to her teacher for the first time. "I came looking for the troll because I thought I could handle it on my own, because I'd read about them and knew a lot about them. If they hadn't found me, I would have been dead by now. They didn't have time to look for anyone, and the troll was about to swallow me up before they arrived. John led the troll away, and Harry and Ronald saved me." Hermione's step forward surprised Harry and Ronald, and at the same time, they felt warm in their hearts. No one dislikes a friend who can take on everything on his own. Even Ronald, who had a problem with Hermione, has now let go of his prejudice. Professor McGonagall was pleased to see Hermione taking on everything for her friends. Friendship is the noblest quality of Gryffindor. But it was obvious that Miss Know-It-All had forgotten one thing. Even though she tried her best to make up lies and take all the blame, Professor McGonagall was not a fool. "You mean John Wick killed the troll?" Taking a look at the messy scene, in addition to the troll's fallen finger, there was also blood splattered all over the wall and a sword stuck in the ceiling. Even Professor McGonagall was stunned by this scene. She didn't think the little wizards could do this, at least not the three little Gryffindors. Turning his attention to John, who was pretending to be dead, Professor McGonagall pursed his pale lips seriously and said, "Mr. Wick, do you have anything to say?" "Ahem, Professor McGonagall, there is actually a reason for all of this. Well, it was me who did it." John tried to explain, but Professor McGonagall's death review made him think it would be better for him to be honest. "Oh my God, I can't believe a little wizard like you killed a troll." Professor McGonagall was a little incredulous when he saw him admit it. Even an adult wizard would find it difficult to defeat a troll without special methods. And it was unbelievable that John killed a giant monster in his first year. Well, Miss Granger, Gryffindor will be deducted 5 points for this incident. I am disappointed in you. If you are not injured, you'd better return to Gryffindor Tower. The students are enjoying Halloween dinner in their own houses. Hermione dropped her head in disappointment and walked away. Harry and Ronald, who were left behind, were very nervous, but Professor McGonagall did not blame them. Instead, they fought the troll for their friends and received a reward of 5 points each. This made both men feel guilty because they both knew that it was John who dealt with the troll alone. At most, they took Hermione in the back. The two were also driven back, leaving John alone. Professor McGonagall was the head of Gryffindor, and she thought they should wait for Snape to come and deal with it. Soon, Professor Snape and Quirrell, who arrived later, were also stunned when they found out. Especially Quirrell. He was the one who released the giant monster and also captured it himself. He knew more about how powerful the troll was. It would be a nightmare for a first-year wizard to encounter one. But now the troll died directly and died miserably. This made him focus more on John. This student performed well in class, but he didn't expect to be able to deal with the troll. Voldemort in Quirrell's mind also had an idea. Such an outstanding little wizard might be able to become a qualified Death Eater. Mr. Wick, it seems that you always think you are good enough. Professor Snape still had that old hermaphroditic tone, and he began to reevaluate John. Snape always spared no effort in giving extra points to Slytherin. John received 20 points, which was much more generous than Professor McGonagall's. Because of your recklessness, Mr. Wick, you will be spending some time in the Forbidden Forest during this school year. John was thinking that Snape rarely behaved like a human being, and his face darkened when he heard this. John would have gladly accepted this punishment before he learned that Quirrell often visited the Forbidden Forest. After all, a night stroll doesn't matter where you go, but now that a Dark Lord might go to the Forbidden Forest for a stroll at any time, he really can't be happy. Unfortunately, he had no choice even though he was reluctant. Professor McGonagall still needed to tell Dumbledore about this matter, so John was sent back. We just left the trophy room, and now we have to go to the Forbidden Forest. What is going on? After complaining, John didn't seem to regret it. The mere increase in any points made him feel that he had made no loss. He did not use it immediately, but prepared to use it after reaching the bottleneck. Should we learn Fiendfire or learn Occlumency first? Thinking of the bug spell like Legilimency, John decided to learn the brain-blocking technique first. He didn't want to have his mind read by an old bat or a guy without a nose all day long. November 1st. The news that a troll was killed by a first-year wizard spread like wildfire. John became more prominent in Slytherin. Even Malfoy couldn't help but come over and ask curiously, "Did you really kill a giant monster?" He ate the bread gracefully with water. John didn't want to see milk and tomato juice during this period, and I believe Harry and the others thought the same. Glancing at Malfoy, who rarely took the initiative to talk, John said calmly, "Do you really want to know? I can describe it to you in detail." Malfoy thought of Filch cleaning the walls in the corridor on the first floor while complaining, and suddenly he felt that the milk in front of him had turned into something else. No need, Doug. Obviously, Malfoy's young mind could not accept this huge shock. After this incident, John became even more feared in Slytherin. Even the senior Slytherins no longer dared to act arrogantly in front of John. John changed his seat in disdain, and just as he sat down, the three little ones came over. "John, there's a Quidditch match tomorrow. Do you want to come and watch?" The three little ones reconciled, and John also gained the friendship of Harry and Ronald. Especially Harry. He remembered where he had heard John's name, and Dudley, who had always bullied him, was most afraid of John Wick. "Quidditch? I think I'll go, but before that I have to make my stance clear. I have to cheer for Slytherin." John naturally had no reason not to go. Harry and Ronald smiled awkwardly. They almost forgot that this was a Slytherin. It seemed that there was no hope of getting John to cheer for Gryffindor. Hermione was more concerned about John's punishment and said worriedly, "There are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest. I can't believe the school would let the first years patrol the Forbidden Forest." She was very angry when she said this. John had saved her, but he still had to be punished. Harry also found Snape even more annoying, especially when he accidentally discovered that Snape went to the 4th floor and was bitten when he went to retrieve Quidditch through the ages. He disliked him even more. Slytherin and Gryffindor are not in the same classroom today. After class, when John was about to leave, Malfoy couldn't help but ask, "Wick, will you go to cheer for Slytherin in the Quidditch match tomorrow?" In Malfoy's opinion, John was simply a Gryffindor, and he might even cheer for the Gryffindors in the past. John smiled at that, looked at Malfoy and said, "Of course, for eternal glory." Malfoy was stunned and muttered something. For eternal glory. This sentence changed his opinion of John. Perhaps this man could be considered a Slytherin. Slytherins always seek glory. At night, John followed Hagrid with a night light. I have to say that Hagrid's huge body can give people a sense of security. Especially the crossbow arrow flashing with cold light. John dared to say that it would be very uncomfortable to be hit by it. Soon after the two entered the Forbidden Forest, they heard wailing sounds. Hagrid's face changed. This is the sound of a unicorn. Duh. Chapter 17. Unicorn. John had an image of a white horse with spiral horns growing out of its head. Unicorns are synonymous with purity and are also a protected species. After hearing the wailing, Hagrid ran in that direction. This big guy was not a slow runner. John's well-trained physical fitness seems fragile under the innate advantages. Hagrid, who was used to running in the mountains and forests, ran past without getting red in the face or out of breath. John had to run at full speed to barely catch up with him. At a water source in the forest, they discovered a unicorn. The beautiful unicorn was wailing. There was a horrible scar on its body, and silvery white blood like mercury was constantly flowing out of it. Approach with caution. Hagrid spoke out alertly, holding the crossbow tightly in his hand. If there was any situation, he would not hesitate to shoot the opponent away with a single shot. The two of them carefully came to the unicorn, and after seeing the unicorn's miserable condition, Hagrid couldn't bear to watch it. Oh no! He knelt down and tried to heal the unicorn, but it was too badly injured. No one would attack a unicorn, except for those crazy people who don't care about their lives. Hagrid was in a heavy mood. The wound could not be healed. John's heart sank as well. Unicorns were pure creatures. Even the creatures in the Forbidden Forest would not attack unicorns. A person came to his mind, Quirrell. It was very strange that he left Hogwarts every night, and now the unicorn was attacked again. It was hard to say that it had nothing to do with Quirrell. John, let's bury her. The two accompanied the unicorn on its final journey. The unicorn gradually lost its breath, and finally its pupils lost their luster, and it fell down. Hagrid was in a bad mood all the way to bury the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. John understood him. Hagrid loved magical animals. He must feel bad seeing the unicorn die in front of him. Hagrid, take it easy. We need to cheer up. In Hagrid's cabin, John tasted rock cake. It was this cake that almost sent him away. After being comforted by John, Hagrid's mood gradually improved. That must not be an ordinary incident. We must prevent it from happening again. John knew there would be a second time, so he sounded the alarm for Hagrid in advance. Hagrid perked up. John, you are right. We have to protect those little cuties. Little cutie? John thought that only Hagrid would call the things in the Forbidden Forest that. After finishing the patrol, John fed Yaya some dog food. He did not return to the lounge immediately, but went to the library on the 5th floor. John skillfully went to the restricted section and found the spell about brain occupation. Now he felt more and more that the crisis was approaching and that the brain blockade was imminent. He went to the room of requirement to study, and after a night of trying, he finally successfully reached level 1 by turning on the academic master mode. Quidditch match day. John came to the hall and ate toast, while Hermione was there coaxing Harry like a sister. I don't want to eat anything. Harry shook his head to reject Hermione's kindness. He was so nervous that even his calves were shaking. This feeling was terrible. He was more afraid of losing the game in front of everyone than falling off his broom. Don't be nervous, Harry. Just be yourself. John took a sip of water and smiled at Harry. If you don't have the strength to catch the golden snitch after catching it, that would be bad. If you get hit by a bludger, that would be even worse. You'll have to stay in the school hospital for a while. Harry thought that made sense and reluctantly took 2 bites of the bread. He didn't want to be nagged by Madame Pomfrey. Seamus Finnegan, the little blasting genius of Hogwarts, asked John curiously, John, do you want to watch the game too, and see how we punish Slytherin? I'm a Slytherin. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Seamus explained in a panic and John said he understood. I don't know why, but Gryffindor students always subconsciously think of John as a Gryffindor. Malfoy came over, followed by 2 followers. When he saw the Gryffindor and the annoying Potter, he snorted coldly. Wick, I'll take you to the Quidditch pitch. You probably don't know where it is. He seemed quite merciful. John thought that he had to go to Slytherin to refuel anyway, so he just went along. After they left, Ronald came back to his senses with his mouth wide open and said in disbelief, I was not mistaken. Malfoy actually invited John. Harry showed the same reaction. I really want to say you are mistaken, but I saw it too. Seamus simply went straight to the conspiracy theory and swore. It must be John who cast a confusion charm on Malfoy. Hermione thought the little lions were being a little overzealous and wrinkled her nose as she said, John has been doing very well. He's added almost 200 points to Slytherin. Performed well? The little lions of Gryffindor looked at each other in bewilderment. Beating up Malfoy at the beginning of the school year, is that good? They are confused. Quidditch is indeed the most popular sport in the wizarding world. John could hardly squeeze onto the huge Quidditch pitch. See? Only this young master can find such a good position here, Malfoy boasted, as if it wasn't John who had just pulled him up from nearly falling down the stairs. Goyle and Crabbe led the way and found them a good position. The field was clearly divided into two groups. One was the red of Gryffindor, and the other was the green of Slytherin. Before the game started, a fight almost broke out in the audience. As Ms. Hooch, the flying teacher, blew the silver whistle, the Quidditch match officially began. The commentator for the game was Lee Jordan from Gryffindor, with Professor McGonagall, a diehard Quidditch fan, sitting next to him. When Gryffindor scored, he almost jumped up with joy, but when Slytherin scored, he just said a few words indifferently. This made John unable to help but complain. No one found it wrong to be so blatantly biased. After the first goal, John saw Hagrid from the opposite red wave squeeze into the crowd. Apparently, it was hard for wizards to resist the temptation of Quidditch. Ronald and Hermione looked like two dolls next to Hagrid. The game was very intense, mainly because there were many fouls. Anyway, John had heard the audience shouting fouls at least 5 or 6 times. Unfortunately, Quidditch is not football. There is no such thing as a red card. Suddenly, John saw Harry's broomstick twitching wildly up and down, as if he had been drinking fake alcohol. He subconsciously glanced at Malfoy, who was gloating over the misfortune of his archenemy Potter. That's right, Malfoy doesn't have that ability. John muttered, but Malfoy didn't hear it clearly. After watching for a while, Harry's broom finally recovered. It was John who saw his own dean's robe on fire, stood up, and elbowed Quirrell in the face behind him. This must hurt. I didn't expect that my dean had practiced this before. This elbow almost knocked Quirrell unconscious. Anyway, John saw Quirrell's head hit the back seat hard, and it took him at least a few minutes to recover. Harry recovered and spotted the golden snitch. He quickly chased after it, dived toward the ground, and fell to the ground. He was seen covering his mouth with his hands and spitting out the snitch. Lee Jordan immediately announced that Harry had caught the golden snitch, and the game ended. With a score of 170 to 60, Gryffindor won. John felt a pity and said, "We are missing a good seeker." With Harry's superb flying skills and the Kryptonian Gold Nimbus 2000, Slytherin's seeker was like a piece of wood. Malfoy nodded in agreement, and after realizing when he and John Wick had such a good relationship, he left immediately. At the same time, Malfoy also planted a seed in his heart, determined to become Slytherin's seeker and severely defeat Potter. The broomstick was out of control, and John found it suspicious. As for whether it was done by his own dean, John could only say that Snape was a good citizen. After all, Snape, a lovesick man, would never hurt Lily's child. He even suspected that if Harry was a girl, Snape would probably change his job and play the role of raising a child. This was a man who dared to backstab Voldemort just for the goddess he secretly loved. Forget the big dog. Forget what it's guarding. This is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. So this involves a man called Nicholas Flamel? Hagrid's annoyed and angry voice and Harry's questioning voice about what he had discovered were heard. John, who had just finished watching the game, stood at the door and wondered whether he should go in now. After taking a look at the dog food he brought, he felt that he could wait, but the greedy ghost Yaya probably couldn't. He could already hear the sound of Yaya drooling. I don't know why this big dog would recognize Tom as the boss just for food. After knocking on the door and opening it, he saw Hagrid, who was looking angry and upset with himself. The 3 little ones are also in there. Well, there is also the rock cake on the table. Hopefully Hermione's dentist dad can fix their teeth. Chapter 18. I swear, Hagrid knows something. Harry vowed as they emerged from Hagrid's cabin. After John put down the dog food, he left with the 3 little ones. Hermione and Ronald also felt that Hagrid was hiding something. Their only clue now is Nicholas Flamel. Harry, who wanted to expose Snape's true identity, said, "I seem to have an impression of this name, but I can't remember it." He always felt that he had seen this name before, but he couldn't remember it. The small package that Hagrid took from Gringotts was obviously Snape's target, and that thing was related to Nicholas Flamel. "John, have you heard of this name?" Harry placed his hope on John, who was smarter than Hermione. John recalled it, shook his head, and said apologetically, "Sorry, I don't remember it either. You can go to the library and check. If it's not there, then this person doesn't exist." It was a good idea, and Harry's eyes lit up. Hermione had originally wanted to go to the library, but now that they had the same idea, she urged, "Then let's go there quickly. It would be best if we can find it before Christmas." She and Ronald will go home for Christmas, and there are still more than 20 days left. She hopes to find the answer. When he heard about Christmas, Harry's eyes dimmed a little. He didn't want to go back to the Dursleys, where he would have to live in a tiny stair cupboard and Dudley would always try to bully him. Seeing that Hermione and the others were already discussing their plans for Christmas, Harry said enviously, "I don't want to go back there. It's too awful." Ronald and Hermione expressed their sympathy for him. They found it hard to imagine having such terrible relatives. "John, are you going home for Christmas too?" Hermione knew that John was also from a Muggle family. John didn't plan to go back, and shook his head. "No, I plan to consolidate my knowledge during Christmas. I can't use magic when I go home." Such an attitude of the Exam King gave Harry and Ronald a chill. Hermione also felt that she could not admit defeat. If she did not go home, her father would suspect what happened to his good daughter at school. The four of them separated on the 5th floor, and John did not plan to go to the library. Although he was somewhat familiar with the name Nicholas Flamel, his top priority now was to brush up on the occlumency technique. After reaching the 8th floor, he found the room of requirement. After completing a day's training inside, it was already dark when I came out again. He was going to the kitchen to see if he could get some dinner. On the way, he met someone he didn't want to meet. "Good evening, John Wick." Professor Quirrell, who stuttered when he spoke, seemed to have met John by chance. John's left hand had silently reached for his wand, and he began to work on his occlumency. He smiled politely and said, "Good evening, Professor Quirrell." After seeing John's power in killing the troll, Voldemort considered recruiting John as a Death Eater. Pureblood? Voldemort didn't care. He acted like a crazy purist during his reign, but he himself was a half-blood. Although he was reluctant to mention it, Voldemort did not care that much about half-bloods and purebloods, but was more concerned about whether the power could be used for his own benefit. The pureblood concept is just a means for him to rule. First-year wizards are the easiest to control. Voldemort intended to train John into a little Death Eater and make him an insider in Hogwarts, just like Snape. He put Quirrell in touch with John. Professor Quirrell knew that John was a studious person, so he said pretentiously, "Are you studying? You are really diligent." John had already thought of an excuse, so he nodded and said, "I've been so lazy that I've forgotten to eat. If there's nothing else, I'm going to go eat." He didn't want to stay with Quirrell, who knew if Voldemort would pop up from nowhere. John wanted to leave quickly, but Quirrell didn't. Quirrell smiled and said, "You are so studious. Perhaps you will be interested in the knowledge in the restricted section." Restricted books area? John suddenly left in no hurry, with an expression of longing for the restricted section on his face. Quirrell saw this scene, and a look of contempt appeared in his eyes. As expected, wizards who pursue knowledge are all interested in taboos. The fastest way to turn a good boy into a Death Eater is to teach him the importance of power. This is how Quirrell became Voldemort's subordinate. Voldemort knew these wizards too well. He was a frequent visitor to the restricted books section when he was young, and there was quite a bit of dark magic recorded there. Dark magic is powerful and can be bewitching. Once John learns it, they only need to give him a little guidance to easily capture a little Death Eater. The thought only lasted for a moment, and Quirrell smiled and stammered, "You're a good boy. I can give you a pass to the restricted area." "Really? I've wanted to go and see it for a long time." John acted like a child seeking knowledge, which was exactly what Quirrell wanted to see. Quirrell asked John to go to his office next Monday to get a pass, which saved John the problem of only being able to go to the restricted area at night. As for what Quirrell was up to, John could guess a little. "But none of this matters. I'm not a child. As long as I get the autograph, I can just ignore it." Anyway, Quirrell can only play around during the first year, and he will be automatically replaced in the second year. As we all know, the defense against the dark arts professor is a consumable that is thrown away once a year. On Monday, John got a note signed by the professor from Quirrell. When giving the note, Quirrell also vaguely gave the names of several books to induce him to read them. Things like Black Magic in the 16th Century, Curse of Magic, Outstanding Curse of the 19th Century, and so on. It was even euphemistically stated that the most basic thing about learning defense against the dark arts was to understand the composition of dark magic, to which John just laughed. "If I believed you, I'd be sick." His face showed great interest, and he changed back directly after arriving at the library. John met a group of 3 people who came to the library to look up Nicholas Flamel, but he did not alarm them. After showing the professor's note to Madame Pants, John went to the restricted books area unhindered. Most of the books in the banned area are very profound, and it is still a bit difficult to read them even if you turn on the academic master mode. It's still because we haven't accumulated enough experience and our foundation is too weak. With a sigh, John saw a book called Fairy Foundry. His heart moved, and he thought of the Sword of Gryffindor, which was the sword that the founder Gryffindor commissioned the goblins to make. His current fighting style was similar to Gryffindor's, but his weapons were still inferior to his. The medieval armor and weapons used to fight the trolls were a bit difficult last time, as these magical creatures have amazing defenses. Similar to the fire dragon, the fire dragon's scales have extremely high magic resistance properties. If I want to fight a fire dragon, ordinary weapons are obviously not enough. Perhaps I could forge one myself. John's eyes were burning. It would be best to have a weapon of his own. After borrowing the book, Fairy Foundry, John began to study it wholeheartedly. This book is a translation, and the original owner was an Egyptian wizard. John had some difficulty reading, but it didn't matter. He still had time to polish his knowledge. In the following days, he borrowed another book, Basic Magic Rune Guide, from the library. While enriching his knowledge, John was gradually able to master the contents of Fairy Foundry. At night, he put away his books and prepared to go to the Forbidden Forest. The punishment had not yet been erased, and John had to go to the Forbidden Forest every night to patrol with Hagrid. After arriving at Hagrid's cabin, Yaya ran over enthusiastically and sniffed John's body with his nose. Hagrid laughed and said, "Yaya likes you very much, like?" John watched as Fong sniffed at his sandwich pocket. "Are you sure it's not hungry?" Duh. Chapter 19. A few days had passed since the unicorn's death. During this period, Hagrid talked with all the magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. From the centaurs, he learned that there was an evil being wandering around the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. So the two of them will patrol the periphery tonight. John was gradually able to keep up with Hagrid, with Fong running in front. This big dog is very big, but very timid. Not even as brave as Tom. While on patrol, a spider as big as a human head appeared in front of John. He was so frightened that he clenched his wand tightly and was about to use the Shatter to Peace spell. What a big spider. Wait, this is the descendant of Aragog. Hagrid shouted to stop John, and under John's somewhat creepy gaze, Hagrid seemed to be communicating with the spider. It was Aragog who came to me. Aragog is Hagrid's friend. He was adopted by Hagrid when he was a child. After Hagrid got into trouble, he escaped into the Forbidden Forest and became an old spider. John nodded numbly. Hagrid was really careless. If Ronald touched the spider, it would probably die on the spot. Following the spider, they headed to a cave. John had seen many spiders before entering, and after entering, he was covered with goosebumps. There are countless spiders at a glance, and spiders as big as human heads look tiny here. There are dozens of spiders as tall as a person. Gudom, Hagrid, are you sure they are friendly? Swallowing, John nervously approached Hagrid. Hagrid's tall figure can give people a sense of security, but only when they are outside and not in a spider's nest. Don't worry, these spiders are Aragog's children. They won't hurt you. Hagrid's promises were so solemn that John always felt they were unreliable. Those spiders are drooling, and you tell me they won't hurt me? His left hand had already grasped the magic wand, and if any spider dared to get close, John swore that he would smash it to pieces. At the end of the cave was a gray spider the size of a car. It was an 8-eyed giant spider. Cataracts made the old spider unable to see clearly. Hagrid, you're here. Aragog was very happy to have his friend come. He suppressed his restless offspring and told Hagrid about the Forbidden Forest. Something's coming in, and that thing is evil, and it's tracking the unicorn. Hagrid commissioned Aragog to investigate the matter of the unicorn, and Aragog sent his offspring throughout the Forbidden Forest. He is very powerful. Many of my descendants have been killed. He appears and disappears like a wandering ghost. The Acromanthus feeds on humans. Although Aragog suppressed his offspring for Hagrid, the Acromanthus is definitely not that easy to deal with. The guy who came into the Forbidden Forest killed several giant 8-eyed spiders single-handedly. His strength was as strong as that of an Auror. Although he met the other party, Aragog had no way to keep him. Hagrid felt heavy-hearted after hearing this. Just as John said, the evil guy did not give up the unicorn. The blood of the unicorn contains a curse, but it can also prevent a person who is only one breath away from death. I understand, Aragog. Hagrid said hello to Aragog and prepared to leave, but at this time the surrounding 8-eyed giant spiders were gradually approaching. Aragog. Hagrid looked at his friend in confusion. Aragog said apologetically, I'm sorry, Hagrid. I told my offspring not to hurt you, but they have no resistance to other people. Oops. After Aragog's reminder, Hagrid also realized that it was a stupid thing for him to bring John here. John, let's go. Lifting John up, Hagrid's massive bulk looked like a human truck. There was a spider blocking the way, but Hagrid knocked it away. It's a rare opportunity to eat someone, so the spiders don't want to give up. John naturally showed no mercy and pulled out his wand, aiming a spell at an approaching acromantula. Reducto, the white light hit the spider, instantly knocking it back and causing it to bleed but not killing it. Nice spell. Hagrid praised. Although Hagrid looks big, he is actually very agile. John was carried by Hagrid, so he didn't have to dodge and could just concentrate on being a turret. The Incendio wand sprayed flames that set the spider on fire. Wingardium Leviosa, a fallen log hits behind. Under the constant bombardment, John's magic power gradually ran out. He quickly grabbed a stone and threw it at the spider. Ding! Magic power upgraded successfully. Current magic power. Level 3. John felt a surge of warmth flowing through his body, his magic power restored. A giant eight-eyed spider the size of a car appeared from the front, and John aimed at the spider and fired a spell. Reducto. This time the white light became even bigger. It was only the size of a tangerine before, but now it is much larger. The moment it came into contact with the giant eight-eyed spider, cracks appeared all over its body and then shattered. The power more than doubled. John turned and fired the spell at the pursuing spider. With the cooperation of Hagrid, John successfully escaped from the spider's den. After coming out, Hagrid said self-reproachfully, "Sorry, John, I thought Aragog could control them." Aragog could indeed be controlled before, but now Aragog is too old and may not have many years left to live. The young spider no longer listened to him as he used to. "It's okay, Hagrid, but it's best not to let anyone else go there in the future." John was lucky this time. If it were someone else without Hagrid's help, he would probably have become a meal. Hagrid was also scared. The two continued searching in the Forbidden Forest for a while before ending their patrol for today. In Hagrid's cabin, John poured a large bowl of dog food for Yaya. This big dog ran the fastest in the spider cave and must be very tired. After saying goodbye to Hagrid, John returned to Hogwarts. He opened the Marauder's map and took a look. Professor Quirrell was not in the office. Ding! Get blessing. Night demon. Hide in darkness. Increase stealth and visibility, and increase stealth kill damage. After 100 hours of night travel, John turned off the light of his wand and blinked twice to adjust to the darkness. The originally dark corridor gradually became clear in my eyes. Although it was not as clear as during the day, it was possible to read in the dark. This is a lot more convenient now. With the Night Stalker trait, John would be hard to spot even if he walked in the corridor without using the disillusionment charm. After using the disillusionment charm, he can directly achieve the effect of the invisibility cloak. In the following days, John would often encounter Quirrell. Quirrell, who was not interested in teaching, was very caring towards John in private. He also kept hinting to John that he could go to him if he had any problems, and even hinted that he also had a high level of attainment in the black magic. John always pretends to be confused, like a nerd, but he does have some ideas about the dark arts. After all, black magic like Fiendfire's is extremely powerful, which is difficult to achieve with ordinary magic. Finally, he proposed to Quirrell that he should learn from Fiendfire, and Quirrell gladly accepted. Although Quirrell is not very good at this spell, don't forget that he has the support of the second-generation Dark Lord. With Quirrell's instruction on the surface, but Voldemort's guidance in reality, John finally learned how to use Fiendfire. But he would not try it easily, as Fiery Flame was the most uncontrollable spell. Once lit, the Fiendfire cannot be extinguished. At the same time, Quirrell stopped pretending. He had been hinting at something, but now he directly talked about the Dark Lord. John also knew what the other party meant, so he had to fool him every time and show his approval of the Dark Lord's ideas from time to time. December came quietly amidst all the annoyance. In Potions class, after spending a whole class under Snape's gloomy gaze, everyone was discussing Christmas plans enthusiastically. Ronald didn't go home either, so the Weasleys decided to go to Romania to visit Charlie Weasley, who was raising dragons there. Chapter 20. John watched the Weasley twins cast a spell on Snowball, causing it to chase after Quirrell and hit him on the head, and he felt secretly pleased. Quirrell, who stopped pretending in front of John, could not show his true colors in front of other students. He could only continue to pretend to be a coward with a wry smile, as if he was cowardly and could be bullied. In fact, he had already thought of where to bury the Weasley twins. A sharp, cold wind lashed the windows of the Hogwarts classrooms. A blazing fire burned in the Great Hall, and the weather turned cold. John rubbed his palms together and exhaled a puff of white air onto the glass. Seeing Malfoy going to have a love-hate relationship with Harry before the holiday, John complained. It is said that primary school students will bully the people they like. Malfoy is definitely secretly in love with him. Hagrid was walking down the hallway with a fir tree for Christmas. Ronald was irritated first because Malfoy mentioned his family, but Snape seemed to have waited for this moment on purpose, and even with Hagrid's plea, he did not hesitate to deduct 5 points from Gryffindor. Malfoy left triumphantly, deliberately sending fir tree needles flying everywhere. I'm going to teach him a lesson, just like John taught him a lesson. Ronald gritted his teeth in hatred, wishing he could turn into John and punch Malfoy in the face. Harry nodded in agreement. Malfoy and Snape were the two people he hated the most in Hogwarts. Hagrid poured cold water on him. That may be difficult. John is the most capable wizard I have ever seen. Come with me to the Great Hall. John should come with you. Ronald suddenly felt bad. Hagrid invited them to see the almost decorated auditorium, and John also wanted to see how the wizarding world celebrated Christmas. The Great Hall was made beautiful and magnificent by the decoration of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. The walls were hung with hanging ribbons of holly and mistletoe, and there were 12 tall Christmas trees standing all around. Some of the trees were hung with tiny sparkling icicles. Others were lit with hundreds of flickering candles. Hagrid just delivered the last one, and after decorating this tree, the decoration was over. Hagrid began to look forward to Christmas and asked, "How many days until the holiday?" "It's only one day. That reminds me, we still have half an hour left, and we can go to the library." Hermione had not forgotten Nicholas Flamel and invited John. "John, do you want to come with us?" "Well, I'm free anyway." John thought about it and agreed after deciding that he cared about it. Hagrid asked curiously, "You are studying too hard when you are almost on vacation." He was in a good mood because Christmas was coming. But Harry would soon put him in a bad mood, only to see Harry say cheerfully, "We're not reviewing our lessons. We're trying to find out who Nicholas Flamel is." "I told you to stop. What the big dog is guarding has nothing to do with you." Surprise turned into horror, and Hagrid persuaded the three little ones to stop this dangerous behavior. However, he also underestimated Gryffindor's suicidal spirit. The more so, the more motivated the three of them became. But this name was too hard to find, and the three kids couldn't find it after looking through many books in the library. Hermione even made a list for easy searching. When it was time for dinner, the four of them left the library. Hermione refused to give up and asked them to search during the holidays, and it would be best if they could tell her the results via owl. It's vacation time. John was eating the turkey and had to admit that this chicken only grew in size and nothing else. Using a knife and fork to slice a piece of meat from the turkey, John had an urge to wrap it in bread and eat it. Meanwhile, his owl Basil had flown away, probably to get the presents his parents were preparing to send him. The express delivery industry is really developed. If I could open an owl express company, I would definitely make a fortune. John didn't know what his parents would give him. He just hoped that old Mr. Wick wouldn't give him a mouse or a black widow. During the holidays, John tried playing wizard chess. The rules of this game are similar to those of chess, but it is more entertaining. John just chuckled when he saw his queen being smashed by Ronald's horse. John, who had originally suspected that he was a terrible chess player, felt relieved after seeing Harry lose 18 times in a row. It was snowing outside, but John didn't forget his training. After the magic power is upgraded, the power of the spell will also be increased accordingly. This is easy to understand. Magic is like a faucet. The water in the faucet determines the amount of water. Previously, his magic power was insufficient, and the spells he cast were not very powerful. The power of spells after level 3 is greatly improved, and John can learn more offensive spells. But the first spell he learned was a defensive spell. Protego. This is a defensive spell used to resist aggression, which can be used to negate most attacks. It's a very useful spell. After coming out of the room of requirement, John returned to the dormitory. When I woke up the next morning, Basil had returned with gifts by my bed. He opened a present from Mrs. Wick. They were a pair of warm gloves, knitted by Mrs. Wick herself. The second one is Dad Watson Wick, and the gift package is a four-sided cube. After shaking it, I guess there's not enough space for a mouse inside. After unwrapping the gift, John saw a bottle of hot sauce inside. Just when he was confused, he saw the name of this hot sauce. Lao Gan Ma. Cold knowledge. Lao Gan Ma was founded in 1984. Along with the gift came a letter from Old Wick. After opening it, the father knew that his son liked the food from that mysterious Oriental country, so he used many connections and finally got a bottle of Lao Gan Ma. John couldn't wait to open the Lao Gan Ma, picked up a little with a fork and put it in his mouth. The familiar taste after 11 years bloomed on the tip of his tongue, and John almost burst into tears. Even the gifts from Hagrid and Hermione were no longer important. In the hall, Harry looked at the strange bottle in John's hand curiously and asked aloud, "What is this?" "It smells strange. This is chili sauce. You can try it." John can dip everything in a spoonful of Lao Gan Ma. Ronald changed into a dark purple hand-knitted sweater and curiously tried the Lao Gan Ma. The strange taste that burst out from his taste buds contained the heritage of the ancient Oriental country. It tastes weird, kind of spicy and kind of weird. Having said that, Ronald still tried to dip the chicken leg like John did. The moment I ate it, it felt like a new world had opened up. Seeing Ronald like this, Harry also tried it out of curiosity. Soon, like Ronald, he couldn't stop craving for the strange taste. Ronald also sent John some fudge, which tasted delicious and sweet. John opened the chocolate frog Hermione had given him, and the chocolate frog inside almost jumped away. The twins were wearing the same hand-knitted sweaters as Ronald, but theirs were blue and had different letters on them. At the Christmas party, John's Laugon Ma successfully attracted more people's attention. Dumbledore, who was wearing a bonnet decorated with flowers on her head, took a bite, but judging by his expression, he must be disappointed that it was not sweet. After the Christmas party, both professors and students were very happy. In the room of requirement, John had a rare change of resting place. Taking out the chocolate frog Hermione had given him, John grabbed the frog and took a bite. A wizard card falls out of the box. Above is Dumbledore. John didn't take it seriously at first, just glanced at it casually, and his eyes stayed on the card. Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts. Recognized as the greatest wizard of our time, Dumbledore's most notable contributions include defeat the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discover the 12 uses of dragon's blood. He and his partner Nicholas Flamel were very successful in alchemy. Professor Dumbledore is interested in chamber music and 10-pin bowling. Staring blankly at the card, John's eyes fell on the name of Nicholas Flamel. Alchemy. Touching his chin, John remembered that he seemed to have seen something very incredible in the records of alchemy. It's called the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 21. Eternal life is something that is pursued wherever it is. But the Philosopher's Stone can do it. Although it is not immortality in the strict sense, it is enough. If I had a magic stone, it would be of great help to me in refining things. Of course, John was just thinking about it. The Philosopher's Stone seems to be something of legend, and no one has ever seen it in reality. However, this reminded John that he could start with alchemy and perhaps master Fairy Foundry more quickly. Maybe it's in the restricted section. I can go take a look. John immediately cast an invisibility spell on himself. He left the room of requirement and approached the library on the 5th floor. To make sure he wouldn't be caught, John took out the Marauder's map. Harry is coming out. John saw Harry coming out of the Gryffindor Tower and guessed that he was out for a night out. Judging from his direction, it seemed like he had the same goal as mine. But when he arrived at the restricted area, John didn't see Harry. Just as he was wondering, he saw the bolt on the restricted book area opened automatically. Invisibility cloak. With the answer in his mind, John remembered that Harry had an invisibility cloak, and now it seemed that he had received it. Before the door closed, John followed behind him. He felt like teasing Harry, so he didn't rush to reveal himself. Instead, he watched Harry take off his invisibility cloak. Harry held the lantern in his hand and swung it back and forth on the bookshelf, looking for any trace of Nicholas Flamel. He was so nervous that he even heard faint whispers from the book, not knowing whether it was an illusion or reality. Searching through this vast sea of bookshelves, Harry had to find a place to start. He placed the lamp carefully on the floor and looked along the bottom of the bookshelf, trying to find a book of some interest. Suddenly, he saw a large black and silver book and pulled it out without thinking. Stop! It was too late for John to stop it when he saw the book, and Harry was startled when he heard the low cry and subconsciously opened the book. Ah! A shrill, blood-curdling scream cut through the silence. The whole book was screaming, and Harry felt a sting in his ears and slammed the book shut. But it was too late. The screaming didn't stop, and Harry stepped back nervously, knocking over the lamp. In his panic, he no longer cared about the sound of his words. Putting the book back on the shelf, he put on his invisibility cloak and ran outside. Filch came running over with fury in his eyes, and Harry passed right under his outstretched arms. Harry was running at full speed and had no idea where to go. Without the lantern, he couldn't tell where he was. Finally, he stopped in front of a tall suit of armor and heard Filch's voice telling tales. Snape and Filch came around the corner, and Harry could only step back, carefully and quietly squeezing into an open door on the left. Harry leaned against the wall and listened to the footsteps getting farther and farther away. He took a deep breath and relaxed, then took off the invisibility cloak. Just when he thought everything was fine and was about to take a look around the room, the half-closed wooden door was opened. Harry didn't see anyone come in, and he felt as if it was haunted. The hair on his body stood up, and he stepped back in fear. Suddenly, Harry felt a touch on his shoulder, and he opened his mouth to scream, but a hand covered his mouth. Shoo, you'll get us points for doing this. John. Harry heard a familiar voice and turned to see John appearing as if out of thin air. John was helpless. If he had known, he would not have been so naughty just now. Now Snape knew that someone went to the library and was hanging around there. Was that you the one who made that voice? How did you do that? Do you also have an invisibility cloak? Harry could tell how surprised he was from asking 3 questions in a row. John felt overwhelmed and tried to change the subject. How about we take a look at this place first? I haven't been here before. After hearing what he said, Harry also began to pay attention to this place. It looked like an abandoned classroom, with many desks and chairs piled against the wall, forming large black shadows. There was also an upside-down wastebasket, and on the wall facing them there was something that didn't fit in with the surroundings. John also noticed the mirror. It was a very imposing mirror, very tall, almost as high as the ceiling. A gorgeous golden frame, supported by two claw-shaped feet. There was another line at the top, and John read it out. Aristella hru iitabi kafru iaton vors. A very strange mirror. Being a Gryffindor, Harry walked over without any fear. The next second, Harry was standing in front of the mirror, terrified. What's wrong? John walked over, not knowing what was going on, and Harry's breathing became rapid, the color draining from his face quickly. There are a lot of people in the mirror, at least a dozen, and they are all behind me. Harry's words startled John, and he leaned over to take a look. Nothing. No. John's eyes widened as he looked in the mirror and saw tables of Huxia delicacies next to him. Rubbing his eyes, John looked again and found himself enjoying the food. Not only that, John in the mirror was wearing a gorgeous wizard robe, looked to be in his 20s, holding an old wand that symbolized power, and wearing the first-class medal of the Order of Merlin on his chest. John recalled the scene involving the mirror and said to himself, Mirror of Arist. He remembered that this mirror appeared at the end, so why did it appear now? John, I feel like they are my family. Harry saw a gentle and beautiful woman behind himself in the mirror. She was smiling with loving eyes. Next to the woman was a black-haired man wearing glasses. His hair was as messy as Harry's. Harry felt that they were his parents, not just his parents, but also other relatives, who had the same green eyes as Harry. These were what Harry desired most, and he stared at the mirror hungrily, not wanting to look away for even a moment. Put both hands on the mirror, as if you can go inside and reunite with your family. John saw that he was a little crazy and pulled him away from the mirror. We should leave. Filch and the others will be back. Although he was a little reluctant, Harry still agreed with this statement. He put on his invisibility cloak and invited John to leave with him. John smiled and said mysteriously, I don't need it. Taking out his wand and flicking it gently, John disappeared before Harry's eyes. Harry called out tentatively, John, are you still there? Of course. Seeing a response in front of him, Harry reached out and touched John's face. Be careful, you almost poked my eye. Hearing this, Harry withdrew his hand in disappointment. Before leaving the room, John stopped and looked at the mirror. A silver-haired old man seemed to appear there, but disappeared after a blink of an eye. Dumbledore. Not thinking he had seen it wrong, John suddenly realized that this thing was put in by Dumbledore. If that's the case, then Harry shouldn't be in danger. After parting ways with Harry at the stairs, John went to the restricted book section and found an ancient alchemy book, The Supreme Alchemy, and brought it back to the dormitory. After just looking at it for a while, he felt a little dizzy. The content inside is too profound. Just like Fairy Foundry, it requires a lot of basic preparation. You can't bite off more than you can chew, so you have to start from the grassroots level step by step. Putting the book under his pillow, John opened the Marauder's map, and Quirrell walked out of Hogwarts. John was a little hesitant, wondering whether he should go over and take a look. But after thinking about it, I gave up the idea. Not to mention Voldemort. Professor Quirrell alone was not someone he could handle. Unless it's a surprise attack, the magic power gap between the two is still too big. John didn't have any attacks like the Killing Curse, so if his identity was discovered, he would be in danger of death. The Christmas holidays are not over yet. During this time, John went to the library several times and took away a lot of basic alchemy books. During this period of time, he frantically supplemented his knowledge of alchemy, but this was not enough. However, records about Nicholas Flamel were found in a book about ancient alchemy. Nicholas Flamel, the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. When John saw this book, his thoughts were in turmoil. He remembered that what Harry Potter guarded in his first year was the Philosopher's Stone. This thing can save John a lot of time and allow him to directly use the most advanced alchemy. The Philosopher's Stone. Touching the records about the Philosopher's Stone, the thought of immortality flashed through his mind and then disappeared. He remembered that immortality had great side effects. Not only did it wear away at one's emotions, but more importantly, it made one's body extremely fragile. It would be better to kill John than to live forever. Maybe you can tell Harry and the others. These days Harry and the others were about to give up. Chapter 22. Hull, you should have woken me up. I wanted to see your mom and dad. Ronald complained angrily. He was mad at Harry for finding the magic mirror by himself yesterday without calling him. Harry said, You can go tonight. I will go again. I want you to look at the mirror. The two men were discussing the magic mirror so eagerly that they almost forgot about Nicholas Flamel. John put the turkey on toast to make a sandwich. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, Harry said, "John is here too, but I don't see any of his family." John put down the sandwich and said seriously, "Harry, that mirror is not supposed to be able to see your family, but to reflect what your heart desires. You shouldn't be too obsessed with it." Ronald asked curiously, "John, what did you see?" Recalling what he saw yesterday, John smacked his lips and said, "I saw a table full of food." Well, Ronald and Harry were speechless. They thought John would see something else. Since he loved studying so much, shouldn't he see books? But Harry didn't take John's words to heart. Instead, he wanted to go even more. He lacks love so much. The strongest magic built with maternal love cannot make up for the shortcomings in his heart. Rather than a savior, he wants his parents to be by his side. John didn't care whether Harry listened or not. He had already given his warning. With Dumbledore around, even Voldemort couldn't hurt Harry and the others. John, who was not worried, finished his meal and remembered Nicholas Flamel. He took out the chocolate frog wizard card from his pocket and handed it to Harry. Harry was a little confused by his actions. John smiled mysteriously. "Maybe all the answers are not as profound as you think. You have to learn to observe the things around you." The two were confused by the mysterious words, but Harry still accepted the card. Harry, who was concentrating on the mirror of Erased, put the card into his pocket immediately, thinking it would take some time for him to remember. None of this concerns John, who was already headed to the library. As Madame Pants watched, he piled up books on alchemy on the table. His diligence made Professor McGonagall, who was passing by, feel gratified. The only drawback was that this was not a Gryffindor student. With the help of the top student in 2 hours, John managed to come up with the theory of alchemy. After the study time passed, he put down the pile of books and rubbed his sore eyes. It's still too difficult to rely on these theories. In front of him were ancient runes, an easy introduction, and simplified alchemy. These are the most basic things, and they can make one's head hurt. But thanks to this, John can start practicing alchemy. According to the book, Fairy Foundry, magic running plus alchemy equals fairy forging. Although the formula is simple, it requires thousands of trials to succeed. Heading to the room of requirement on the 8th floor, John went to a different location this time. "I need a place where I can refine things." After walking back and forth in front of the huge tapestry 3 times, a wooden door appeared on the blank wall. Pushing the door open, there is a place with many crucibles. There were many empty bottles on the shelves along the wall, some of which contained materials related to magical creatures. John moved his fingers. It seemed that he needed some more materials. Just like crafting magic wands, magical creatures are very valuable in the hands of wizards. John couldn't afford to buy it with his family's financial resources, but he had a big supplier of materials and could borrow some from them. The next day, "Here you go, John. What do you want to do with the Screwit's butt?" In Hagrid's cabin, as a gamekeeper, Hagrid deals with magical creatures every day, and the materials he saves over the years are priceless. However, Hagrid does not seem to realize this, and is sitting on a treasure trove without realizing it. John is one of the few students who has a good relationship with Hagrid, and they also have a friendship when they broke into Aragog's lair. When I heard that John wanted materials, I immediately collected a lot of them. John almost fell down when he took the materials. Although Hagrid looks like he's carrying it easily, the pile is actually very heavy. The blasting-tailed Screwit is a magical creature bred at Hogwarts, possibly a cross between a manticore and a fire crab. Only Hagrid could take out a basket of butts at one time, which John planned to use as materials for his first alchemy. "I am studying alchemy, Hagrid. After all, who can understand these things better than you?" Hagrid was very happy to hear this, but John declined his offer to give him a rock cake. Holding a basket of blast-tailed Screwit butts, John struggled back to the room of requirement and started his own refining. For this reason, he could be said to have neglected sleep and food, and even missed dinner. When John came out of the room of requirement, there was some black ash on his nose. When he was about to return, he passed the 5th floor. Stopping, John saw that the door where the mirror was placed was ajar. He knew it was Harry in there. He's still obsessed. Sighing, John changed his mind about going back to the dormitory and walked towards the room on the left. As he approached the door, John heard voices talking inside. Could it be Ronald? Harry took Ronald to look in the mirror yesterday. Casting a disillusionment charm on himself, John seemed to disappear into the darkness. An old but gentle voice came from inside. "You, like thousands before you, have discovered the joys of the Mirror of Erased. I didn't know it was called that, sir, but I suppose you are aware of its power by now. It made me see my family." Harry talked to Dumbledore, who appeared here, and Harry realized that this mirror was just as John said. It could show him what he desired. Dumbledore used this to teach Harry a lesson and also told Harry that the mirror would be moved to another place. Harry was a little reluctant, but he still obediently put on the invisibility cloak and went back to sleep. Professor Dumbledore, what do you see when you look in the mirror? Before leaving, Harry was curious about what Dumbledore saw in the mirror of Ariste. Dumbledore smiled mysteriously and said playfully, I saw myself holding a pair of thick wool socks. You can never have enough socks. Harry felt that this answer was somewhat perfunctory, but also made sense. After all, John also saw a table full of food, and he felt that John might be a wise man like Dumbledore. Dumbledore, who watched Harry leave, did not leave the room. Instead, he smiled kindly and said to the air, Perhaps I should talk to you face to face, Mr. Wick. Well, John knew that he was naive to try to deceive the greatest wizard of the century. Coming out of the darkness, he ended the disillusionment spell. His figure gradually emerged, as if he appeared out of thin air in the room. Excellent disillusionment charm. It seems you have learned a lot in the restricted section. Dumbledore praised. John was a little embarrassed. He felt guilty about being exposed in front of others for violating school rules, especially when that person was the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore laughed. Don't worry, I think Professor Quirrell signed your note. He blinked his eyes, mischievously, not like an old man. John knew that Dumbledore would not let him out for no reason. He was about to leave when Dumbledore stopped him. As expected, Dumbledore looked at John, his kind eyes flickering with a sense of seeing through people's hearts, and asked, Mr. Wick, what do you see in the mirror? John's body tensed up, subconsciously using the occlumency technique, and answered honestly, Delicious food, lots of delicious food, and I've become powerful. After hesitating for a while, John still chose not to hide it. Dumbledore was very satisfied with his answer. He clapped his hands and laughed. Applause for honesty, John. You know, Minerva has been nagging me these days. Maybe there is something wrong with the sorting hat. Under the half-moon lenses, Dumbledore's eyes were full of meaning, and his voice was as mellow as if there was magic. She is wrong. There is nothing wrong with the sorting hat. You are indeed the most suitable for Slytherin. There is no doubt about that. Promise me, John, don't touch the irreversible magic. I promised you, Professor. I don't know why Dumbledore brought up this matter. Maybe it's because he knew that John had read a lot of dark magic in the restricted section. John nodded without hesitation. Although he knew that the old man would not kill his students, he was still a little afraid of being discovered. You have the self-control to overcome your desires. I believe in you, John. As a reward for finding the answer, perhaps you will have the opportunity to touch the real philosopher's stone. Dumbledore blinked, changing his serious expression as if hinting at something. John was stunned. The answer? He thought of the chocolate frog wizard card. The old man seemed to know everything, whether it's the restricted section or the chocolate frog wizard card. Chapter 23, January 1st. The new semester is coming. John felt nothing. Hermione came to school yesterday and was disappointed that Harry and the others had not found Nicholas Flamel. John, are you reading alchemy? Library. John was reading Introduction to Alchemy, and Hermione saw this and temporarily put aside her search for Nicholas Flamel. She checked John's book list and found runes in addition to alchemy. Hogwarts has a course on ancient runes, but it is an elective course for third years. Hermione, who regarded John as a target of pursuit, was not willing to be outdone after seeing this, and brought back a bunch of books about runes that day. But unfortunately, when they met the next day, Hermione had two big dark circles under her eyes, like a sleepy lion. Hermione had to admit that ancient runes were still too difficult for first-year wizards to understand. I promise I've seen that name. I just can't remember it. Ever since being persuaded by Dumbledore not to go to the Mirror of Ariste, Harry had often dreamed of his parents being killed by Voldemort. This allowed him to rediscover his focus on Nicholas Flamel. Although Harry was convinced that he had seen the name somewhere, Hermione and the others had almost given up the possibility of finding Nicholas Flamel in the library. I stopped studying day and night as before and started to study during breaks between classes. I remember seeing it. Harry began to doubt whether he had seen it himself. They gathered together to discuss, while John took out Ancient Runes Simple Introduction, Not Far Away, and read Alchemy and Runes alternately, which helped him not to be so tired. Wick, what are you looking at? Are you going to learn to sell props like the wizards in Knockturn Alley? Ever since Malfoy watched the Quidditch match with John, he no longer ignored John just because he couldn't beat him. Seeing John's interest in alchemy, he subconsciously thought that John wanted to make money by selling props like the Weasley twins. It's just a small thing. Alchemy is a complicated subject. Do you know the Sword of Gryffindor? John closed the book in his hand, and his eyes became dazed. Malfoy asked in confusion, "What is that?" Legend has it that Gryffindor asked the goblins to forge a silver sword. Only true Gryffindors can find it. But that's not important. The sorting hat is also a product of alchemy. After John worked so hard that he even slacked off in his training and studies, he finally unlocked the rune skill. This also means that he has mastered the basics of runes, and now he only needs to light up the alchemy to perform fairy casting. However, this process was a bit difficult. The blasting-tailed scripts obtained from Hagrid were almost all used up, but they still couldn't be lit up. Malfoy nodded as if he understood. As a member of the Malfoy family, Malfoy had no shortage of magic props. I just think that John's Muggle family is really difficult, and he needs to make things by himself. There is an astronomy class in the evening. Everyone gathered in the astronomy tower, where Professor Aurora Sinistra explained the location of Sagittarius. After finishing a day's class, John met Quirrell with a note in his hand. Defense against the Dark Arts classroom. After opening the note, there was only one location. John really didn't want to go, but he was afraid Quirrell would become suspicious, so he had to give up his plan to study alchemy. Defense against the Dark Arts classroom. Quirrell realized that he had let this good student gradually step into darkness and began to take off his disguise. Quirrell was originally a wizard of good standard. If he had not accepted Voldemort, he would not have had to pretend to be a low-level professor. Well done, John Wick. It looks like you've chosen the right path. Quirrell was pleased to see John coming over at night. As expected, knowledge is the greatest forbidden fruit. After tasting the power brought by black magic, even the good student John Wick was corrupted. Professor Quirrell. After arriving at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, John felt like someone was pricking his head with a needle. It was legilimency, trying to spy on the thoughts in one's brain. He decisively used the brain-blocking technique. After the new semester started, John raised the brain-blocking technique to level 2, but it was still not enough. He added any points to his occlumency, upgrading it to level 3. Level 3 is already a good master of brain occlumency, and it is still possible to deal with a disabled ghost of Voldemort. John showed excitement on his face, like a fan who was conquered by knowledge. Voldemort was very satisfied after using legilimency to enter John's brain. Now John only needed one word from him to become the most loyal Death Eater. To train an undercover agent to be planted in Hogwarts, Voldemort was not stingy with knowledge. Through Quirrell's retelling, he taught John a lot. He himself is a powerful wizard, and the knowledge he has learned is even more vast. Under his guidance, many things that John didn't understand suddenly became clear. In the days that followed, John attended classes during the day and went to the classroom to study at night. This allowed him to rapidly improve his level, and he was able to successfully control the fierce fire. Magic. Level 3, 30/1500. Spells. Olacho Opening. Level 3. Levitation. Level 4. Transfiguration. Level 2. Disillusionment. Level 3. Luminescence. Level 2. Blazing Flame. Level 3. Shattered to Pieces. Level 3. Fiendish Flame. Level 2. Armor. Level 2. Skills. Short Weapon Mastery. Level 7. Greatsword Mastery. Level 4. Hot Weapon Mastery. Level 1. Rune Mastery. Level 1. Alchemy Mastery. Level 1. Blessings. Physical Fitness. Speed Attack. Precision. Academic Master. Pilot. Long Distance Runner. Sword Dance. Giant Monster Killer. Night Demon. The magic power didn't increase much, but the understanding of spells improved a lot. The best news is that alchemy has also been illuminated. Although still at level 1, John can already successfully refine a simple magic item. Items like the Sorting Hat and the Sword of Gryffindor that have their own will probably require reaching level 7 to be made. Harry was dragged by Wood to undergo devilish training, even on snowy and rainy days. He wanted nothing more than to defeat Slytherin and win the House Cup, which would allow them to catch up with Slytherin in credits. And Harry was placed with high hopes by him, which doubled the pressure on Harry. Even Hermione and Ronald couldn't stand it anymore, and in the common room, they asked Harry not to participate in the competition. Ronald suggested that he could say he was sick, but Hermione went even further and told him to say he broke his leg. This made Harry very uncomfortable. Just then, Neville hopped into the common room from outside. Neville's legs were pressed tightly together. He was under a leg-locking spell. It goes without saying that it was Malfoy who did it. Ronald was very angry and wanted to settle the score with Malfoy immediately. But Neville stopped him. He didn't want to cause trouble for Harry and the others. Hermione removed Neville's leg-locking curse. Harry wanted to take out the chocolate frog to comfort Neville, but he touched a wizard card in his pocket. What's this? Harry handed Neville another box of chocolate frogs and was stunned when he saw the wizard card in his hand. This is the card John gave you. John said something at that time. Ronald remembered the origin of this card. It was a Dumbledore wizard card, and Harry turned the card over. Just when he thought it was just John not wanting it, His eyes froze on the small words on the card. Ronald, Hermione, look. Harry took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Ronald and Hermione leaned over to take a look, and were both struck by this sudden surprise. Excellent in alchemy with partner Nicholas Flamel. I knew it. I've seen this name before. Harry was very excited. The progress that had been stalled for a long time finally reached a critical step. The three little ones were extremely excited, and Hermione even jumped up. Suddenly, Hermione thought of something. Looking at the alchemy above, she said, No wonder John would read a book on alchemy. It turns out he already knew it. After saying that, Hermione rushed upstairs and took out a huge old book from the girls' dormitory. Looking through old books, they finally found information about Nicholas Flamel and learned about the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 24. John. Hermione came over angrily, with Harry and Ronald beside her, and John was a little confused. Hermione, who was a little angry, raised her voice a lot and asked, Did you know about Nicholas Flamel? Yes. John's frank look caught the three little ones by surprise. Harry asked puzzledly, If you knew, why didn't you tell us? We have been looking for it for a long time. John said in surprise. I told you. You didn't just discover the wizard card now, did you? Harry scratched his head in embarrassment. The three people who had wanted to accuse him were suppressed in an instant. Ronald wanted to struggle a bit more, muttering, You could stop being so vague and tell us the answer right from the start. Hearing this, John's expression became serious, which made Ronald think that he had said something wrong, and he lowered his head guiltily. John said earnestly, Ronald, the answers given to you by others are never as meaningful as the answers you find yourself. On the way to finding the answers, you will not only gain the answers, but also a lot of other knowledge. The three little ones agreed, especially Harry, who was bad at history of magic. Now he could answer the questions very well. They felt that they had wronged John, and Hermione apologized. I'm sorry, John. We shouldn't have doubted you. It's all right. But what about now that you know about Nicholas Flamel? John glanced at Harry's hesitant look and said, You don't suspect Professor Snape of trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, do you? Harry smiled awkwardly when someone told him what he was thinking. After all, it was not a good idea to tell the Slytherins that their headmaster was a thief. John was helpless and sighed. The Philosopher's Stone is not as good as you think. It is indeed the highest crystallization of alchemy and can be used to make the elixir of life, but it is only immortality in theory. The physical consumption, the emotional loss, every bit will be consumed over time. Professor Snape is a master of potions. He is aware of these shortcomings and is not short of money. Why do you think he would steal the Philosopher's Stone? Every word he said made sense, and Harry opened his mouth, but was speechless. Ronald thought for a moment and said, Maybe he did it for the mysterious man. Good job. I wonder if you have read the script, kid? John's body trembled, and he looked at Ronald in disbelief. You know that Voldemort is not dead. Are you a time traveler as well? Ronald felt a little embarrassed by being looked at, and whispered, I heard that many of the you-know-who's men are Slytherins. After Voldemort's fall, many Death Eaters claimed that they were cast under the Imperius curse by Voldemort. It was no secret to some wizards that Snape was a Death Eater. He had been bailed out by Dumbledore. John was speechless. Ronald's guess was somewhat correct. If Voldemort had not attacked Harry's family, perhaps Snape would still be a Death Eater, but that was absolutely impossible now. Impossible, Ronald. You have to be careful with your words. After all, he is the head of Slytherin. John told Ronald not to say this casually again, and he finally fooled the three of them. Time seemed to become calmer. John also spent more time studying with Quirrell. Of course, he did not forget his mission of patrolling the Forbidden Forest. Ever since the Acromantula attacked John, Hagrid had become less trusting of Aragog's offspring. He reminded John to be careful of spiders, which John was also on guard against. He found a spell against spiders in the library that could be used to save his life. John made good use of his time, attending classes and reading during the day, and training and patrolling the Forbidden Forest at night, as well as studying with Quirrell. This made his time tight, and if it weren't for the sleepless one, John would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Even so, he felt it was not enough. He was going to the Quidditch field that day. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. If Hermione hadn't reminded him, John wouldn't have known about this. John was just about to go through the corridor when he relaxed for a rare moment and heard a sound of something being smashed. First years and Hufflepuffs in Slytherin clothing were being stoned by Peeves from behind. Peeves, stop it. Little wizard, little wizard. Peeves is not afraid of anyone except the Hogwarts professors and the Bloody Barrow. There was no intention of stopping, and John saw his classmate Daphne Greengrass being hit by Peeves' stone. Peeves, you are being too outrageous. When Peeves heard the voice, he thought it was a professor, but he saw a little Slytherin wizard instead. It's you? I remember you, John Wick. Peeves laughed and made faces, not paying any attention to John. John frowned and helped Daphne Greengrass, who was hit, up. The girl with blonde hair didn't expect that it would be John who stood up for her. After all, the boy didn't have a good reputation in Slytherin. Thank you. The eldest daughter of the pureblood family became shy when she saw that perfect face. John stopped Peeves, with a dangerous look in his eyes, and said in a bad tone, Peeves, you should be punished for this. Punish. Peeves sneered and threw the rock at John. Daphne Greengrass was hit just now and couldn't help but close her eyes. John took out his wand with the ease and grace of a symphony conductor's baton. Wadawasi, the flying stone seemed to hit a net and flew back towards Peeves, knocking him down directly. John didn't stop and continued to cast the spell. Wingardium Leviosa Wadawasi. With the coordination of the two spells, the stones scattered on the ground chased Peeves and smashed them. Peeves was hit so hard that he screamed and was driven away with a big bump on his head. This scene made the students being chased cheer. John glanced at Daphne, who was still hiding behind him, and said with a smile, It's okay. Do you need to go to the school hospital? John taught Peeves a lesson, which made him look like a hero. The Slytherin students also had a changed view of him, now someone who would stand up for his classmates. Daphne was a very proud girl, but now, she had changed her mind about John. Thank you for your help. She lowered her voice as if she was shy, but she couldn't help but glance at John secretly. John looked outside and thought, well, it looked like he wasn't going to make it to this Quidditch match. Madame Pomfrey was busy taking the injured students to the school hospital. The students had suffered from Peeves' evil deeds for a long time, and it was rare for a student to be able to teach him a lesson. The news soon spread throughout the school by word of mouth. The Quidditch game is over. Ronald covered his nose, and Neville was carried to the school hospital. Malfoy and his followers Goyle and Crabbe each had a black eye and glared at the Gryffindors across Hufflepuff's long table. Damn, that damn Weasley, he attacked me. Malfoy was very angry. While watching the game, he had a conflict with Ronald. The two of them wrestled with each other, and later Neville and Goyle also joined in. As for Harry, he disappeared after the celebration. But this does not prevent Malfoy from hating Gryffindor. John was speechless too. He shook his head and said, Malfoy, you guys didn't win even when you were 3 against 2. This made Malfoy blush, and he said fiercely, If I use a wand, I can beat 12 Weasleys and Longbottoms. John would be a fool to believe him. I closed the book and it was completely dark. John also has to go to the room of requirement for training and then patrol the Forbidden Forest. The Gryffindors over there also moved their celebration location. Perhaps they also knew that the Slytherins over here were eager to fight again, so they chose to go back to the Gryffindor Tower. Fred and George were sneaking towards the kitchen to steal the cake, but John didn't catch them. But as long as you talk nicely to the house elves, I believe they will be willing to give cakes to the Great Wizard. At the door of the room of requirement, John met Harry, who had returned. Harry said firmly, John, it was Snape. I saw it with my own eyes. He threatened Professor Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 25. Snape. Threatened Quirrell? I'm afraid you made a mistake. Harry, you need to take responsibility for what you said. John's expression turned serious, which made Harry think that John was not joking. You are now framing a professor at Hogwarts and the head of Slytherin. Without evidence, you will be expelled. Of course, things like dropping out of school were just something John said casually. The school rules that Harry had violated at Hogwarts could fill up the entire common room, but Dumbledore hadn't punished him in any way. Harry didn't know this and felt a little sad, but he saw it with his own eyes, nodded vigorously, and said, I swear, John, I won't lie to you. Not knowing what was wrong with him, Harry felt that he should tell John. John obviously respected Snape, but he was always disliked. He felt that John could not be kept in the dark any longer. Seeing his confidence, John sighed and said, Okay, I believe you, but I need to investigate. There's not much time left before the exam, so you'd better review first. Harry was happy to see that John believed in him. He felt that he had done a good thing, and went to the Gryffindor common room with his previous haze swept away. But he hadn't thought about why John was on the 8th floor, as the Slytherin common room was not located there. The House of Requests. John carefully dipped his quill into the ink and wrote a rune on the Scrut's butt. Just one last stroke was needed to complete it, and John even used his eyebrows to gently stroke the surface of the Scrut. An F, like a bent arm, landed on the Scrut's butt, just one step away. John's face lit up with joy. He took out his wand and tapped the table, coughing lightly. He pointed his wand at the rune on the Scrut's butt, and the magic flowed into it along the chopstick-like tip. A light flashed on the F, and just when John thought it was going to work, the light turned into a puff of black smoke, and the Scrut's butt exploded, sending fragments flying onto the cauldron. John, who was on guard, cast an armor spell on himself. After the spell was removed, he felt a little depressed. It still doesn't work. It seems that it is still too difficult to complete the enchantment with only level 1. Just now he was trying to refine the butt of the exploding-tailed snail, but it was obviously a failure. John guessed that there might be something wrong with the ink used to write the runes. Picking up the ink, he said somewhat unwillingly, "Do we have to use the blood of magical creatures?" Alchemy has been closely related to potions since ancient times, and there are only 2 places where John can get good materials. One is the Forbidden Forest, and the other is the Dean's office. In terms of the difficulty of the 2, John decided to go to Hagrid to trouble him. If I happened to see Snape making Veritaserum in his office, then maybe I could be the one to taste it. It must not taste very good. Before leaving, John returned the books he had finished reading to the library. Library. Our Miss Know-It-All, Hermione Granger, has entered Spartan mode. She has listed a long list of review plans, and she looks like she is going to overwhelm her classmates. Harry and Ronald didn't dare to offend her during this period. Hermione was ready to end John's undefeated record in the final exam week. She buried her head in her studies, and Harry and Ronald also suffered a lot and were dragged over to study with her. Even Neville was not spared. When Harry and his friends saw John coming, they felt like they had seen a savior. "John here," Neville shouted excitedly, and was then chased and hit by a suspended feather duster. "Are you reviewing here?" John was a little surprised. He didn't find it strange that Hermione was here. Instead, the other 3 seemed like eunuchs accompanying the Emperor to study. "I haven't thanked you yet, John. The things you gave me are very useful." Neville finally learned to shut up and stop being chased and beaten. He was talking about the pet cage John gave him for Christmas, which he had never seen since he put Rafe in it. "As long as you like it." John put the book back and sat in front of the others, wondering, didn't Nicholas Flamel find out? It's Hermione. She's made a long list of revision plans. "Oh my God, I might as well go fight a troll." Ronald complained loudly and received a new round of feather dusters. Harry also nodded hurriedly and said, "We are still decades away from the exam." Hermione frowned and said angrily, "Decades? We only have less than 10 weeks left." "Look, John has also started reviewing." John felt a little embarrassed when he was called out. He really hadn't reviewed at all, and the books he read were all related to alchemy, which could be said to be completely useless for the exam. But this did remind him of the task of Academic Master 2.0, and he still had to suppress Hermione for the rest of the time. John felt the pressure building up as he watched her bury herself in books. "Okay, I still have to go find Hagrid. You guys continue." With an attitude of meeting the king of paper, John left after saying this and ignored the pleading looks of the other 3 people. Arriving at Hagrid's cabin, John felt the heat. Summer is already in the air, so even if you're afraid of the cold, there's no need to light a fireplace in the house, right? "Hagrid, are you cooking?" Merlin's beard. Hagrid was startled when he opened the door and walked in. The big body stood in front of the fireplace, and a smile was forced out of the face covered with a hairy beard. "It's John. Who else do you think it is?" John looked odd. He walked over to the chair and looked towards the fireplace. Hagrid quietly moved to block the view. He shrugged and said as if nothing had happened, "Well, it looks like you've got another weird thing, Hagrid." "Norbur is not strange. He is a rare Norwegian ridgeback." Hagrid retorted subconsciously and saw John's expression of as expected. The loudmouth Hagrid couldn't keep a secret, so now that he was known, he resigned himself to leaving the fireplace. John saw a kettle sitting on top of the fire, with an egg, probably the size of an ostrich, underneath it. "Is this a dragon egg? Are you sure you won't roast it?" The dragon egg had been roasted until it was black, and John thought it was probably about 3/4 cooked. "No, put the eggs in the fire because their mother breathes on them." Hagrid has done a lot of homework, and when it comes to his understanding of magical creatures, Hagrid is definitely at the professor level. John got an idea when he heard this. Wasn't he still worried about ink? The powerful fire dragon blood might be a good choice. A smile appeared on his face, and John's expression made Hagrid uneasy. The bearded man twitched his breath and said in a low voice, "John, you have to promise me not to tell anyone else." "Oh." John stretched out the last syllable, and his smiling expression made Hagrid feel uneasy. John glanced at the dragon egg and said, "Hagrid, you don't want others to know about this, right?" "John, we are friends." Hagrid muttered. John said, "A true friend will correct mistakes instead of making them with you, but..." Hagrid's hopeful gaze fell on John, who smiled brightly. "We are no match for each other. I will certainly not betray you. After all, who doesn't want to own a dragon?" "Great John, I knew you wouldn't betray me." Hagrid suddenly felt as happy as a half-ton child. John sighed in mock distress. "Actually, I want a dragon too." The 12 uses of dragon blood in the exam gave me a headache. And as you know, I don't have much money. Don't worry, John. When Norbert grows up, you can get free dragon blood. Hagrid has always been generous to his friends. John smiled, asked Hagrid for a basket of blasting in scrut butts, and left contentedly. Shortly after he left, Hagrid went to the library to look for more books about dragons, and happened to meet the three little ones who were reviewing. The result is self-evident. The three little ones also discovered the dragon eggs like John, but they kept it a secret for the sake of their friends. Chapter 26. Herbal Medicine Class. Pomona Sprout is talking about the characteristics of the devil's snare. This scary-looking giant is actually a child who is afraid of the light. John was listening while writing down the key points of alchemy. After several tests, he found that pigeon feathers were not suitable for writing runes on the butt of a blasting-tailed scrut. After trying several methods, he made a carving pen using silver basil feathers. He obtained some blood of magical creatures from the Forbidden Forest and successfully completed alchemy. His first magic prop was a bracelet, and the ceramic pieces on the bracelet were the butts of scruts. It doesn't have much effect. It's probably like a disposable amulet that can release the iron armor spell the moment danger approaches. This is already the first step. Next, when we get more powerful dragon blood, we may be able to perform higher-level alchemy. He let his thoughts run wild, nodding from time to time and looking very serious. The three little ones not far away also became entangled. Should we tell John that this is a dragon? Ronald thought dragons were so cool. Hermione was very reasonable. She frowned and said, "Ronald, have you forgotten what we promised Hagrid? The fewer people knew about the dragon, the better." Hermione didn't think it was a good thing for John. During breakfast, Hedwig handed Harry a note from Hagrid. It told several people that the dragon eggs were about to hatch. The three little ones didn't want to miss this very rare scene. So much so that the studious Hermione even started to daydream in class. Harry was surprised to hear her say this. "I thought you would definitely tell John. I mean, you and John are so good friends." If you were to ask who among the three little ones has the best relationship with John, it would undoubtedly be Hermione. That's why Harry was surprised. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to help but tell Ronald and the others. It's against the law. At the 1709 Wizard Conference, a law was officially passed to ban the keeping of dragons. John's situation in Slytherin is already bad enough, and if he gets points deducted, it will be even worse. Everything Hermione said made sense, so Harry had no choice but to give up the idea of sharing it with John. But they didn't expect that John also received the note. John had been looking forward to getting dragon's blood as experimental material, so he naturally wouldn't miss it. Looking at Malfoy, who was grinning beside him, John wondered if this kid had drunk the ecstasy potion as a drink. "Malfoy, why are you smiling so abstractly?" "Wick, you'll never guess what stupid Potter did. I'm going to make him drop out of school this time." The smile on Malfoy's pale face became more abstract, and his eyes occasionally looked in the direction of the three little ones. Judging from his posture, it seems that he has caught something on the three little ones. John shrugged. Well, it wasn't the first time Malfoy had said that. During the morning break, John did not go to Hagrid's cabin openly. He also knew that fire dragons were illegal, so he cast a disillusionment spell on himself and headed towards Hagrid's hut. When they got to the cabin, the three little ones were already gathered around the table. John moved closer, and the people present did not notice his arrival. Only Yaya raised his head and sniffed the air. Click! A deep crack appeared on the dragon egg lying on the table, and something was constantly moving. The clicking sound sounds really fun. Hagrid was as excited as a child, and the four of them held their breath as they moved their chairs closer to the table. Finally, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the fire dragon Norbert successfully broke out of his shell. She didn't look very good, at least not what John had imagined. But this is not a problem, after all. I just want its blood. The thorny wings are matched with a thin black body and a long nose with white nostrils. There are horns on its head, and its orange-red eyes bulge outward. Norbert sneezed, and flames flew out of his nose. Hagrid immediately turned into a male mother, picked up Norbert, and started praising him. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Although Hagrid praised it, Norbert had a very bad temper and bit Hagrid's finger. John felt that if someone else had those sharp teeth, they would at least have no flesh left. That's great, but John didn't see it. The two boys, Harry and Ronald, were eager to try it out. They thought it would be really cool to be able to raise a dragon. Hermione was more curious about how fast the Norwegian Ridgeback grew. John thought he could now remove his invisibility, but just before he did, he noticed someone peeking outside. John stopped his movements calmly and approached the window where Malfoy was leaning and watching stealthily. Hagrid was about to answer Hermione's question when he noticed the window and turned pale. When Malfoy saw that the big man had discovered him, he turned around and ran away. Even if Hagrid wanted to chase, it was too late. This made Hagrid dumbfounded. Harry went to the window and recognized the man with the slicked-back hair. It's over now. It's Malfoy. He must be going to complain. Harry swore that Malfoy definitely saw the Charmander. Malfoy couldn't suppress the excited smile on his face as he ran away, muttering to himself, "Haha, Potter, you're done. I'm going to expel you from school." He was walking in the corridor, and when he passed a door, he was suddenly grabbed by the clothes by a strange force and dragged inside. Malfoy was terrified and opened his mouth to scream. John lifted the disillusionment charm and covered Malfoy's mouth with one hand, silencing him with the other. "Wick, what are you doing here?" Putting aside his mudblood identity, Slytherin still felt good about John, who added nearly 200 points to the house. Although Malfoy was afraid that John would hit him again, he pretended to be calm. John once again performed the Waldong trick, pushing Malfoy into the corner, and said in a gentle voice, "Malfoy, I hope you can promise me one thing. Don't tell the professor about what happened today." "What happened today? You also know about that big fire dragon." Malfoy rolled his eyes and discovered the truth. John didn't deny it either. He nodded and said, "I hope you won't tell the professor. At least wait for a while." "Why? Why should I agree to you?" Malfoy regained his arrogance. John thought to himself, "If you tell me, my dragon blood will be wasted." He immediately said, "We are not far behind Gryffindor in points right now. If you tell the professor, he will deduct Slytherin's points as well." There was some truth in that. Malfoy hadn't thought of that. If we tell the professor, and if that big fool Hagrid gives John away, Slytherin's hard-earned advantage will be lost. Even more painful than losing the House Cup was losing to Gryffindor. After a brief thought, Malfoy nodded reluctantly and said, "Okay, I'll wait for a while before talking to you. This is not for you, but for the College Cup." This sensible attitude changed John's mind a little. He smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Malfoy. "For the sake of eternal glory, I believe you will not regret what you did today." Malfoy shook hands with John for the second time, thinking that John did not threaten him with force and seemed to be a good person. Maybe I could be friends with John. Even for a noble pureblood, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have an ordinary wizard as a friend. The two reached a consensus, but this made the three little ones feel uneasy. Because although Malfoy did not report them, he stared at them every day with a malicious smile. This made the three little ones live in fear, as they always felt that the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic would come to the castle in the next second and capture these bad guys who raised fire dragons. Hermione told Harry and his friend that the Ministry of Magic would not arrest anyone just because they had seen a dragon, but they still couldn't stop imagining about it. After a week, they discussed with Hagrid and decided to send Norbert away. It just so happened that Ronald's brother Charlie Weasley was raising dragons in Romania. He wrote to Charlie and received a reply. John went to meet Quirrell again, and this time he was a little nervous. There was a caged bug on Quirrell's desk, and he smiled as he talked about today's lesson. Completely stepping into the realm of dark magic, the unforgivable curse. If he passes this test, John will be completely recognized as one of their own. Otherwise, John would become a thorn in Voldemort's side. This means that this is a path that cannot be chosen. Either use the unforgivable curses or become Voldemort's priority target, and the Imperius curse will fall on John. This is a forced choice, voluntary or forced. Chapter 27. Look at this beautiful girl. Quirrell was holding a worm with very long joints in his hand, and he looked extremely enjoyable. John felt a chill run down his spine. Stroking the bug, Quirrell had an evil smile on his face. "John, good boy. Now, please tell me the names of the three unforgivable curses." Glancing at the wand in Quirrell's hand, John pondered for a moment and said, "Killing curse, Imperius curse, Cruciatus curse." "Good boy," Quirrell praised. Immediately, he pointed the wand at the bug in his hand and said, "Now, I will teach you the three supreme spells." Imperio, there was a flash of light, and the insect became extremely obedient in his hands. Quirrell's eyes had a strange light as he said, "The Imperius curse, a spell that makes wizards obedient and can even kill people." Under his control, the insect jumped into the basin of water beside it and did not show any sign of struggling even though it was about to drown. Then he jumped out again and came to the candle, allowing the flames to burn his joints without resisting. John took in this scene and felt a chill. The Imperius curse is much simpler and more brutal than brainwashing, and it can control a person in an instant. "Come back." Recalling the bug to fall into his palm, Quirrell pointed his wand at the bug and cast the second spell. Crucio, the insect, screamed, and even if you couldn't see its expression, you could tell it was in great pain. The shrill screams echoed in the classroom. John's face was gloomy, and he felt uncomfortable in his body. Quirrell, on the other hand, looked very much enjoying himself. Listen, what a wonderful sound this is. The feeling of being in control of everything was so wonderful that he was willing to become Voldemort's subordinate in order to obtain such power. Dark magic can corrupt people's hearts, and after gaining this power, Quirrell's mind became twisted. Quirrell couldn't see John's expression clearly under the moonlight, but he felt that the little wizard must be conquered by this most powerful force at this moment. Quirrell stopped casting the spell, with an evil light in his eyes. He placed the bug on the table and cast the last unforgivable curse. Avada Kedavra, a green light shot out from the tip of the staff, taking the insect's life without any hindrance. Controlling people's minds, torturing bodies, and controlling life and death, these three spells possess extremely powerful powers. Quirrell grabbed John's hand, his expression becoming excited. This is a wonderful power. That adult has high hopes for you. You must not let him down. I will never let you down. John lowered his head, which made Quirrell very satisfied. At the same time, her trust in John has reached the point where she believes he will not betray her. He has learned the unforgivable curses and has already stepped into the ranks of Death Eaters. In the next period of time, John needs to go and study. The unforgivable curses are so dangerous that they require only malicious intent to learn. John used the Cruciatus Curse, expressing his malice towards Quirrell, which made Quirrell very satisfied. Damn, this damn thing. John soaked himself in the water in the bathroom, but the coldness on his face did not subside at all. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that black magic was eroding his mind. This made him even more frantic, and he slapped the water with his hands, while John poured water over his head to calm himself down. Quirrell won't be able to jump around for long. I need to get rid of him as soon as possible. The school year was drawing to a close, and John couldn't remember the exact date of the first part, but he knew it was before the House Cup. As long as I can get through this semester, Quirrell will be a stranger from now on. As for the dark arts, John calmed himself down and decided that he didn't need to panic too much. Dark magic isn't a bad thing. At least it gives you another way to protect yourself. In the wizarding world, using the unforgivable curses was a serious crime punishable by being sent to Azkaban. But John didn't think the professors at these schools knew how to cast the unforgivable curses. The professors don't seem to be mentally twisted or anything like that. As long as you have strong self-control, you don't have to worry about becoming the next Voldemort. After comforting himself in this way, John finally relaxed. Coming out of the bathroom, he changed his clothes and walked out of the lounge. After casting an disillusionment charm on himself, he prepared to go out for some fresh air to calm himself down. Coming to the room of requirement, he entered and began his alchemical experiments. Quirrell cast the 3 unforgivable curses which made him realize that his amulet needed to be strengthened. After a night of hard work, he added new functions to the amulet. Protection from the Imperius Curse. This was the maximum he could do now. As for the Cruciatus Curse, he felt that he should not be a big problem if he was hit by it. At most it's just a little painful. However, the Imperius Curse is hard to guard against, so he added an early warning function to the amulet. If someone is accidentally hit by the curse, the hidden mechanism in it will be triggered. Although it is defenseless, it can make John sober up immediately. He was also trying to prevent Quirrell from using the Imperius Curse on him, because he felt that Quirrell would continue to get worse. If John wants to resist at that time, he can only seize this tiny opportunity. As expected, not long after, Quirrell extended an invitation to John. Head to the Forbidden Forest. This reminded John of something, and his expression couldn't help but change. Professor, what are we going to the Forbidden Forest for? I mean, I patrolled the Forbidden Forest for a long time and found nothing. John tried to get away with it, but Quirrell wasn't going to let him have it easy. In the pursuit of knowledge, you will find that practice can reveal the truth. Quirrell looked much paler today, and Voldemort was weak again and needed to drink unicorn blood to stay alive. The lingering Voldemort was no better than a mouse, and he didn't want to expose his fragile life to John. When John showed an unwilling expression on his face, Voldemort's voice came out. Don't bother with him. The voice came from Quirrell's head, and John felt something was wrong. Quirrell showed a respectful expression on his face, raised his wand, and shot out light, and John was hit by the Imperius Curse. The amulet on the wrist glowed for a moment, then quickly dimmed. John felt his mind go haywire and then reassemble itself, and he stared at Quirrell with dull eyes. Quirrell felt that he had succeeded when he saw this, and said to Voldemort respectfully, Master, let's go find the unicorn now. After the last killing of unicorns, all the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest went into hiding. A long time passed, and some unicorns could not help but come out, and Quirrell found some traces. He walked ahead, and John followed behind. Quirrell wanted to completely drag John into an irreversible abyss, but John knew that this was not the time to turn against him, so he continued to pretend to be under a curse. Fortunately, Quirrell did not let John take action after finding the unicorn today, and John had not yet learned the killing curse, so this saved some trouble. But John could only watch the unicorn being killed by Quirrell. His eyes fluctuated violently, but in the end he did not pull out his wand. In the Forbidden Forest, if I make the slightest movement, I will probably become the next target of the killing curse. After finishing this hunt, Voldemort's life was extended. Quirrell took John away, sawed off the unicorn's horn, and put it in his hand, telling John that he had killed it. John also behaved like a kid at a loss, and his entanglement and gradual perversion after experiencing the killing were vividly reflected. Voldemort believed that it wouldn't be long before this would be a very good Death Eater. Now all we have to do is wait for fermentation. Killing a unicorn is a serious crime, and the little wizard didn't dare tell the professor. Voldemort was full of confidence. John got some time to breathe and didn't have to go to study with Quirrell. On this day, Ronald was bitten by a fire dragon. Harry and the others knew that it would be too late if they didn't send Norbert away now, so they could wait until Saturday night to send him away. Chapter 28. After returning, John immediately made himself a new string of amulets. Fortunately, I was prepared this time, otherwise I would have been tricked by that old D Quirrell. Saturday, John got more materials from Hagrid, and this time he had a new idea. The unicorn's horn has begun to change. Staring at the smelly horn, John frowned. This unicorn was killed, and its horn was sawed off, so the curse on the horn is not small. He originally wanted to make the horn into a talisman, but now it seems that this won't work. After grinding the unicorn horn into powder, John discovered that the curse inside was extremely strong and could perhaps be used as a black magic tool. On the way back, John also visited Hagrid's cabin. Hagrid burst into tears. His Norbert was going to be sent away tonight. When John arrived, he looked at Norbert, who had grown several times bigger, and thought that this was a very sensible approach. If we wait a little longer, Norbert might grow as big as the house. John, this is the dragon's blood that I promised you. I hope you will treat it well. Hagrid gave John a bottle of dragon blood, reminding him of the past. I promise. John took it. The dragon blood was still warm. I guess it must be the characteristic of the fire dragon. Hagrid could actually take such a palm-sized bottle. Looking at Norbert's lively appearance, it seems that this bottle of blood is not difficult for him to get. After parting with Hagrid, John conducts a test in the Room of Requirement. After combining the dragon's blood with the blasting-tailed scrut, he successfully carved the first rune. John felt a little excited as he stroked the successfully enchanted amulet. After so many days of worry and fear, I finally got the reward. As for the action of sending Norbert away at night, he would not participate. After all, he had an appointment with Malfoy, and John would not make things difficult for himself. Gryffindor woke up early in the morning to find that they had lost 150 points in the points hopper, which completely stunned them as they had hoped to defeat Slytherin. After careful inquiry, they found out that their savior Harry Potter, Hermione, and Neville were caught while strolling in the school at night. This instantly turned the three of them from savior heroes into the three most unpopular people. On the other hand, Mr. Malfoy, who also caused the school to be deducted 20 points, received a completely different treatment. His extreme feat of 1 for 3 successfully reversed the possibility of Gryffindor's counterattack. Harry Potter, our hero, Slytherin will appreciate your help. Malfoy led the team in mocking, and Harry was so angry that he clenched the pen tightly, wishing he could punch that little face. John felt that it was better to avoid such face-to-face attacks. Although Hermione and the others also lost points, their fame was fully demonstrated at this moment. Harry alone attracted most of the hatred, and John could only say that fame was a double-edged sword, bringing convenience while carrying expectations. Clearly, Harry had not lived up to the Gryffindor expectations. They had no choice but to bury themselves in study, hoping to forget the pain through learning. Damn Snape, he's always so nosy. Quirrell's face looked grim. He was threatened by Snape once again. This former Death Eater had now become a nuisance, and now that his master was failing again, they had to go to the Forbidden Forest once more. John was found again. John calmly hid the amulet under his sleeve, with a conflicted look on his face as if he was considering whether to continue studying with Quirrell. Quirrell saw that he was still hesitating and suddenly became a little impatient. Perhaps he will become a Death Eater completely only if he actually kills a pure life. The Imperius curse controls John, and Quirrell is ready to let John kill the unicorn this time, leading John towards the Forbidden Forest. Quirrell didn't notice the gleam in John's eyes as he gestured cryptically to the side of the corridor. The bird and the dog hiding in the corridor left in two directions. Want to control me? Let me see how many lives you have. John was not someone who could be manipulated by others. Although he could not kill Voldemort, he could still cause trouble for him. I think the life of a unicorn can make the professors take it seriously, but I don't know if Quirrell will die early. There was a cold flash in his eyes, and a smile rose to the corner of John's mouth and disappeared in an instant. Forbidden Forest. Poor Harry, Hermione, and Neville were punished and had to patrol the Forbidden Forest. The Malfoy who was originally full of spirit now looked pale. He didn't want to die in the Forbidden Forest. What's more, this big guy definitely holds a grudge against me. It was because of me that I reported him that he lost his fire dragon. He even thought Hagrid would take this opportunity to throw him to the werewolves as a snack. In fact, he guessed correctly. Hagrid had no patience with the little guy who reported him. Entering here is the job of servants, not students. Malfoy protested loudly. Hagrid said unhappily, that's how Hogwarts is. You have to do something useful, or get out. After that, Hagrid looked at the other three kids who were also nervous and whispered, the Forbidden Forest is very dangerous. You have to be careful. John is not feeling well today. Otherwise, you might not be so nervous when you are with your friends. John is sick. Hermione was very concerned about her friend. Hagrid thought for a moment and said, I don't know. Maybe he was injured by the alchemy explosion. He said this, but his eyes looked towards Yaya. Yaya ran over with dog food chewed in its mouth. It looked like someone had just given it some. Hagrid led 4 people to patrol the Forbidden Forest, and they found unicorn blood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. This is the third one. Hagrid was filled with heavy hearts after discovering a new unicorn death last week. To facilitate the search, they divided into 2 teams. Malfoy always felt that Hagrid wanted to harm him, and he would never stay with Hagrid no matter what. Malfoy had no choice but to let Malfoy and Neville stay with Fawn. With such a heavy heart, Hagrid's team found someone using red sparks to ask for help not long after they left. After arriving, they found out that it was the annoying Malfoy who teased Neville and made him emit sparks to ask for help. Hagrid couldn't stand it anymore, so he asked Harry to switch with Neville. Although Harry felt a little wronged, he would not be teased anymore. Harry was nervous. The Forbidden Forest at night was full of dangers. John came to the Forbidden Forest, and Quirrell put on a cloak to hide himself. They were chasing a unicorn, and the elf-like unicorn was constantly being attacked. John, kill it. John raised his hand and cast a spell. A white light flew out and landed in front of the unicorn, stirring up dust and causing the unicorn to leave quickly. Damn it, you stupid guy. Quirrell couldn't help but curse. This was the 4th time. Except for the initial painless sleeping spell John cast on the unicorn, which startled it, every subsequent attack was unsuccessful. If he hadn't known that John had been controlled by the Imperius curse, he would have really thought that John was causing trouble on purpose. In fact, John really did come to cause trouble. He glanced at the already tired unicorn and became more and more anxious. Did Basil fail to deliver the letter, or did the professors not believe me? John's heart sank. This was a bad outcome. He asked Basil and Tom to deliver letters to several professors respectively, hoping to kill Quirrell, the Scourge, in one fell swoop. The letter seemed to have fallen on deaf ears, and he struggled more as he watched the unicorn getting closer and closer. Do I really want to kill the unicorn? After Quirrell knocked the unicorn down again, blood flowed from the unicorn's body. Quirrell's breathing became a little rapid. Seize the opportunity. John walked out upon hearing this, pointing his wand at the unicorn. He saw the human sadness in the unicorn's eyes and pursed his lips. Quirrell next to him was still urging, hurry up, use the spell you are most familiar with to kill it. His body was too weak, and if he didn't drink unicorn blood he would die, and Voldemort had been draining his life force. If it wasn't for the need to bring down this little Death Eater, he would have killed the unicorn long ago. John seemed to have made up his mind, and flames burst out of his wand. Fiendfire the flames seemed to erupt uncontrollably, igniting the surrounding grass and trees, and continuously devouring the surroundings. Idiot. Quirrell didn't expect John to be stupid enough to use Fiendfire. He angrily knocked John away and immediately rushed towards the unicorn. The fierce fire burned everything except the unicorn. Quirrell still relied on the unicorn to survive, so he didn't care about anything else and came to the unicorn to suck its blood. Just at this moment, a red light flew over and he dodged it quickly. The professors are here. Duh. Chapter 29. Poor boy, he's under the Imperius curse. John was about to backstab Quirrell, but when he heard the voice approaching, he immediately pretended to be possessed. Professor Sprout trotted over to John, feeling heartbroken at the sight of him. Professor McGonagall was like an angry lion. Her lips turned pale from the force she exerted. Hurting the students of Hogwarts was the bottom line she could not tolerate. The wand in Professor McGonagall's hand continued to emit light. She stepped forward and raised her hand to make the tree next to her turn into a lion and pounce on Quirrell. You're going to pay for this. Don't question an angry professor, especially if that professor is an animagus. Quirrell tried to fight back, but Professor McGonagall, who had transformed him into a tabby cat, dodged all of his attacks flexibly. He leaped out, and his sharp claws left scars on Quirrell's cloak. Changing back into human form, Professor McGonagall raised his wand again and attacked Quirrell. Stupefied, Quirrell was hit and flew out. McGonagall wanted to chase him, but the noise attracted the patrolling little wizard. Professor McGonagall! Harry exclaimed, and Professor McGonagall thought to himself, "Oh no." He nervously shouted, "Hide Potter!" Quirrell, who should have been asleep, floated in the air and moved flexibly like a snake. When he approached Harry, Professor McGonagall attacked again. Quirrell turned around and disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. What's going on? Hagrid also came here. The fiend fire was burning hard to extinguish. With the cooperation of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick who arrived, they were able to extinguish the fiend fire. Even so, this battle is very dangerous. Hermione glanced at Harry nervously and was relieved to see that he was not hurt. But when she moved her eyes, she screamed when she saw the little wizard lying on the ground. "Oh my God, John!" Hermione ran down without caring about the danger and came to Professor Sprout, asking in a trembling voice, "He'll be fine, right?" Professor Sprout is the head of Hufflepuff and a short, plump, and kind witch. Hearing Hermione's question, she patted John's head with pity. "He's under the Imperius curse. We have to send him to the school hospital." The unforgivable curse. The name of the Imperius curse made Hermione's heart tremble. Harry and Neville also ran over, and even Malfoy did not leave at this moment, but was in disbelief. Professor McGonagall looked heavy-hearted. Someone had entered Hogwarts and used the Imperius curse to injure a student. Professor Flitwick shrieked, "Damn you bastards!" The centaur was startled and came over. This centaur looked young, with platinum hair and a body of a silver-maned horse. Hagrid, professors. Firenze came here and saw what happened, with some surprise in his eyes. The centaur was able to get predictions by observing the stars, but what was happening now was somewhat beyond his expectations. "Hagrid, take them back and send Mr. Wick to the school hospital. We need to search this place thoroughly." Professor McGonagall distributed the tasks, and Hagrid picked up John and followed the frightened little wizard. Firenze also followed them and talked to Harry about the mysterious starry sky. The group walked out of the Forbidden Forest, and John gradually felt relieved. "I think these 3 professors are enough to give Quirrell a hard time, if he finds them." John was secretly happy, because now he wouldn't have to see Quirrell for a while. The unicorn also survived, and Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, who was in charge of the Magical Beasts class, heard about it and rushed to take care of it. John felt his eyelids become heavy as he relaxed. Yes, in order to prevent Quirrell from discovering his flaws, he needed to stay tense at all times. Now that he was safe, he felt sleepy when he relaxed. John was about to have a good sleep when he heard some rustling sounds, and his relaxed heart suddenly perked up. When he opened his eyes, he saw those resentful eyes. Avada Kedavra grass. John didn't expect that Quirrell, this madman, would dare to show up, and he didn't expect that he would save people. John and Hagrid's arms kicked Harry and Malfoy in front of him away, and with excessive force, John fell down. The green light hit John, and the amulet was activated at that moment. The armor curse blocked the killing curse and weakened it after colliding with it. Quirrell was already weak because of Voldemort, and then he was beaten by Professor McGonagall and became half-crippled. Now the killing curse was extremely weak, and it was blocked by the iron armor curse. John was still thrown flying when he was hit, but he was sure that it was not enough to kill him. Before closing his eyes, John heard many horse hoofbeats. The centaurs were coming. Quirrell did not dare to stay. After casting the killing curse, he turned around and ran without even looking at the result. He paid the price for his stupidity and was chased by the centaurs all night. It had been a long time since John had slept so long since he had the insomniac. When he opened his eyes, it was still dark around him. He slept for 3 whole days, and during these 3 days Hogwarts was in chaos. An evil creature broke into the Forbidden Forest and held a Slytherin student hostage with the Imperius curse. As people who participated in this incident, Harry and others could have become the center of public opinion based on first-hand information, but they did not. Even Malfoy was no longer in the mood to play around. All he could think about was the green light flying towards him and John's sudden kick. "He saved me, Wick, why?" Malfoy was confused. He and John didn't get along well, and he even called him a mudblood, but in the end the other party saved him. This left him at a loss. The same thing happened to the three little ones. Harry, Hermione, and the others were so worried that they couldn't sleep. Especially Harry. The green light he saw seemed to be the same as the green light in his dream. He knew exactly what that meant. Harry couldn't stop shaking at the thought that his friend John might have died saving him. 3 days seemed like a year. Dumbledore also showed up at the school hospital several times. Even Snape, who disliked John, had a gloomy face all day long, staring at Quirrell with murderous eyes, as if he would cast a killing curse on him in the next second. John woke up in the dark, but several professors still received the message and came over. The first to come over was Professor Snape. His face became even gloomier, and he asked in a unique, greasy voice, "What on earth are you doing, John Wick?" "Calm down, Severus." Dumbledore appeared and interrupted Professor Snape. Dumbledore's eyes were filled with relief under the half-moon lenses. He smiled and said, "This is good news, isn't it? But we should be thankful that the caster was too weak, so weak that John Wick survived." Professor Snape looked a little better, but still gloomy. "John Wick, do you recognize the man who cast the spell on you?" Facing Dumbledore's question, John thought for a moment and shook his head and said, "I can't see clearly, but he seems to be very familiar with Hogwarts." Among the professors, the 4 deans except Snape are in the Forbidden Forest, and Snape is a spy, and it is impossible for him to defect, so it is obvious who it is. John almost said Quirrell directly, but Dumbledore just smiled and said nothing. However, when Harry and his friends came to visit the next day, they told him about the unicorn. The unicorn survived, and Professor Quirrell had taken a few days of sick leave, so he might not be seen during the exam. In the days that followed, John no longer had to be bothered by Quirrell. He just had to wait patiently for exam week to arrive. And John hadn't forgotten what Dumbledore had said last time, and his heart burned with anger when he thought of the Philosopher's Stone. After a lot of waiting and anticipation, exam week has arrived. Chapter 30. June. Exam week is here. In the Charms class, Professor Flitwick showed concern for John. "Mr. Wick, have you recovered?" John smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Professor. I'm feeling much better now." Professor Flitwick said in a shrill voice, "You're very lucky. The killing curse that evil be ******** used on you was not very powerful." Professor Flitwick wished he had been there. He would have taught that filthy creature a lesson about being a dueling champion. In the Charms exam, pineapple tap dances. John completed the test perfectly and gracefully, much to the satisfaction of Professor Flitwick. The second exam was Transfiguration, and John again received a lecture from Professor McGonagall. This child has suffered too much. First, he was insulted by Malfoy at the beginning of the school year, and then he was kidnapped with the Imperius curse and also hit by the killing curse. But God favored this child and let him survive. Veriverdo. John took out his wand and pointed it at the mouse in front of him. After a while, the mouse turned into an exquisite snuff bottle. Perfect, an excellent transfiguration spell. Professor McGonagall applauded generously. Then it was potions class, mixing the potion of forgetfulness. During the defense against the dark arts exam, Professor Quirrell was absent due to illness, so Dumbledore was invigilating himself. This made John feel a little uncomfortable, because Dumbledore always liked to greet him with his inquiring eyes and playful winks. History of Magic was the last subject and the easiest for John. Although Cuthbert Binns's tedious class is drowsy, it is fortunately the only course that both Muggles and Wizards can quickly master. The history of the Goblin Rebellion can be memorized easily if you know how to memorize it by rote. After writing down the name of the old wizard who invented the automatic stirring cauldron, John could finally relax. "Wick, are you all right?" After the exam, Malfoy came over. John still remembered that Draco Malfoy's name appeared frequently in the pile of condolences piled up in front of his bed. This rich young man's attitude towards John has changed a lot now. "Much better. I haven't thanked you yet for sending me so many gifts of comfort. It's just a small amount of money." Malfoy turned his head away proudly. John thought to himself, "You are not a little lowly. Why are you pretending to be so proud?" Taking out a few of the unfinished comfort food from his pocket, John asked the other party if he wanted to eat. Malfoy took one reluctantly, but Goyle and Crabbe acted as if they had never eaten before and almost got into a fight. This made Malfoy unable to help but scold the two of them, and John saw a beautiful girl with golden hair, Daphne Greengrass. She came over and asked with concern, "I heard that you were under the Imperius curse. I can't believe who would do this." John rubbed his left hand, which was a little sore from writing, and said with deep conviction, "He must be a desperado, otherwise he wouldn't have entered the Forbidden Forest. This beautiful girl is the school beauty of Slytherin, and she is followed by Pansy Parkinson. There are more Slytherins around John, and with Malfoy's unremitting propaganda, This problem child who used to fight at the beginning of the school year has changed a lot. When most people had left, John looked at Malfoy and said sincerely, "Draco, I think we should be friends." Malfoy was slightly stunned when he heard this title. He glanced at the two followers around him and said calmly, "Oh, since you ask, then I will do it with reluctance." John. Calling each other by name is an acknowledgement of the relationship between the two parties. John smiled slightly. It seemed that he had made a step forward in becoming the leader of Slytherin. Going to Hagrid's cabin, John received a letter from Hagrid, telling him that the unicorn had sent a thank you gift. Unicorns are intelligent magical creatures, so it doesn't seem so hard for them to be grateful. John came to Hagrid's cabin. Hagrid was sitting on a big chair outside. When he saw John coming, he quickly put down the pea pods in his hand. "That's great, John, you're okay." Hagrid listened to what Harry said about John's recovery, but he was still concerned about John. After giving John a bear hug, Hagrid put John down and said, "Wei sent her shed horns to thank you." John was stunned. Wei, that's the name of the unicorn. Unicorns all have their own names, but they won't tell others easily. Hagrid took the horn out of the house. The spiral horn emitted a faint glow. Unlike the horn that Quirrell sawed off after killing him, this horn was full of holy aura. It's so beautiful that it looks like it was made with pearl coloring. John took the horn, which was much more valuable than the Scroots' butt. Tom walked out of the cabin, followed by Yaya, the dog. The big dog Yaya acted like a little brother to Tom, but Tom held his head high, unaware that the big dog next to him could bite off his head in one bite. "Well done, Tom. Thanks to you for bringing Professor Kettleburn. Of course, Fong did a great job too, leading the way well." John petted the two dogs. That night in the Forbidden Forest, Tom came and found Fong, and asked Fong to take him to find Professor Kettleburn and hand over John's letter. Professor Kettleburn has been devoted to the study of magical animals, so his home is near the Forbidden Forest. John told Professor Kettleburn in the tone of his Forbidden Forest patrol that many magical animals had been harmed in the Forbidden Forest recently, and Professor Kettleburn would voluntarily go to the Forbidden Forest. John also sent letters to several other professors. However, it was not stated explicitly, only that outsiders were found invading the Forbidden Forest. I just don't know why Professor Snape didn't go to the Forbidden Forest. If he was there, Quirrell would definitely not be able to escape. After getting the horn, John also started to think about alchemy. After asking Hagrid if he had any other materials, he successfully collected a large basket of various magical biological materials. Even the most rare eight-eyed giant spider venom is included here. You should know that just a small test tube of eight-eyed giant spider venom is worth 100 galleons. Hagrid is really a hidden rich man. This money looks like he found it. Hagrid wanted to invite John for tea, but then three little ones came running outside. "Hagrid, I have something to ask you." The three little ones ran so fast that their faces turned red. Harry asked hastily, "Do you remember the night you beat Norbert at cards? What did the stranger you played with look like?" Hagrid was confused and said casually, "I don't know." He refused to take off his cloak. Seeing the three kids' surprised expressions, he explained to everyone, "There are always some weird guys visiting the Hog's Head bar. That guy might be a dragon vendor. I never saw his face clearly because he was wearing a hood." Harry's heart was pounding, and his intuition told him that he was getting close to the truth. "What did you say to him? Did you mention Hogwarts?" Hagrid frowned and tried to recall. "Maybe he did. By the way, he asked me what I did." "Oh, yes, I said I was the gamekeeper here. He kept buying me wine. He also wanted to make sure I was not capable of dealing with a dragon. I told him I could even control Fluffy, so a dragon was nothing to me." Recalling the wine he drank, Hagrid still felt a little unsatisfied. When Harry heard the fire dragon, he was even more certain that the other party was the one who wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid also blurted out that Lou Williams likes to listen to music, which undoubtedly confirmed his identity. By the time they reacted, it was too late. The three little ones turned around and ran away. Hagrid was annoyed and horrified. John walked out of the cabin and said helplessly, "Hagrid, maybe you could try to control your mouth." "John, great, you have to help me." Looking at John for help, John lifted a basket of materials with difficulty and said, "Okay, but I have to put the things back to the dormitory first." If John guessed correctly, the three little ones were now figuring out how to enter the trapdoor. If he were to enter the trapdoor, he would probably have to face Voldemort, and John didn't want to fight a battle he was unprepared for. Instead of going to the dormitory, he came to the room of requirement, took out a basket of materials, and carved an amulet for himself. After all, he had a live map and could monitor the movements of the three people at any time. At night, the three little ones began to move. John glanced at the half-finished amulet and quickened his pace. Finally, after the three little ones entered the fourth floor for a while, John completed the amulet. After putting on the amulet, John put a bag of potions in his pocket. He made up his mind that even if he couldn't defeat Voldemort, he would poison him with potion. At the same time, he took his greatsword and was ready to go. When he arrived at the right corridor of the 4th floor, it had been opened. Lu Wei with 3 heads was staring at him, and John threw out a music box. Fluffy fell asleep just as John walked into the trapdoor. Chapter 31. I've put the music box Neville gave me to use. The music box rotated and made beautiful music. It was a gift from Neville to John during Christmas. After knowing that Lu Wei liked music, John went to the dormitory to get his stuff. The music box is flying. After entering the trapdoor, John used the flying spell to take the music box back. This is a gift from Neville, and John doesn't want Fluffy to ruin it when he wakes up. Ding! Trigger the challenge mission. Clear the secret room where the magic stone is located. Get any point +2. Blessing. Night. When John entered the room, he triggered a challenge mission. Free falling through the trapdoor, John saw something moving like tentacles below. Reducto. White light pierced through the tentacles, and John cast a levitation spell on himself before landing. It fell gently, and John looked up. The shattered tentacles squirmed to fill the hole. He looked carefully and recognized that it was a devil's snare. Are you afraid that someone will fall to their death? Touching his chin, John felt that the only person who could set up such a level was probably the kind Professor Sprout. I guess Professor Sprout didn't expect that someone would use such a violent method to break through. Devil's Snare is a plant that likes dampness and darkness. Below the Devil's Snare is a stone corridor that is the only way out. After walking along the corridor for a while, John heard rustling and tinkling sounds. It sounded like a swarm of bugs flapping their wings. At the end of the corridor was a brightly lit room with a high vaulted ceiling. Countless birds as dazzling as gems fluttered their wings and flew around the room. It was a group of keys with wings. On the other side of the room was a heavy wooden door with a keyhole. John looked at the broomstick beside him thoughtfully and said, "This level should be about finding the matching key." Looking at the densely packed keys, John felt that Harry would probably be out by the time he found one. In that case, let's try another approach. John took off the big sword on his back and came to the wooden door. He tried to use the unlocking spell, but it obviously didn't work. In that case, just break it open. John held the sword with both hands and slashed at the wooden door. The sword was already quite heavy, and John was proficient in using it, so he chopped it with the sword, causing wood chips to fly everywhere. When he struck the wooden door for the 10th time, it finally collapsed. Heaving the great sword over his shoulder, John stepped through the wooden door. The second room was pitch black, and John blinked, a little uncomfortable going from light to darkness. Walking inside, light rose in the room. The lights that illuminated the entire room were bright, and it was a huge chessboard. John was standing at the side at this time. Looking around, there were 2 kinds of chess pieces, black and white, on the chessboard. Judging from the style, it seems to be the same thing as the wizard chess, with a wooden door behind the white chess pieces. Ronald. At this moment, he noticed a red-haired figure lying outside the chessboard. John's heart sank. Could something have happened? After calling a few times and hearing no response, John wanted to walk over. But the white chess pieces on the opposite chessboard drew their weapons and blocked the way. John looked gloomy and said coldly, "Either get out of the way, or I'll smash you to pieces before I can get through." Obviously, the white chess piece didn't want to give way, so John didn't hesitate and attacked directly with his magic wand. Reducto. The soldier in the front was shattered by the white light, which stirred up a hornet's nest. The white chess pieces moved out one after another, and John cast an illusion spell on himself, disappearing in front of the white chess pieces. The alert white chess piece didn't quite understand the situation, and the big sword rubbed against his body, creating sparks and smashing another chess piece. With a wand in his left hand and a great sword in his right hand, John blended into the darkness and continued to massacre the white pieces. The shattered white chess piece wanted to recover, and John's face turned grim. This superb transformation skill might be a hurdle set by Professor McGonagall. Recover? Mix you all together and see how you can recover. With a wave of the magic wand, all the broken white chess pieces floated up and gathered together. John looked at the White King. It seemed that this was the core. He jumped up, twisted his waist, and turned around, and with a powerful blow, he split the White King apart from the top of his head. The white chess piece stopped moving, and John frowned as he looked at the slightly deformed sword. This sword is still not good enough. After dealing with the chess piece, he came to Ronald. After shaking Ronald, he finally woke up. "Ronald, are you okay?" Ronald was also a little confused. He only remembered that he chose to sacrifice himself so that Harry could take down the White King. After that, he lost all memory because he was knocked unconscious. Hearing the sound, He opened his eyes, saw nothing in front of him, and screamed in fear. "It's me. Ronald, are you okay?" John removed the disillusionment curse and showed concern for Ronald. "I'm fine. I just feel a little dizzy." "Why are you here, John?" Realizing something was wrong, Ronald looked at John with his mouth open. John shrugged and said lightly, "Hagrid was worried something might happen to you, so he asked me to come and take a look." "Well, this reason is barely acceptable." Ronald felt dizzy, stood up, swayed a few times, and almost fell down. Just as John was considering whether to send Ronald back first, Hermione walked out from another door. "Ronald!" Hermione shouted anxiously, and then she saw John standing next to Ronald. She was stunned for a moment. "Hermione, where's Harry?" "Harry is heading to the final level. Why are you here, John?" So John explained the reason again and looked towards a door over there. Hermione saw his movements and said, "Harry has passed. The antidote for the 5th level has been used up." The antidote was gone, so no matter how worried Hermione was, it was useless. She could only go and see if she could find Dumbledore and bring him back. Fire. John subconsciously touched his pocket where he kept several bottles of potions. What a coincidence. He happened to have a bottle of fireproof potion in his pocket. Coincidentally, he found this potion in Powerful Potion, and it needed to be refined with dragon's blood. He only had this one bottle, which was just enough to get through. "Then you guys go out as planned. I'll go help Harry." After that, John ignored Hermione's surprise and entered through the door behind the white chess piece. As soon as he entered, John smelled a foul odor. He was very familiar with this smell. After all, he had once dealt with a big creature with the same smell. But this time the smell was even more pungent, and John's eyes were filled with tears because of the spiciness. In his blurry vision, he saw a giant monster lying on the ground. This troll was even bigger than the last one. There was a huge lump on its head, and it looked like it had been unconscious for some time. Just when John thought he didn't have to fight the troll anymore, the fallen troll opened his eyes at an inopportune time. Ding! Kill the second giant monster. Any point +1. Blessing. Giant monster nemesis. Giant killer. Greatly increases damage to giant creatures and increases the fear of giant creatures. A task was triggered, and John narrowed his eyes. Seeing that the huge monster was waking up, John cast an illusion spell on himself. He came behind the troll before it woke up. Apparently the lump was telling him where the troll's weakness was. John aimed at the head and hit it with all his strength, shattering it to pieces. The poor troll was knocked away again just as he got up. This time it was even worse. A huge hole was blown out on his head and blood kept flowing out of it. Soon it gathered into a small stream on the ground. At the same time, the system sent a notification that the task was completed. Even Dumbledore probably couldn't have imagined his simple and crude way of passing the level. Reaching the last door, John reached out and pushed it open. Purple flames appeared before his eyes, blocking the road. John took out the fireproof potion and prepared to drink it. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes blurred as he summoned the panel. Magic. Level 3, 105/1500. Spells. Allaho Opening, Level 3. Levitation, Level 4. Transfiguration, Level 2. Disillusionment, Level 3. Luminescence, Level 2. Blazing Flame, Level 3. Shattered to Pieces, Level 3. Fiendish Flame, Level 2. Skills. Short Weapon Mastery, Level 7. Greatsword Mastery, Level 4. Hot Weapon Mastery, Level 1. Rune Mastery, Level 1. Alchemy Mastery, Level 1. Blessings. Physical Fitness, Speed Attack, Precision, Academic Master, Pilot, Long Distance. Runner, Sword Dance, Night Demon, Giant Monster Killer. My disillusionment charm failed in front of Dumbledore last time. I shouldn't be careless this time. Having made up his mind, John set his eyes on the disillusionment charm and added the random point he had just obtained on it. The disillusionment spell number jumped and became level 4. Chapter 32. Satisfied with what he had done, John cast a new disillusionment charm on himself. A level 4 disillusionment charm is no less powerful than the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. Taking out the fireproof potion and drinking it, John walked into the fire. Just like drinking ice water, the fireproof potion instantly penetrated his entire body. The flames licked his body, but there was no burning sensation at all. John continued to move forward along the flames, passing the purple flames and reaching the black flames. He could feel that the fireproof potion in his body was disappearing quickly, so he quickened his pace and tried to get away from the black flames before its effect disappeared. In front of him was the last room. At the same time, there were already 2 people inside. John tensed when he saw the taller man. It's Quirrell, and the one being held hostage by Quirrell in front of the mirror was Harry. What's wrong with this mirror? What is its function? Help me, Master. Use that boy. Use that boy. Potter, come here. Quirrell seemed to be talking to himself or asking a question. John walked out of the fire, his steps slow and gentle. He knew that now was not a good time. Voldemort had not appeared yet, and he could not take action. What made John even more curious was how Quirrell survived. I have to say that this person's life is as dangerous as that of a cockroach. His aura became even weaker, and a strong stench of decay emanated from his body. It was as if the person in front of him was not a living person, but a corpse. Harry was held hostage by Quirrell and came to the mirror. At this moment, Harry thought a lot. He didn't expect that Snape, whom he thought was a bad guy, was actually protecting himself, and that Quirrell, whom he thought was the victim, was the real bad guy. He wanted to protect the Philosopher's Stone, but now he didn't know how to do it. Quirrell was aggressive, and Harry stood in front of the mirror. Harry winked at him in the mirror and put the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket. Only Harry knew all this. No one else knew, even if Quirrell was right next to them. Harry started to lie. I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, and Fender, won the House Cup. Quirrell was furious that he didn't get what he wanted. Get away from me. Quirrell pushed Harry away and lingered in front of the mirror, cursing. Harry stepped back, the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket, and tried to take this opportunity to escape. But he hadn't taken 5 steps when he heard the same sound that Quirrell had made when he asked himself questions. He's lying. Quirrell realized that he had been tricked and became even more angry. He was already weak because he had not sucked the unicorn's blood. If Voldemort had not had other ways to prolong his life, he would have died by now. For this reason, he hated Harry to the core. Taking out his wand, Quirrell fired a spell at Harry. Harry flew out and fell to the ground. Quirrell had a crazy look on his face and shouted, "Hand over the Philosopher's Stone." Harry clenched his teeth and said nothing. "Let me talk to him. You are useless, Quirinus." The shrill voice spoke again. "No, Master, I can do it. I can definitely get the Philosopher's Stone for you." Quirrell was now in a complete panic, and he stuttered, trying to get his master to give him another chance. But Voldemort no longer trusted this subordinate and forcibly took away his body. Being so weak now, Quirrell couldn't even compete with Voldemort. As Harry watched in horror, Quirrell's body turned in a strange position. He grabbed his head with both hands and twisted and spun it like a large rubber ball. The sickening smell became stronger, and the scarf-wrapped head turned in front of him, and Quirrell untied it bit by bit. There was actually a human face behind that head. Harry had never seen such a hideous and terrifying face. It was like chalk, with glowing red eyes and 2 long, snake-like nostrils below. Quirrell said weakly in fear, "Master, give me a chance." Voldemort had a look of disgust on his face, and Quirrell was no longer breathing. This body is now completely controlled by Voldemort. Looking at the culprit who had made him what he was now, he whispered, "Harry Potter." Harry wanted to step back, but his legs seemed frozen, and he felt a sharp pain in the wound on his forehead. "Look at what I have become." There was venom in Voldemort's tone. He hated it so much. The Dark Lord who was supposed to rule the wizarding world has now become nothing more than a shadow and steam. He is just a wandering soul without a body and can only live in the bodies of weak animals. However, there are some people who are willing to let him enter their bodies, and Quirrell is one of them. Once I get the elixir of life, I will be able to recreate a body of my own. Voldemort could already see how much panic the world would be thrown into if he regained his body, and he felt that everything was under control. Dumbledore was sent away to the Ministry of Magic, and now there was no one who could stop Voldemort. He held his wand, his eyes narrowed dangerously. "Now, Harry, why don't you give me the Philosopher's Stone in your pocket?" He was not that fool Quirrell. In his prime, he was a wizard who could be on par with Dumbledore. This little trick naturally couldn't be hidden from his eyes. He raised his wand and slashed it across, and the invisible knife cut open Harry's pocket. A bright red stone fell from his pocket. Harry tried to pick it up, but was tied up by Voldemort's deformed belt. When Voldemort picked up the object he had been longing for, he laughed strangely. Looking at Harry, the guy he hated, he rose to power by stepping on the great Dark Lord, a hypocritical liar. He wanted to torture this child, this being that the world called the Savior. "Look at you, kid. Your parents were very brave back then. I always admire courage. I killed your father first, but he refused to surrender and bravely fought me. Your mother didn't have to die, but she risked her life to protect you. What a stupid thing to do." Harry only felt that the scar on his forehead was more painful, and memories of his childhood seemed to flash back in his mind. That green light and the suffocating laughter. "No, Voldemort, I will defeat you," he screamed. Voldemort smiled grimly and poked Harry's scar with his wand. "Look at this scar, that lie of a savior. Do you really think of yourself as a savior?" The wand moved across the scar, causing Harry to whine in pain. Voldemort's smile gradually twisted, and he also felt that his body was dying quickly. Without the soul of its original owner, Quirrell's body is turning into a corpse. Voldemort raised the Philosopher's Stone above his head, the bright red stone emanating light, and he raised his wand to finish Harry off. Harry's breathing became rapid, and he stared at Voldemort. Was he really going to die like this? Child, is the magic your mother left you still there? Before taking action, Voldemort recalled a scene 12 years ago and hesitated. He reached out and touched Harry's body, and blisters quickly appeared on his frail body. With that magic in place, Voldemort couldn't hurt Harry. This made him very unwilling. Voldemort somewhat regretted letting Quirrell die too early. Now that he had obtained the Philosopher's Stone, he knew he had to leave and take the Philosopher's Stone away before Dumbledore returned. Don't go, Harry shouted angrily, but to no avail. Voldemort was walking towards the door right in front of him. Harry growled, feeling powerless inside. Just as Voldemort was about to leave, John, who had been hiding, took action. Voldemort was no more than an arm's length away from John. At this distance, John attacked decisively. The greatsword swung and emitted a dazzling silver light. He backstabbed. Chapter 33. Who is it? By the time Voldemort discovered it, it was too late. John swung his sword towards the hand holding the Philosopher's Stone without hesitation. There was not much blood on the arm that flew out, and it quickly shrank. Come out. Voldemort waved his wand with his remaining hand, and green light shot in John's direction. John rolled to avoid the next advance. He swung the sword in his hand like a windmill and cut off Voldemort's other hand. Wand drawn, John delivered a final blow. Aiming at Voldemort's chest, the wand emitted a dazzling white light. Reducto, Voldemort's frail body shattered at this moment, and John sat down. Luckily, his current condition is not as bad as the Forbidden Forest. John looked very cool after completing this set, but it actually exhausted his mind a lot. Especially when he dodged the green light. He knew he had made a mistake. If Voldemort's body was a little better, if Voldemort hadn't let down his guard because he was sure of victory, that blow would have been enough to kill him. Fortunately, John's training over the past few days has enabled him to dodge it instinctively. After sitting for a while, John looked at Harry, who was still struggling. Voldemort may be dead, but the magic remains. He walked over and picked up the Philosopher's Stone. From Harry's perspective, Voldemort was just fighting a ghost. In just a moment, both of his arms were cut off, and then his body exploded. He was still in doubt when he saw the Philosopher's Stone floating up. Is that you, Professor Dumbledore? Harry looked at the Philosopher's Stone hopefully. Just as John was about to speak, he saw the dead Voldemort condense into a puff of black smoke and transform into a hideous face flying towards Harry. Stop! Without thinking, John threw his weapon towards the black smoke in an attempt to stop it. But this black smoke was not real. The flying sword passed through the black smoke, and the black smoke passed through Harry. Harry heard the scream again. His mind went blank, and then he lost consciousness. The smoke had cleared by the time John reached him. He called Harry's name several times, but there was no response. Isn't he going to die? Looking at Harry in doubt and surprise, John slapped the Savior's face several times. Seeing that there was no reaction, he took out a bunch of potions and prepared to try them on him one by one. I think Harry Potter is just too frightened. A mellow and old voice sounded. John looked up and saw Dumbledore appeared here. He looked like he had just returned from outside. John Wick, I think you could use a break from the disillusionment curse. After being reminded, John remembered that he was still invisible. After it was lifted, he revealed himself, scratched his head awkwardly, and said, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore said with relief in his eyes, It seems that you have chosen the right path and have not been blinded by power. John's eyes flashed with understanding. Sure enough, the old man knew what he and Quirrell were studying. It seems that everything is under the control of the other party. Maybe he has not left the school at all. It seems that I have done something unnecessary. He said respectfully. It's all thanks to the school's good teaching. In fact, John didn't know that Dumbledore also rushed back. He had just learned that someone had entered the Philosopher's Stone not long ago. If John had not arrived in time, Voldemort would have succeeded. Dumbledore picked up Harry, and the fire dissipated with a wave of his hand. Let's take Harry to the hospital ward. Poor Harry, I don't know if he can make it to the Quidditch match against Ravenclaw. John nodded, and as he walked away, he blinked, still holding the Philosopher's Stone in his hand. Glancing at Dumbledore, who didn't notice anything, John hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Professor, what about the Philosopher's Stone? Dumbledore stopped and said with a smile on his face, I am glad that you are an honest child. Remember our agreement? I think my old friend Nicholas Flamel would not mind his Philosopher's Stone being used by a little wizard for a while. Nicholas Flamel. John stopped in surprise, looking like a niffler who had lost his money. June 9th. It had been 3 days since the incident, but John still hadn't recovered. Mix the dragon's blood with wetland soil, and use a silver rubbing knife to scrape off some powder from the horns. The bright red stone was placed on the table, and John was making an amulet with dragon blood and some materials. Under his careful carving, an emblem of a star surrounding a wand gradually emerged. John took out a pin barrel made of a snowy owl feather and a silver tip. Carvings were made on it, and runes were engraved. The last step. Wiping the sweat off his face, John put the badges into the crucible to soak. After throwing the magic stone in and stirring it for a while, the water in the pot turned red and then black. Finally, the water in the crucible became clear, and John took out the badge and the Philosopher's Stone. There were stars flowing on the badge, and he wore it on his chest. There were 3 magics on it that could resist 3 times of damage, and there were 6 empty positions to be filled with magic in the future. The badges could sense each other. He made 9 in total, and John put the other 8 away. Looking at the crucible on the side that was larger than the others, John opened the crucible a little and saw that the silver inside was almost melted. Then he threw in the dragon's blood and the remaining unicorn horn, closed the door, and waited until it melted completely. He poured the silver liquid into the prepared mold, and a sizzling sound continued to be heard. After it cooled completely, John knocked open the mold, and a silver sword appeared inside. Throw the cooled sword back into the crucible, and throw the Philosopher's Stone in at the same time. John nervously watched the changes that occurred in the crucible from time to time. I sold everything I could to get this little bit of mithril. I must not fail. Under the extremely nervous gaze, the changes in the crucible stopped. He opened the crucible with great anticipation, but the situation inside made his face freeze. Failed. The sword in the crucible turned golden, which was the effect of the Philosopher's Stone turning stone into gold. But John didn't want to turn stone into gold. He wanted to improve the quality of the sword. Disappointment showed on his face. John sighed and said, "Even if we have the Philosopher's Stone, it is still too difficult to refine the level of Gryffindor's sword." John took out the golden sword, thinking he could sell it for some money. I glanced at the time, and it was already time for the year-end banquet. John had no choice but to put his things away, put the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket, and walked out of the room of requirement. Today is very lively. Inside the auditorium, Harry came out of the school hospital, but he was a little depressed after learning that the team lost the match against Ravenclaw because of his absence. The green and silver of Slytherin adorned the Great Hall, and they had won the House Cup for 7 years in a row. John sat in the Slytherin seat, glanced at Malfoy's arrogant look, and then looked at Gryffindor, who was 160 points lower than Slytherin. If it weren't for Malfoy, it's hard to say who would have won. Dumbledore was giving a speech, and when he mentioned Slytherin's first place, Slytherin erupted in thunderous cheers and stomping of feet, with John also contributing. Yeah, well done, Slytherin." Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Just when everyone thought he was going to declare victory, he changed the subject. However, several recent events must also be taken into account. The hall fell silent. Slytherin felt something was wrong, and Malfoy's smile faded. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "I have a few final marks to distribute. Let me see. By the way, first, Mr. Ronald Weasley, for winning the most exciting game of chess at Hogwarts in many years. I award Gryffindor House 50 points for this. Second, Miss Hermione Granger, for calmly reasoning in the face of fire. I shall award Gryffindor House 50 points. Third, Harry Potter. He has shown great courage and bravery. For this, I will award Gryffindor House 60 points. Reverse. Shocking reversal. Gryffindor, who had been lagging behind, caught up with Slytherin in a flash. The achievements of the 3 little ones caused Hogwarts to burst into thunderous cheers. Dumbledore raised a hand for silence and smiled. There are many kinds of courage. We need superhuman courage to deal with our enemies, but it also takes great courage to stand our ground in front of our friends. Therefore, I would like to reward Mr. Neville Longbottom with 10 points. Explosion, a complete explosion. Slytherin was shouting about the conspiracy, while the other houses were celebrating as if they were going to overthrow Hogwarts. Malfoy was already G his goblet on the table to show his displeasure, and all the Slytherins looked gloomy. Gryffindor's score came in first, and everyone except Slytherin seemed satisfied with the result. John couldn't help but complain. "Gryffindor, they really do get a lot of points. Just add it forcefully, right?" Things seemed to be settled, and John saw his dean's stiff smile and couldn't help but shake his head pitifully. "Quiet. Everyone please be quiet." Dumbledore spoke again, but instead of announcing the result, he looked at John. Finally, Mr. John Wick. Chapter 34. Mr. John Wick? Slytherin was ready to accept the humiliation, but he didn't expect there would be a twist. The beautiful blonde girl Daphne was about to tell Pansy about Dumbledore, but she held it back when she heard this. Malfoy almost smashed the cup on Crabbe's head and looked at John in disbelief. Dumbledore continued. Mr. John Wick, with his keen intuition and careful observation, identified the man's identity, saved the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, and risked his life to save Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. He risked his life to save Harry Potter from danger, defeated that man, and saved Hogwarts. The spirit of self-sacrifice for friends is very touching. For this, I'm going to reward Slytherin with 80 extra points. Reversed. John Wick was now the hero of Slytherin, in stark contrast to the uproar just now. The students from the other 3 colleges looked at John blankly, as if they were recognizing this troublemaker who had fought at the beginning of the school term for the first time. More people's focus is on defeating that person. Even if Quirrell performed very poorly in the defense against the dark arts class, it cannot avoid the fact that he is a professor. So John defeated a professor. Marvelous. Daphne cheered first, and then the entire Slytherin group fell into a carnival. John was held by Malfoy's shoulders, and the goblet was shaking in his hands, spilling a piece of pumpkin juice. Goyle and Crabbe took it upon themselves to carry John to his feet and gathered around the Slytherin table in a hero's celebration. No one was stupid enough to bring up the fact that John was a mudblood. They had already accepted the Slytherin. John took the pumpkin juice from Daphne and held the glass high under the gaze of the Slytherins. Respect, eternal glory. Respect, eternal glory. Slytherin defended their 7 consecutive championships and successfully became their 8th consecutive champion. They will break Hogwarts' record. Dumbledore sat down and clapped his hands, and Snape's stiff smile visibly brightened. Surrounded by green and silver, other colleges also began to participate in the year-end banquet celebration. Among the 3 little ones, Ronald scratched his face and said, "I don't know why, but I don't feel uncomfortable about losing to John." Hermione didn't have much resistance. Although Slytherin had the annoying Malfoy, she still had John's own friends. After only 1 school year of hard work, she still failed to surpass John. After Harry knew that it was John who saved him, he no longer resisted, but just looked at Malfoy's smug look with some dissatisfaction. Slytherin was just lucky to have John there. Otherwise, Gryffindor would have definitely won. John drank pumpkin juice until he was full for the first time. These little wizards probably mistook pumpkin juice for wine. He saw the Weasley twins sneaking over to the Slytherin table, so John decisively declined Malfoy's invitation for a drink. As expected, after this, the Slytherin bathrooms were packed. The Weasley twins added potion to their pumpkin juice, causing some of the snakes to leave Hogwarts with limp legs. Malfoy vowed to kill the D who drugged him, and John couldn't say it was the Weasley twins who did it. Sitting on the train back home, John touched his pocket. Dumbledore didn't say anything, so that means I can take it, right? John felt a little guilty. This was the Philosopher's Stone, a treasure that not many people could get. Now not only has he taken it away, he is also taking it back home. Seeing that Dumbledore didn't come to find him, John felt that the other party must have tacitly agreed to let him take him away. He said goodbye to his classmates, and Ronald invited John to visit his home next time. Hermione was a little disappointed because the results came out, and she was second. The first place went to John, and John knew this a long time ago because he had received a prompt from the system. Shuaba 2.0 was successfully obtained. Harry felt a little disappointed. He was going back to the Dursleys again. John saw him like this, thought for a moment, and said, "My home is not far away. You are always welcome to come over and play." Harry thought so too. He lived at number 4, and John lived at number 6. Thinking of this, he felt much better. Neville was carrying the cage John had given him. Apart from the few times he accidentally forgot where he put it, the cage was quite useful. Ding! Hogwarts Stage Mission 1 completed. Mission rewards obtained. Magic blood +1. Any point +2. The moment the train started, John heard a system prompt. He was somewhat curious about what magic blood was, so he clicked on it to take a look. Magic blood. Magic power will be enhanced after taking it. Note: mixing with other blood may have unexpected effects. Mixed use. John fell into deep thought. This other blood should refer to the blood of magical creatures. This John does have one, and he hasn't used up all the dragon blood in his body. But this thing looks a little dangerous. If I use it, will it cause other effects? I don't want to be invited to the Ministry of Magic for tea just because I drank something weird at home. Never mind, let's go home first. It has been almost a year since John left home, and he is beginning to miss home. The train rumbled into King's Cross Station, and John stepped off. On platform 9 3/4, a wizened old guard manned the partition, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass at a time. This is to prevent a large number of people from walking out of a solid wall at the same time, which would be too conspicuous. John was constantly greeted by people, mostly Slytherins and Gryffindors. Slytherin was honored because of John, while Gryffindor felt that the old sorting hat was definitely broken. Harry received the same treatment as him. People kept pushing past him and greeting him. "Then I'll leave first." After saying hello to the 3 little ones, John prepared to leave. He ran headfirst into the partition wall and returned to the Muggle world. John walked towards his parents. Mr. and Mrs. Wick had been waiting for a long time. Not far away from them were the red-haired little girl Ginny and Mrs. Weasley. As for how John knew their identities, because after Harry came out, the little girl kept screaming, which made John deeply understand the power of a fangirl. "You must be John Wick, right?" Mrs. Weasley also came to John after being introduced by Ronald, and both parents had a friendly meeting. The Grangers also came over, except for the Dursleys, because they didn't want to be associated with wizards. Dudley, who was behind the Dursleys, saw John coming out and looked terrified. John gave him a kind smile and pointed at Harry, indicating that this was the person he was protecting. If Harry was having a bad time, he wouldn't mind revisiting the past with Dudley. The summer vacation is always full of joy. Watson Wick felt that his son seemed out of tune with the summer and always stayed in the basement. "John, you have been in wizard school for so long. Haven't you learned any magic?" Watson Wick asked the question for the 11th time without giving up. John looked at his old father helplessly and said, "I told you that young wizards are not allowed to use magic in the Muggle world." Seeing that his father was still unwilling to give up, John said viciously, "Do you want to see your son sent to Azkaban?" Watson smiled awkwardly and muttered, "It's not that serious, is it? Isn't there a law to protect minors in the wizarding world?" John just gave him a look and told him that if he came to the basement to disturb him again, he would have to secretly give his father some sleeping potion. At this moment, he was holding a tube of blood-red reagent in his hand, with dots of patterns that looked like fire dragons flowing on it from time to time. Magic blood. He is studying how to use it. However, while he was studying, he also reached out to the magic wand. Chapter 35. Tracing Thread, a device used by the Ministry of Magic to monitor underage wizards. It's like a monitoring system strapped to your body. Before leaving Hogwarts, young wizards are given a letter warning them not to use magic outside of school. It was as cryptic as the Hogwarts admissions roll, but John wanted to see if he could dismantle the trace. This way he wouldn't have to worry about being warned when using magic. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to do it, but John is a man who possesses alchemy. Although the level is not high, the tracking thread used by the little wizard will not be too sophisticated, so it is just right for him to practice. John immediately started studying the wand. Tracking thread is a form of surveillance or magic. The notice that Hogwarts students receive when they leave school is actually used to extend the duration of the tracking thread. It's like a renewal, which needs to be renewed every year. It can be seen that the magic content in the trace thread is not high. Moreover, the effect of the tracking thread is not that good. It is mainly used to monitor the place where magic happens. As long as there are adult wizards around, it will not be counted on the students. In pureblood families, it is not strange for young wizards to use magic, and the Ministry of Magic will not come to them. In John's opinion, this was more like a means to restrain young Muggle wizards. Isn't this clearly telling Muggle-born wizards to stay put and do nothing? John was a little unhappy. He admitted that privilege would always exist wherever one was, and it was normal for pureblood families to have advantages over Muggles. But I feel very unhappy when I am targeted like this. After his research, he finally succeeded in taking out something similar to a transparent silver thread from the wand. Using silver tweezers, he gently pulled it out and put it into the test tube. Then John took out another wand. This is the wand he made using materials obtained from the Forbidden Forest. It looks similar in appearance, but in fact it is not as sophisticated as the one made by Ollivander. Cherry wood and unicorn hair, 11 inches. He intended to use it as a spare wand. Now it's foolproof. Taking out the magic blood, John shook it and prepared to take it. This thing was originally silver, but it turned red after adding dragon blood. He opened the lid, and there was no smell inside. John frowned and said to himself, "This thing shouldn't taste like orange juice." John knew he would have to drink it sooner or later, so he made up his mind and drank it with his eyes closed. The magic blood flowed down the throat into the body, and it felt like drinking a bottle of magic potion. His body began to heat up. He covered his throat with his hands. His face turned red, and his expression was extremely painful. The reagent slipped from his hand and fell to the ground and shattered. Watson Wick, who was about to come in to ask for the 12th time, heard the noise and walked in. "Oh my God, John, What's wrong with you? Watson rushed over and was burned as soon as he touched John's body. He saw that John looked miserable and tried to cool him down. With John as the center, a wave of magical power spread out in the surroundings. Everything in the basement floated up. Get out. Get out now. John's remaining sanity told him that he couldn't let Watson stay here, so he waved his hand. Even though he didn't use a magic wand, he made Watson float away. John, lock the door and don't come in. John's skin turned red all over, and the entire basement was messed up by his magic fluctuations. The wicks could only stand outside and worry. The magic is increasing. John's pain gradually faded as he became more aware of his body. Some young wizards would experience a magical outburst when they were young, but John had never encountered this situation. But he felt that he was in a state of magic rampage. In this state, John felt like a god walking on earth. No need for a magic wand. He can control everything with just a thought. Under his control, the things around him kept changing, sometimes turning into a kitten, sometimes turning into a puppy. An owl flew over the roof, where there had been a chair. He tried his best to control himself, but the magic power continued to flow out. The grass outside the house was growing, and huge fruits were growing on the apple tree. Stop! John pounded his hands on the floor, screaming like a trapped animal. The basement gradually returned to calm. Everything floating in the basement came crashing down, and John lay there gasping for air. Ding! The magic blood ends. Gain the fire dragon's characteristic blessing. Fire swallowing, deterrence, hardening, dragon language. Fire swallowing. Increase affinity to fire attribute magic. Increase resistance to fire attribute magic. Deterrence. Increases deterrence against lower-level creatures. Hardening. Increased resistance to impact. Dragon language. Learn the language of dragons. John's body regained control, and he seemed to have a serious fever. The clothes on my body were wrung out of water. John held himself up and cast a cleansing spell on himself. He cursed inwardly with lingering fear. The system didn't tell me that this process would be so difficult. If he had known this earlier, he would not have used it at home. Now the basement is ruined. Although the process was difficult, the rewards were huge. Not to mention the 4 fire dragon characteristics. The increase in magic power is also very considerable. Magic. Level 3, 635/1500. Spells. Alaho opening. Level 3. Levitation. Level 4. Transfiguration. Level 2. Optional dragon form. Disillusionment. Level 4. Luminescence. Level 2. Blazing Flame, Level 4. Shattered to Pieces, Level 3. Fiendfire, Level 3. Acclemency, Level 3. Skills, Short Weapon Mastery, Level 7. Greatsword Mastery, Level 4. Hot Weapon Mastery, Level 1. Rune Mastery, Level 1. Alchemy Mastery, Level 1. Blessings, Physical Fitness, Speedy Attack, Precision. Academic Master 2.0, Pilot, Long Distance Running, Sword Dance, Night Demon, Troll Killer, Night. Fire swallowing, deterrence, hardening, dragon language. In addition to the blessing, the magic power increased by 500 experience points, and the 2 fire attribute spells were also upgraded. John guessed that this was due to the presence of the Fire Eater, and that there was also a change in the Transfiguration spell. The Transfiguration spell has not been upgraded, but there is a dragon shape option. However, when John clicked on it, it was gray, which meant he had to wait until the level of the Transfiguration spell was raised. The next level up from the Transfiguration spell is the Animagus, a spell that allows a person to transform into an animal. There are currently 7 known legitimate Animagus, including Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor. I guess once the Transfiguration spell reaches level 4, I might be able to transform into an Animagus. It is very difficult to upgrade the Transfiguration charm. At least John hasn't used the Transfiguration charm for a long time after he reached level 2. With 4 points left from his first year of randomness, John looked at his skills and clicked on runes and alchemy respectively. After the 2 skills are upgraded, they turn gray and you have to wait until enough accumulation is made before you can upgrade to the next level. After another click of acclemency, John decided to keep the remaining 1 as a precaution. The system is not omnipotent. Cleaning the basement was just a matter of moving the magic wand. John walked out under the worried gaze of his parents, and naturally he could not avoid being examined by his parents all over his body like a rag doll. Stopping his father from checking if his little brother was still there, John signaled them not to worry. After John repeatedly assured them that there would not be a next time, the couple gave up the idea of going to the hospital for a checkup. Luckily, we removed the trace. Otherwise, the Ministry of Magic would have already caught up with us. Just as John was feeling extremely relieved, he saw an owl flying past the window and heading towards another house. If John remembered correctly, it was number 4, Privet Drive. Harry, who had only been back for a few days, used the method taught by Hagrid to make the Dursleys no longer dare to boss him around. He abided by the school rules and regulations and did not use magic. To scare people, he just took out the magic wand for the sake of showing his intention. But even so, he actually received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. He was a little confused. Was it not possible to scare people with a magic wand? As the instigator of everything, John remembered that Harry's wand seemed to have a tracer as well. He was fine, but Harry had to take the blame. John silently said sorry. It's true that you can't keep your eyes peeled for trouble while you're still at home. Duh. Chapter 36. After drinking the magic blood, John felt that the whole world became clear. It was as if magical elements flashed before his eyes from time to time. Although he could not see the real objects, he could feel their existence. The effect of magic blood is greater than I thought. John took out his wand and performed a small spell. John was startled by the gushing flames that surrounded the basement, and he barely managed to control it. A fire spell to create a fiend fire effect. The flame of level 4 is so blazing and terrifying. If it were a level 4 fierce fire, it would be even more devastating. He had the urge to upgrade Li Hua, but after thinking it over he gave up. It is difficult to control the raging flames of level 4 with level 3 magic. If you control the fierce fire, it might burn down the house. There are a lot of things missing from the basement now. The chair that turned into an owl has been taken out by Watson as a decoration. Basil saw such a lifelike owl and thought John kept other owls in the basement. John tried to change these items back after they were transformed by the magic, but failed every time. The rampage of magic has unleashed all my potential. Except that the animals cannot move, everything else looks just like the real thing. John felt that if he could maintain this state, he could even defeat Voldemort himself. But unfortunately, this state is something you can only encounter by chance. In the magic world, there is a creature called Obscurus, which is derived from a little wizard whose magic power is out of control. This thing is extremely dangerous. A wizard who gives birth to an Obscurus is called an Obscurus, and Obscurus generally do not live long. I heard that there was an obscurial riot in New York before, and the incident it caused almost exposed the entire wizarding world. Fortunately, they were all resolved in the end. John needs to control every use of magic blood, otherwise he may become silent. At that time, the loss will outweigh the gain. After John upgraded his alchemy to level 2, he became more proficient at it, especially with the help of the Philosopher's Stone. Taking out one of the 9 badges that had been refined, John carefully carved runes on it. Thor says this is a rune with reflective properties and also has the effect of adding a little luck. After the engraving was completed, a layer of light flashed on the badge and then quickly returned to normal. Using the Philosopher's Stone and Dragon's Blood as the ink for carving, the effect is very good. Nodding with satisfaction, John put the badge on his chest. The badges that looked like a galaxy added a touch of mystery to him, and he planned to keep the remaining 8 badges to engrave other runes. John, someone wants to see you. Mrs. Wick's gentle voice sounded, and John felt strange when he heard it. Someone else came to see me. Could it be Harry? The wand tapped on the table, and the things placed on it were returned to the suitcase in an orderly manner. After finishing everything, John walked out of the basement. He had expected it to be Harry or some old classmate or something. Unexpectedly, after coming up, he saw the old man wearing a lavender wizard robe and half-moon lenses on his crooked nose. Dumbledore. Dumbledore was very humble. He toured the house and expressed his feelings from time to time, especially when he saw the decorative owl. A gleam of wisdom flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Professor Dumbledore. John's heart tightened, and he ran over quickly. Dumbledore noticed his reserved look and smiled. Minerva is right. You are very talented in transfiguration, John. Hearing this, John felt a little embarrassed as if he had been caught doing something wrong. This level of transfiguration skill surprised even Dumbledore. He used to be a professor of transfiguration, so he could naturally see that this skill surpassed most people. From his perspective, this owl could at least put many Aurors to shame. With a probing look in his eyes, Dumbledore was curious about how John did it. Harry received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic's Misuse of Magic office a few days ago. He felt very aggrieved. Blinking, Dumbledore thought of the way Harry looked when he received the warning letter. John pretended to know nothing, but he couldn't help but put his wand back nervously. Dumbledore whispered, "Don't be nervous. Some clever wizards always have special methods. Harry will be fine. It's just a small warning." As he spoke, he used 2 fingers to indicate how small it was. This made John feel relieved. He thought that the title of Savior should allow Harry to gain special privileges. It seemed that Dumbledore came here because of the commotion he had caused a few days ago. John invited Dumbledore to sit down. Mrs. Wick brought a cup of tea and some freshly baked cookies. Excellent craftsmanship. Dumbledore took a bite of the cookie and immediately praised it highly. Mrs. Wick saw that the old man was enjoying his meal, and she also looked happy. After chatting for a while, Dumbledore got down to business. John, the Philosopher's Stone has been with you for some time. When John heard this, he understood that he was here to ask for the Philosopher's Stone. Although he was a little reluctant, John nodded honestly and said, "Okay, Professor Dumbledore, I'll get it right away." No, John. Seeing that he had misunderstood, Dumbledore waved his hand and said, "My old friend, there is no need to worry. The Philosopher's Stone has been announced to be destroyed. You still have one holiday to possess it." "Then what is this?" John was confused. If he wasn't here for the Philosopher's Stone, then why was he here? Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. "My old friend heard that there is a young wizard who is very interested in alchemy and wants to meet him." "Old friend?" "Nicholas Flamel." John stood up with some excitement, and Dumbledore was not surprised to see him so excited. He is a living legend of alchemy, the only person in the world who created the Philosopher's Stone. Thinking that his old friend was ready to die, Dumbledore felt that he also wanted to leave some stories for the wizarding world. Well, a successor might be a good storyteller. "John, if you don't have any other plans for the holidays, maybe we can go on a trip abroad." "Of course, that requires your parents to agree to it." "Disagree?" "Impossible." John agreed almost without thinking. If you ask who is the real master of alchemy in this world, it must be Nicholas Flamel. John's magic sword wasn't ready yet, so how could he let this opportunity go? After discussing it with his parents for a while, Watson passed it easily, but Mrs. Wick was not so easy. When Mrs. Wick heard that he was going abroad, she became worried. "Help me quickly. This is my wife." "That, it costs more." Finally, after eye contact between John and Watson, John agreed to buy Watson some super bubblegum and chocolate frog, and also asked Basil to deliver letters to Watson's friends and Tom to perform at the party. Mrs. Wick finally relented, but she required him to write a letter home every week. "If you don't write back, I'll tell your uncles." This was the threat Mrs. Wick made to John. When John thought of those uncles, he felt that the threat was too cruel. Mrs. Wick is a Slav, and her brothers are the kind of people who wrestle bears with their bare chests in winter. When John was 5 years old, he went to his grandfather's house and saw with his own eyes his uncle taming a brown bear. In order to please their nephew, they also planned to take John to the mountains to hunt. If Mrs. Wick had not scolded him, John would probably be an experienced hunter now. After agreeing a time with Dumbledore, John returned to the basement to pack his things. In fact, there are not too many things, but the magic stone and materials must be carefully kept. After playing frisbee with Tom, John saw Dumbledore in a new outfit. Dumbledore suddenly had the urge to try a Muggle cruise. What else could John do? It seemed that the plan to take the portkey abroad could only be realized next time. Chapter 37. Crossing the English Channel, the cruise ship arrives from the UK to France. Pyrenees Mountains. This is the natural border between France and Spain. Beauxbatons Castle is located in the middle of the mountainous landscape, creating a magical paradise. If you ask British wizards which is the best magic school in the world, they will tell you Hogwarts without hesitation. If you ask a French wizard, they will tell you that the British guy is talking nonsense and Beauxbatons is the best magic school. The magnificent and romantic castle is the French people's favorite French palace, and the magical gardens and fountains surround the school. When the breeze blows, there may be forest fairies singing in the garden. "Professor, why are we here?" John was a little depressed, and Dumbledore said he would take him to find Nicholas Flamel. When he arrived, he first went to the Paris Opera House to take John to listen to a touching opera, and then went to a lady's hat shop to buy himself a favorite lady's hat. This was their third stop in France, Beauxbatons Castle, which was also the magic school in France. Dumbledore smiled at John and said, "John, of course the pursuit of knowledge cannot stop, but we are on vacation now." Walking into the gate of Beauxbatons School, in the garden, the tall woman seems to be the female version of Hagrid. Dumbledore, Aula Maxim, the current headmaster of Beauxbatons. She has an olive face, big dark watery eyes, and her hair is combed back. She was wrapped from head to toe in a dress of black satin and adorned with many rich opals. Like a plus-sized lady, she held out her hand, and Dumbledore kissed the back of it quite naturally. Despite her size, she moves with grace. "Ms. Maxime, thank you for agreeing to let my students be here." Dumbledore was tall enough, but still not tall enough in front of Madame Maxime. Hearing his words, Ms. Maxime looked down at John over there condescendingly. She spoke in English, but with a slight French accent. "Dumbledore, Nicholas Flamel is the governor of Beauxbatons. I will not refuse his request." Dumbledore smiled, and the two of them seemed to be playing a game of charades. John was confused. At this time, Ms. Maxim came to John. She looked at John's well-fitting suit and a hint of satisfaction appeared in her eyes. Now, maybe you need to make some changes. She took out her wand and tapped it gently on John. John noticed the change and looked down to see that his clothes had changed. The suit turned into a light blue robe, with a pattern of 2 crossed golden wands with 3 stars emerging from each on the chest. Changing clothes with one click, John was a little confused. Dumbledore cleared his throat, bringing John out of his daze. John Wick, from now on, you will spend this holiday in Beauxbatons as a temporary exchange student from Hogwarts. This old man, who loves to eat cockroaches that are so sweet that they make them sick, has a smile of success on his face. Only then did John realize that he had been deceived by the old bee. I said I was going to find Nicholas Flamel, but I ended up becoming an exchange student. Oh no, I'm a stand-in. John thought something was wrong. Could it be that Dumbledore discovered that he was studying the dark arts and wanted to expel him from Hogwarts? Do you have to be so ruthless? He had subconsciously forgotten the word temporary that Dumbledore mentioned, and now he was very panicked. Professor, if you are not satisfied with what I did, please tell me directly. John wanted to cry, but had no tears. Dumbledore blinked, touched John's shoulder, and said mysteriously, John, every magic school is full of mysteries. You can discover and find them through your observant eyes. You can also enjoy the gardens and fountains of Beauxbatons. My old friend likes it there very much. These words seemed to hint something to John. Dumbledore whispered, don't worry. Hogwarts will not expel a young wizard because of his curiosity about magic. Well, this means John no longer has to worry about being fired. He was brought to Beauxbatons by Ms. Maxime, where he would have a 2-month exchange student experience. It was impossible for Madame Maxime to personally teach a student, even if the student was sent by Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of this century. It just so happens that there is a student in the school who has something urgent to do and needs to be in school. John got help from a girl. Her name was Fleur Delacour, a beautiful girl, 3 years older than John. The graceful hibiscus is so beautiful that it doesn't seem like an ordinary person. She has a slim figure and an elegant air. When she walks, it seems like she is floating on the ground, and a faint silver light seems to emanate from her body. She has waist-length silver hair, big blue eyes, and a set of perfectly white teeth. John came to his senses only when she walked in front of him. He searched his mind and felt that there was only one word that could be used to describe this girl. It's really bling-bling, just like with Duong added. He said this very sincerely, but Furong looked confused. What is Brin and what is Duong are the same. If she knew the classic saying of Jack Chung, the developer of the furniture mall industry, she might understand that this was a compliment to her beauty, just like adding special effects. In fact, John was also very curious because he really saw silver light surrounding Furong. This girl seemed to have some other blood, just like his fire dragon blood. Hello, my name is John Wick. You can just call me John. John held out his hand, and Furong had some liking for this good-looking boy. The little hands gently grasped it, and it separated at the touch. John didn't have any excessive emotion. He was just staring at the 12 huge winged horses curiously. This is a divine horse, raised by Ms. Maxime. Furong introduced it to John. John stared at the 12 horses, but he had only one thought in his mind. We have to find a way to get some materials from these horses. As soon as he entered school, John set his eyes on someone's horse. If Madame Maxime knew that she had let a wolf into the house, she probably wouldn't let this guy into the school even if Nicholas Flamel came in person. Dumbledore's words caught John's attention, and he had an idea. Hogwarts has the Room of Requirement, and as Beauxbatons is its counterpart, the probability that there is no such place is extremely low. Nicholas Flamel is not only a board member of Beauxbatons, but he was also a former student of the school. John remembered that Dumbledore had said he would take him to find Nicholas Flamel. He didn't think Dumbledore would go back on his word. Either Nicholas Flamel was inside Beauxbatons, or something related to Nicholas Flamel was here. No matter which one it is, as a master of alchemy, being able to obtain or see it will definitely benefit you a lot. Thinking of this, John perked up. Isn't it just changing the place to continue the night tour? It's not like we haven't done it before. So he shyly found Furong, put on a harmless smile and asked, Excuse me, do you know if there is a restricted book area here? Furong was even more confused about the train of thought of this little wizard from England. Restricted books area? You ask me? This is Beauxbatons, not Hogwarts. They won't have a restricted section there so openly. So the answer John got was not unexpected. Yes, but don't even think about it. Well, John had no choice but to be a stranger in a foreign land. At night, he put on a level 4 disillusionment charm and started his night tour in Beauxbatons. I heard that Beauxbatons was rumored to be haunted during that period. There was always a sound of wandering footsteps in the middle of the night, but no one was around. Even the professor himself did not find anything unusual. Someone once saw a ghost lying on the ground looking for something near the flammel fountain. He looked as pale as a vampire who had been hung upside down for 3 days. The Beauxbatons student was so frightened that he hid in his dormitory for several days and filled his window with garlic. Chapter 38. John, do you know that the feathers of the divine horse have been falling off a lot recently? Ms. Maxime has been very worried recently because something happened to her magical horse. I don't know if it's because of the competition for a mate or because of depression, but the divine horse is shedding fur like crazy. It wasn't obvious at first, but now you can see with the naked eye that the wings and mane of the divine horse are bald. Even single malt whiskey can't make the magic horse happy. Fleur fixed her suspicious gaze on John, who had behaved well since his arrival. Although there was no evidence, the woman's intuition told her that John Wick was involved in this matter. The rune horses? You mean those giant horses? John looked surprised and shocked, and said, I don't know either. I've been studying books on alchemy recently. As he spoke, John also took out his book list. The above are all documents about alchemy. As a magic school with a history of 700 years, the content recorded in it is no less than that of Hogwarts. Even because of the presence of the alchemy master Nicholas Flamel, there are a lot of alchemical documents here, even more than in Hogwarts. Among them, of course, there is the book written by Nicholas Flamel, the content of which benefited John a lot. Yeah. Fleur was a little hesitant. When she saw the list of books, she felt that there was nothing wrong with John, but she still felt that there was something odd about it. Fleur left with doubts, and shortly after she left, John waited for nearly an hour before coming out of the library. He put the books back in place one by one and rubbed his tired temples. He did not use Shuaba 2.0 because this thing should be saved for when it is more needed. For example, when he entered Nicholas Flamel's alchemy room. Yes, Nicholas Flamel's alchemy room. Following the clues provided by Dumbledore, John spent several nights hammering and G around near the Flamel fountain using the most primitive methods. Finally, we found the entrance to the secret room at the fountain mouth. It was an alchemy room, which contained a large number of alchemy-related notes and materials. One of the things that looked like a diary let him know that the owner of the room was the famous Nicholas Flamel. This is the room Nicholas Flamel stayed in when he was a student at Beauxbatons, and all the notes in it were written by him. John was eager to learn about this treasure trove room. Although the young Nicholas Flamel was still immature in some aspects, he was just right for some young wizards who were just starting to get involved in alchemy. Apart from the notes, the biggest surprise was the diary. John took out a quill pen, dipped the tip of the pen into ink, and wrote in the journal. Dear Nico, there are some things I don't quite understand about alchemy. I hope you can explain them to me. After writing this line, John continued to write about the difficulties he encountered. After writing is finished, it seems as if there is an invisible pen writing underneath the line of handwriting. Beautiful fonts appeared out of nowhere in the diary. Of course, dear John, the answer to your question may be found in the 7th notebook on the 3rd row from the left of the bookshelf. I hope it helps you. When John saw the handwriting, he quickly stood up and went to the bookshelf in question. In the 7th notebook from the left on the 3rd row, he found notes on how to sublime and refine a substance. This made John happy, and he wrote a thank you letter in his diary. Thank you, Nico. You helped me a lot. You are welcome. Words appeared on the diary, and this was John's most surprising discovery. An extremely magical diary, which can also be called Nico's Encyclopedia. This is a book made by Nicholas Flamel, which records his alchemical experience. Putting it on the bookshelf is equivalent to an intelligent index directory. There are actually things that can retain the emotions and personality of their original owners, such as the portraits on the walls of Hogwarts. They may not have great functions, but they can retain some of the character and wisdom of the portrait owner. And Nico's Encyclopedia is much more than a portrait. John even feels like Nicholas Flamel lives in it. But reason told him that this was impossible. With this book and a room full of books, John's alchemy skills at Beauxbatons improved by leaps and bounds. He even used the feathers of the divine horse to make a pair of flying shoes. This thing was slightly inferior to the flying broom in speed, but its flexibility was greatly increased. I also successfully added a permanent directional magic to the badges. No matter where they are, these 9 badges will point to other badges. Just like the stars that surround the moon, they point each other in the direction. John plans to remove his own badge and give the remaining 8 to other people. To become the next Dumbledore, you can't do it alone. Even Dumbledore was not fighting alone. He also had the Order of the Phoenix, the huge Hogwarts behind him, and the connections that occupied half of Hogwarts. John needs a relationship to consolidate his position, and maintaining the relationship requires the help of badges. He wants to set up a society or have a team that will obey his orders. He already has a candidate for the destination of one of the badges. Connections. This is the most scarce thing for John at present. He was born in a Muggle family. He does not have the unique blood family tree of a pureblood family, nor does he have the nepotism of parents and classmates from a mixed-blood wizard family. All he can do is to surround himself with strong people as much as possible. This strong man can be a genius wizard, the second generation of a family with a strong background, or someone who will never betray his friends. John stayed in the alchemy room until dawn, and returned to the dormitory to sleep for 2 hours before dawn. It was the holidays, and no one would care if he was slacking off. Some people even felt that the surroundings seemed a little quiet without the black-haired boy. John, maybe we could go and see it. It's the Quidditch World Cup group stage. After a month of getting along, Fleur became more and more familiar with John. Although he was 3 years older than John, Fleur didn't think the dark-haired boy was a child. John's every move was the same as other boys of her age, and he even behaved more maturely than those boys of the same grade. The Quidditch World Cup group stage? I can go and have a look. John waved his wand, and the books on the table automatically flew back to the bookshelf. He didn't expect Fleur was a fan of Quidditch. It wasn't surprising. After all, who doesn't like Quidditch? The Quidditch World Cup is held every 4 years, and any country can register a team within 12 months after the last final. The last class was in 1990, when John was not yet enrolled. There are still 2 years to the next Olympics, but the group stage is already in full swing. You said the group stage is in Bulgaria, so how do we get there? John said, and saw Fleur smile pretty. I know a place with a port key that will get us to Bulgaria for just 3 galleons. It has to be said that wizards have a much more convenient way of traveling than muggles. With just a port key, the whole family can travel around the world in a short time. John was also curious about the door key, so after hearing this, he immediately agreed. Fleur cheered, her long silver hair hitting John's cheek. She was like a happy little girl, and said excitedly, I have long wanted to try traveling without an adult. The girl's lively demeanor made John think that she might be able to become good friends with Gryffindor students. The two of them didn't need to bring anything with them, and they used the Floo powder to reach the hiding place in Paris. The hideaway is the equivalent of Diagon Alley, and is the wizarding shopping district. Under Fleur's guidance, they turned left and right and finally found the door key in an alley in the corner of a square in a hidden place. The owner of the port key was a man wearing a bucket hat and a scruffy brown trench coat. He was untidy and unkempt, and he burped from time to time. The strong smell of alcohol made people wonder if he had fallen into a wine barrel and slept for a night. John quietly approached Fleur and whispered, Are you sure he is reliable and won't abandon us in the deep mountains and forests? Fleur was also a little uncertain. She said with a guilty conscience, Maybe, possibly, should, no? Chapter 39. The drunkard burped at the 2 men, stretched out his hand, and said with dead eyes, 3 galleons, I guarantee you a smooth sailing. With the thought that they were already here, John and his friend paid the bill and grabbed the leather shoes that looked like they had just been taken off. The two held hands so as not to get separated. When John touched the port key, he felt as if there was a hook in his belly button, yanking forward with irresistible momentum. His feet left the ground, and he flew up. By the time he could see clearly again, he and Fleur were already in free fall. The two fell heavily. John rubbed his aching waist, stood up, looked around, and said, This doesn't look like a place where Quidditch would be held. I must kill that damn liar. Fleur's beautiful face turned dark at this time. It was an unstable door key. They were sent directly to some unknown forest. John had a headache because the port key was gone, which meant they were thrown into the deep mountains and forests, possibly a deserted place. Hopefully we can find someone to ask for directions. Everything was fine when I came here, and I can't go back. I can't do it anymore. I need to rest for a while. Fleur sat on the ground without any ladle-like image. John stopped and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. They walked in the forest for at least 3 hours, but during these 3 hours, there were few people, not to mention animals. John now missed his flying boots very much. If he had known that he would end up in such a damn place, he would have brought them here. Point me. His wand pointed north, and John checked the direction. So far, they were on to a good start. It's a pity that I haven't learned the apparition technique. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to rely on my legs to walk. John also sat down to rest for a while. He picked some harmless-looking fruits from the tree and handed them to Fleur. Fleur buried her head between her legs and said in a muffled voice, I'm sorry, John. I shouldn't have let you come over. Fleur couldn't hold herself back at the thought that she might not be able to get out. As the older party, she felt that she was not as responsible as John. John heard her words, wiped the fruit, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. The sour taste almost made him spit it out, but after thinking that this might be the only food, he swallowed it back. "It's okay, we'll be fine, trust me." John asked Farong to cheer up. Farong looked at that handsome face and inexplicably felt a sense of security and trust. She is 1/4 Vila and possesses some Vila abilities. Her outstanding beauty is one of them, and she has the ability to make men obsessed. Because of this ability, she is not popular among girls. But she was too proud to argue with these people, and she didn't like boys because they would be attracted to her. As a result, she had almost no friends at school. When she first saw John at school, she had no intention of making friends with him. "I just think this boy is interesting. He won't be attracted to me and become fawning like other boys. On the contrary, when we are getting along, I am the one who is attracted. This attraction has nothing to do with love between men and women. It is just a kind of trust, similar to how a leader makes people unable to help but get close to him." His mere presence was restorative. Fleur looked at John, nodded and said, "I believe you, John." John smiled and handed another fruit to Farong. Farong took it without any preparation and took a bite, but the price she paid was that her whole face was squeezed with sourness. "John, I didn't do anything. Look, I ate it too." John looked so innocent, and Fleur was so angry that she wanted to smash the fruit on his head. Holding up the fruit, she thought for a moment, wouldn't it be a shame if she didn't eat enough and starved to death here? She took a vicious bite of the fruit, as if she were treating it as John. It was getting dark, and John decided to find a place to rest. He built a bonfire, and the two of them sat around it. There's no animals in such a big forest. Even if there's a magical creature, it would be nice. John pouted and complained, and Fleur rolled her eyes at him and said, "Magical creatures like these in the wild are extremely dangerous. Judging from the territorial awareness of magical creatures, there may be a powerful being here that makes other creatures afraid to approach." Oh, John thinks it's right. Magical creatures also have a sense of territory. If foreign creatures break into their territory, there will usually be a fierce battle. But they have been gone for so long. Even if there was any, it should have appeared long ago. It's been so long since it appeared. Could it be that the magical creature is still active at night and hiding during the day? As he was thinking this, he heard some noise in the surrounding jungle. "Russell, what's there?" Farong asked a little nervously. They both had their wands out, and John glanced at his empty pockets. "I must cast a traceless stretching spell when I get back." The traceless extension charm is a very practical spell, similar to the space ring commonly seen in novels. It is possible to enlarge the interior of a space. Although the appearance may not change, the interior can become an extremely wide space. John hasn't learned this spell yet, otherwise he wouldn't have carried a wand with him when he went out. The two of them looked nervously at the direction conveyed, and John was ready to smash anything that suddenly appeared to pieces. The sound was getting closer and closer. John had merged with the blood of the fire dragon, so his body was also strengthened. His senses became more acute. He heard panting and heavy footsteps. Is it a person? John thought for a moment. Judging from the voice, it should be a person. Moreover, this person was injured and must be on the run. The wand in his hand did not relax at all, but was raised instead. Compared with magical creatures, encountering people in the wild might be more dangerous. Finally, as the two of them watched, a person appeared among the bushes in front of them. "Stop!" Farong shouted nervously. It was a boy who looked about the same age as John, wearing a blood-red robe, probably a school uniform. He was so pale that Fleur thought he was a vampire at first glance. Black hair and a high-nose bridge. If it weren't for the golden eyes that were faintly revealed through the messy hair covering her left eye, Farong's attack would probably have been launched. The visitor obviously did not expect that they were two student-looking wizards. He thought that anyone who dared to light a bonfire in this place was either an Auror or a desperado. "Run!" the boy shouted, and a ball of fire fell from the sky, directly igniting the bushes around him. Farong looked on in horror and saw a black Hungarian horntail in the sky open its mouth and spit out a breath of dragon's breath. Sneak attack, offense die. John looked at the Hungarian horntail in disbelief. He seemed to hear the other party talking. Suddenly remembering that he had the power of dragon language, he waved his wand and cast a levitation spell to pull the wizard out of the sea of fire. Although this action saved a life, it also attracted the attention of the Hungarian horntail to John. "Let's run." Farong finally understood why there were no other living creatures around. The Hungarian horntail is the most ferocious fire dragon. With its presence, no other creatures dare to appear around it. John immediately turned around and ran away, with the Hungarian horntail's angry words coming from behind him. "Wizard, sleeping, sneak attack, unsportsmanlike, painful, but..." Hearing the Hungarian horntail's words, John looked at the wizard who was also running away with a strange expression. This guy is so brave that he actually attacked the Hungarian horntail while it was sleeping. What's more, he hit its butt instead of any other place. No wonder the Hungarian horntail is so angry. If someone breaks into its home while it is sleeping, it can at most ensure that the other person leaves without much pain. Chapter 40. It chased him. He ran. He couldn't escape even if he had wings. John accelerated. Someone once said that when you encounter a brown bear, you don't need to run faster than the bear, you just need to run faster than the people you are walking with. Obviously, among the three fellow wizards, John is the youngest but has the best physique. He easily surpassed the blood-robed wizard. The blood-robed wizard who fell behind clenched his teeth, and the Hungarian horntail bared its fangs and claws. After opening its mouth, a huge fireball flew out of the Hungarian horntail's mouth. Here comes the stump. The blood-robed wizard waved his wand and pulled a tree stump to block the fireball before it landed on him. The fireball hit the tree stump and turned it into charcoal in an instant, leaving only a tiny gap for him to escape. He turned and stopped, a fierce look on his face. Apungno, the gravel on the ground flew up and hit the Hungarian horntail, making it even more enraged. These attacks did not hurt it, but made it very annoyed. Seeing that his attack had no effect, the blood-robed wizard unwillingly launched another attack. But this time, before he could make a move, he was hit by a huge rock picked up by the Hungarian horntail's tail. John turned his head and saw that the blood-robed wizard was really tough. Furong accidentally fell while running. She felt the ground shaking, and when she turned her head, she saw a huge rock rolling over. Expulso, the white light hit the boulder and shattered it, and the flying stone scratched Furong's cheek. John's expression changed after he made the move, and the Hungarian horntail had already swooped down. The blood-robed wizard was still attacking, but the scales of the Hungarian horntail were too hard, and there was no way to break them. Seeing the Hungarian hornet rushing down, the blood-robed wizard could only avoid its attack. Protego John stood in front of Fleur, and a shield emitting white light appeared in front of him. The Hungarian horntail swept out with its pointed tail, easily cutting down trees wherever it passed. Wood chips and rocks flew at the shield, and John's feet sank into the earth. This is not the end yet. The Hungarian horntail screamed towards the sky under the moonlight. Its body is covered with black scales that glow with a black iron luster in the moonlight, and it has a lizard-like appearance. It has yellow eyes and bronze horns, and its tail has spikes that are nearly bronze in color. This 50-foot-tall giant was wreaking havoc, opening its mouth and spitting out dragon breath that covered the three of them. Death, death, death. John continued to cast shield charms to resist, and Fleur stood up and quickly adjusted herself, waving her wand. Flame freezing charm. The flames became less hot when they fell on them, and the three of them struggled to resist in the flames. That's enough. A fierce light flashed across John's eyes, and he himself did not notice that his pupils shrank into vertical pupils at this moment. After he said this, the Hungarian horntail was stunned. Then the endless flow of dragon breath stopped, and the Hungarian horntail stretched its neck and looked around. Furong was still in shock. She gasped and asked, "What were you talking about?" John used dragon language, which to others sounded like an imitation of the roar of a fire dragon. The blood-robed wizard also stopped attacking and turned to look at John. John walked forward step by step, and the Hungarian horntail did not connect the little guy in front of him with the sound just now. "We meant no offense." John spoke dragon language again. Now the Hungarian horntail finally noticed him, with surprise in its big yellow lantern-like eyes. "Yes, you. How do you know the language of dragons?" The Hungarian horntail looked down at John. John took a deep breath, and his eyes turned into the vertical pupils of a fire dragon. He exuded waves of terrifying pressure. "My name is John Wick. I came here by mistake and had no intention of offending you." John communicated with the Hungarian horntail, and to show his sincerity, John put down his wand. "You are the dragon speaker." The hostility in the Hungarian horntail gradually dissipated. This amazing scene made the two people present dare not breathe. John nodded and said, "I don't know where this is. The door key of my car broke down and fell here." Dragon speaker, this is Scandinavia, the Valley of No Rest. The Valley of Absolute Desire? John didn't hear the name of this place, but judging from the blood-robed wizard that appeared here, there should be human activities nearby. This made John feel relieved. He was afraid that he didn't know where he was being sent. He bowed to the Hungarian horntail and apologized. "Fire Dragon, I would like to express my apologies here. I hope you can forgive our recklessness. Rather than saying it belongs to us, it would be more accurate to say that it belongs to the blood-robed wizard. But now the three of them are in the same boat, so John will not care about it for the time being." The Hungarian horntail restrained its murderous aura and lowered its proud head to John. "Dear Dragon Speaker, Amohan accepts your apology. The conversation between the man and the dragon caught Forong's eyes, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her pretty face. This is dragon language. According to legend, the great wizard Merlin could communicate with fire dragons in dragon language, but after him, there has been no one else who could speak dragon language. Fleur had thought John was just an ordinary Hogwarts student, but now it seemed that he was a descendant of Merlin. After all, Merlin also went to Hogwarts, so this might be possible. There was also something strange in the blood-robed wizard's eyes. He stared at John with his golden eyes and unconsciously clenched his wand in his hand. The dragon speaker seems to have a special status among fire dragons. After knowing that John can speak dragon language, Amohan did not launch any more attacks. After much persuasion from John, Amohem finally forgave the person for attacking him. At the same time, John also learned the whole story. Originally, Amohan was staying well in the Valley of No Breath, but then this blood-robed wizard who looked like a vampire suddenly appeared and attacked Amohan without any explanation. You have to know that even dragons have basic physiological needs. This is where both humans and dragons are relatively vulnerable. This made Amohan lose all his sleepiness, and he chased for several hours. Amohan left, and the crisis for the three people was resolved. The blood-robed wizard hesitated for a while, came up to the two, and said in a low voice, "Thank you for your help. Humph, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be dragged into this." Farong snorted. The blood-robed wizard glanced at her and sneered. "I didn't ask you to get involved." "You." Farong was very angry at his attitude. "Well, anyway, it's a good thing to see a living person." John comforted Fleur, then walked to the front of the blood-robed wizard and extended his hand. "John Wick, a student of Hogwarts. Come here from Hogwarts." The blood-robed wizard was a little surprised and stretched out his hand to shake it. "Heinrich Edgar, Durmstrang student." "Durmstrang?" John was surprised. He didn't expect to be here. "I heard that this place has a bad reputation because they are not friendly to mudbloods, and it is also one of the few schools that accept dark magic. More importantly, the Dark Lord Grindelwald, who once dominated Europe, came from this school." John had heard Malfoy say that he had boasted that he was going to go to Durmstrang, but Mrs. Malfoy didn't want her son to be too far away. "I didn't expect that we would be so close to crossing Europe." John was speechless. If this door key seller dared to cheat me again, he would be thrown into exile. Farong, who was standing by, was startled when she heard the last name Edgar and exclaimed, "Edgar, the dark magic family." Not many families would openly use black magic as a label, but Edgar did. Each of them is an extremely crazy person, and they also like to pursue challenges from the strong. Once, an Edgar sent a letter of challenge to Grindelwald, and after being defeated by Grindelwald, he became Grindelwald's loyal subordinate. Therefore, Edgar is also known as the deputy of the strong, and only those who are strong enough can conquer Edgar and use him. Chapter 41. Like a challenge? John suddenly realized, no wonder he was so desperate as to touch the fire dragons, but he really has some skills. After the three of them met and got to know each other, John also knew where he was. Scandinavia and Durmstrang School is also here. "Edgar, can you take us out of here?" John asked. Heinrich looked at John. He had a soft look and pale cheeks which reminded John of Malfoy. Heinrich suddenly said something surprising, praising, "You are very strong." Thank you for the compliment." John responded modestly, but Heinrich didn't mean that. He stared at John, took off the glove on his right hand and threw it at John's feet, saying, "I challenge you to a duel." "Duel?" John was stunned, and Fleur said angrily, "We saved you. I know. You are a dragon speaker, just like Merlin." Heinrich stared at John and said word by word, "Defeat me, and I will tell you how to get back." Fleur moved closer to John and whispered in his ear, "It seems like he's got his eyes on you." He didn't know if it was an illusion, but John always felt that there was some gloating in Farong's words. Farong smiled, feeling that she had finally avenged herself for the sour fruit. Of course, she was not afraid that John would lose. The way he dealt with the fire dragon just now was enough to show John's strength. Being targeted by Edgar is not a good thing. They are extremely crazy. If John didn't agree, Heinrich might really let them continue to wander here. In order to go back as soon as possible, John had no choice but to agree. Duel. He thought of Professor Flitwick, a professor of short stature who was a champion in dueling tournaments. John and Heinrich stood back to back, both walking towards the back with wands in their hands. They counted in their mouths, and when it reached 10, they both attacked at the same time. John is faster, he has the blessing of quick attack, and he starts with a smash to pieces. Heinrich reacted quickly, using the armor spell to block in front of him, and then quickly counterattacked. The two of them fought back and forth, not like two students at all, but more like experienced fencers. The magic wand is their sword, attacking with radiant light. John dodged a minor curse and raised his hand to unleash his highest-level spell. Heinrich also used his best attack. Incendio X22 flames burst out and collided with each other, turning into a sea of fire. John's level 4 fire spell met its match, but it didn't matter. John was superior. The orange-yellow flames covered the opposite side, and just before it was about to engulf Heinrich, John reduced the crushing spell to its lowest power and hit Heinrich. You lose. John did not attack further. His left hand dropped, his right hand behind his waist. Heinrich stood up silently, picked up the wand, and said, "You are indeed very powerful. I am defeated." He recognized it clearly, and John smiled slightly, thinking that he could take himself away now. "I can tell you how to get out of here. Go to Durmstrang. There is a flu network that you can use." John thought about it and accepted the suggestion, but he remembered that Durmstrang was not friendly to mudbloods. Would he be beaten up by the crowd if he went there? Probably not. If I don't tell you, who will know? John and Fleur went to Durmstrang, and with Heinrich leading the team, they finally found a way out. After leaving Jueshi Valley, walk along the mountain road. Unlike John, who got on the wrong bus, when Heinrich walked out of the valley, there was already a carriage waiting for him outside. "Master Heinrich, who are these two?" The capable white-haired butler narrowed his eyes dangerously and looked at John and the other man. "You don't need to ask too many questions, Rick." Heinrich was too lazy to explain, so the old butler Rick just kept his mouth shut. "It's not a house elf." John was also surprised to see the old butler Rick. Pureblood wizards basically have house elves in their homes. Compared to hiring other people, the free labor of house elves can save a lot of expenses. For example, there are elves in Malfoy's house. After getting on the carriage, it drove all the way towards Durmstrang. Somehow, John always felt that Heinrich's eyes were always on him. He moved quietly to the left, and Heinrich's gaze moved at the same time. He moved to the right again, and Heinrich still followed. "Fleur, what did you say?" Farong was trying to hold back her laughter. Edgar, the powerful man's second in command. John felt very troubled. He wondered if Edgar would rely on him. "How can I say I am such a strong man? Oh, I'm so tired." It was clearly a holiday, and I was forced to continue going to school, and I wanted to watch a game to relax, but I was thrown into the valley of absolute destruction and chased by a fire dragon. John felt like his first-year vacation was ruined. The carriage arrived in front of a castle, which was Durmstrang Castle. It is not as magnificent as Beauxbatons, nor as rich in heritage as Hogwarts. This is just a simple 4-story castle, with vast land and magnificent scenery. There is a mountain lake behind Durmstrang Castle, and some of the students who stayed in the school would take off their clothes and jump into bathe. This is an uncharted place, cast with a hidden magic. Farong didn't have much of a favorable impression of Heinrich, a rude guy. Even though he had a handsome face, she really couldn't like him. After entering the school, the students who stayed at Durmstrang seemed to share the same feeling as Fleur. They all had a dislike and avoidance attitude towards Heinrich, and they didn't even want to pay attention to the two outsiders. This situation was very similar to Fleur's, and it made Fleur dislike Heinrich less. Arriving at a fireplace, Heinrich said, "John, you can go to Notch Hat Square through here." "Thank you, Heinrich. When you are free to come to Hogwarts, I will definitely take you to have a good time." Finally, he could go back, and John was in a good mood. Heinrich nodded vigorously when he heard his words, and responded in a low and slightly hoarse voice, "I will go." Seeing that his reaction was a little too excited, John didn't know why, but he felt that there might really be a chance for them to meet. He shook hands with Heinrich and said goodbye. Then he and Fleur went into the fireplace, lit a green fire, and left. John and Fleur went from Durmstrang to Notchcap Square and found a portkey. After several twists and turns, they finally returned to Beauxbatons. After all this trouble, both of them were exhausted physically and mentally. But because of this, the relationship between the two became better. In the following time, John stayed in the alchemy room, and occasionally Farong would make some cookies for John. John felt happy after eating it, and he wondered if there was some Vila magic in it. On this day, John came out of the alchemy room. He stretched, and his body crackled with some stiffness. "If this continues, my body will collapse before I can forge the sword." John was going to go for a morning run and then catch up on some sleep. When he returned to the dormitory after his morning run, there was a letter in the room. He opened it and saw that it was written by Dumbledore. "Dear John, I hope you have a good time during this holiday. I am sorry to disturb your holiday, but I have a small request that I hope you can fulfill. To the Rue Montmorency." John put down the letter. It seemed this was his fourth stop. After a good night's sleep, John used flu powder to travel to Paris. Rue Montmorency is one of the oldest streets in Paris. John was walking down the street when he felt something was wrong. It seemed like someone was watching him. This feeling is not groundless. John used the light from the glass beside him to see a man following behind him. Perhaps because he felt that a little wizard was not a big threat, the man seemed very casual. John sneered. Do you really think you can control him so easily? He quietly quickened his pace and walked towards the corner of the street. The man followed. Gone. The man who turned the corner was shocked to find that John had disappeared. Stupefied before he could react, a spell hit his chest. John lifted the disillusionment spell and appeared. He stared at the unconscious man and used the levitation spell to drag him away. Chapter 42. The man was dragged to a corner and tied up. John took the other person's wand and threw it away somewhere, then went to Montmorency Street. He was looking around, and a house that looked to have an ancient history caught his attention. It was a house surrounded by beautiful flower beds, but the people around seemed to ignore it. John thought about it for a moment and decided to go and take a look. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. Just as John was thinking about whether he should sneak in, the tightly closed door suddenly opened. The trembling old man looked thin, with silver hair. He was surprised when he saw John. You are finally here. Please come in and have a cup of tea. I remember the tea leaves are in the cabinet. The old man said as he opened the door and let John in. He was talking to himself like an old man with a bad memory. Please wait a moment. I still need to look for a book. John walked in and saw a lot of things around him. There were many silver objects on the table, some of which looked like tweezers and some that looked like silver chopsticks. John sat inside, and the teapot beside him jumped out by itself. The tea can opened, and tea leaves flew out of it and jumped in. The teapot shook its round body, and a stream of clear water appeared out of nowhere. As the teapot is shaken, the water and tea leaves inside change, and a pot of freshly brewed black tea is ready. John was very surprised to see that the teapot was full of traces of alchemy. The old man seemed to be searching for something, with books placed on the ground or on the table. Then he put them all into a handbag. Even though so many books were put in, the handbag didn't change at all. John knew that it was the use of the undetectable extension charm. After finishing everything, the old man stood there for a while with satisfaction before coming over. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. These things have been away for so long that sometimes I can't even remember where I put them. The old man stretched out his hand to shake hands with John. Seeing his trembling appearance, John also touched it lightly and carefully. As soon as it was touched, the old man's hand felt as fragile as a cookie that had been left out for a long time, causing him to cry out in pain. John was so scared that he thought he had been too harsh. It's okay. The old man looked at John's worried expression and said, Hello, John Wick. My name is Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel, whom John had always been thinking about, appeared in front of him. He didn't look well, at least from John's point of view. This body was on the verge of breaking. I should have taught you myself, but events this year delayed me for a long time. However, my diary tells me that you are very talented. Nicholas Flamel handed the bag containing all the books to John with a smile on his face. The diary was made by him personally. It not only had a projection of the young Nico, but also allowed remote communication with Nicholas Flamel. These books were given to John by Nicholas Flamel, and they contained some of his notes and insights after he became immortal. John pondered for a moment and said, Is it because of the Philosopher's Stone? He is not a fool. Nicholas Flamel is now like he is giving his last words. Judging from what Dumbledore said about announcing the destruction of the Philosopher's Stone, Nicholas Flamel should be about to end his immortality. Nicholas Flamel shook his head and said with a smile, Child, everyone will die. If it weren't for you, the Philosopher's Stone would have been destroyed in June. He was indeed dying, and the elixir he left behind was only enough to last for 1 year. This great alchemy legend who lived for 665 years was about to end his long life. If John had not appeared, he might not have thought of accepting a student. Through Dumbledore's introduction and the information fed back from the diary, he felt that John was the most suitable person to inherit his legacy. John felt a little lost. He thought he had finally found a teacher who could teach him alchemy, but he didn't expect that they would be separated as soon as they met. This is the former home of Nicholas Flamel, who was to have lived out his life in seclusion in Devon. After accepting the handbag, John felt even more depressed. Teacher, who is that person outside? Thinking of the man he met today, John asked his questions. Nicholas Flamel smiled when he heard the title. Although they had just met, the two acted like teacher and student who had been together for a long time. That's a Death Eater. Even though Voldemort was defeated, he's still watching for his next rebirth. Nicholas Flamel's expression turned serious when that name was mentioned. The old man had lived through 2 eras of the Dark Lord, and he knew very well that Voldemort's desire for immortality was so morbid that it could only be described as such. Even though it has been 12 years since his fall, his followers are still searching for Nicholas Flamel, intending to resurrect their master. Nicholas Flamel temporarily separated from his wife and returned to his old home in order to teach his student John. John also lived with the teacher during the remaining vacation time. He greedily absorbed the knowledge of alchemy. The old man's erudition was not limited to one field. He had a master-level understanding of runes, spells, and magical animals. As time went by, John was like a sponge, absorbing everything. Nicholas Flamel was very satisfied with this student. Alchemy required talent and a persistent and unfading pursuit of knowledge. John possesses both of these qualities, and he sees a reflection of himself in this student. The same pursuit of alchemy and thirst for knowledge. The Philosopher's Stone in John was destroyed. John didn't feel it was a pity to have the only man in the world who could create the Philosopher's Stone by his side. When time was running out, John knew it was time for him to leave. John, you are the most talented student I have ever met. Nicholas Flamel is leaving, and he wants to be with his wife in his last days. But teaching John a student also made him very happy and fulfilled. The exploration on the road of alchemy will never stop. The Philosopher's Stone is not your end, but your starting point. He had already taught John how to make the Philosopher's Stone. Standing on the shoulders of giants, John naturally saw higher, and Nicholas Flamel's expectations of him also became higher. By the time John became the new generation of alchemy giant, unfortunately, Nicholas Flamel was no longer around. John hugged the teacher. His movements were gentle and full of reluctance. Nicholas Flamel, however, was very open-minded. He was not afraid of death. On the contrary, death was like working for a long time and finally having a place to lie down and sleep. With the departure of Nicholas Flamel, John's journey in France came to an end. John went to Beauxbatons and took out the diary. Ferrand was reluctant to leave John. He was one of her few friends. Fleur, we will meet again. Perhaps that time will not be in Beauxbatons, but in Hogwarts. John grinned. He remembered that there seemed to be a plot where several schools competed. Beauxbatons is one of them. It's not impossible that Fleur appeared as a student of Beauxbatons. He handed a badge to Fleur. Ferrand said reluctantly, remember to write to me. Your owl is a little fat. Let it exercise more. The despised Basil was innocently caught in the crossfire. John naturally agreed readily. After the two said goodbye, John came to the hiding place and wandered around the square. He finally found the drunk who was selling the portal. After John left, the drunk was hung on the statue and his wand was thrown into the stinking ditch. You'll let me trick you. John was vindictive, and after being cheated out of 3 galleons, he hung the drunk man on the hook for 3 days. Chapter 43. John, you're back. Your mother hasn't been looking well these past few days. John returned home after a month away. Watson was happy to see him back, but then he looked at the kitchen cautiously. You didn't do what you promised your mother, but I know you must have been delayed by other things. Although Watson usually acts like a child, he is never confused about important things. Mrs. Wick's mood was a big deal to him. John's heart grew heavy when he heard this, and he spent the last week studying at Nicholas Flamel's house. The place was cast under a Fidelius charm, and the owl couldn't find its location, so the letter-writing process that was required every week was not carried out. This really d off Mrs. Wick. She seldom got angry, but when she did it was hard to appease her. The last time Mrs. Wick got angry and had a cold war with Watson for a week, John ended up having to live on bread with all kinds of sauces. John shuddered at the thought of Watson's poor craftsmanship. Fortunately, he came back after making preparations. When he came to the kitchen, he saw Mrs. Wick, who had a cold face and was silent. The beautiful and generous Mrs. Wick acted like a little girl when she was angry. John looked at her coldly and gave her a flattering smile, and took out the perfume he bought in Paris from his suitcase. This is the perfume I bought for my mother in France. John shamelessly started to act cute and looked at his mother pitifully. Mrs. Wick was originally angry with John for not writing to her, but after seeing this scene, her anger subsided in less than 3 seconds. However, as a mother, Mrs. Wick still criticized John harshly. Little John, you are still young. How can you forget to write a letter to your mother when you go to such a dangerous place in a foreign country by yourself? John accepted the criticism and nodded his head in a manner exactly like Watson. Watson was watching from outside, showing a look of satisfaction that the boy was teachable. After making his mother happy, John returned to his room, and Watson brought him a pile of letters. These are all sent to you by your friends. It's just that one of the owls is so old that it has hit the mailbox several times. Watson put the letter down and left because he heard Mrs. Wick's warning of danger because he was wearing leather shoes upstairs. John opened the top letter, which was from Hermione. It listed a long list of books that Hermione had read during the holidays. John picked out Hermione's letters and read them one by one. The last letter mentioned Harry. Hermione wrote to Harry, but there was no response during this holiday. After reading them, John picked up some others. There were letters from Ronald and Hagrid, and there were actually 3 letters from Malfoy. He opened them all and read through them one by one. Except for Malfoy's, all the others mentioned Harry. They had received no response to the letters they had sent Harry, asking if John knew anything. Harry hasn't been captured by the Ministry of Magic? John thought about his own magic outburst that day and began to worry that Harry might have been captured by the Ministry of Magic. After all, he was the one who took the blame, so John decided to go and see what happened. Hiding the unicorn hair wand at home, John walked downstairs with the wand. By acting coquettishly, John got a freshly baked apple pie from Mrs. Wick. After finding a random box to pack it up, John came to number 4, Privet Drive, and knocked on the door. Who is it? What a coincidence. A little fat man opened the door. Dudley smelled apple pie and opened the door before his mother could. I thought it was a big surprise that could make up for the feast ruined by Harry a few days ago. It turned out to be a big surprise, but the surprise was much bigger than the joy. It's you, John Wick. Dudley screamed loudly. The fat boy had quite a lot of lung capacity. Petunia Dursley, who was originally wondering who it was, heard Dudley's scream and hurried out to check. Seeing John, she had not forgotten that this child had appeared at King's Cross Station with Harry's group of wizard friends. Harry's uncle Vernon Dursley also came out. He was probably in his 40s, so fat that he didn't even have a neck, but he had a big beard. Seeing John, Vernon Dursley's expression fell and he yelled, "How dare you guys come to my house?" Ever since he saw the warning letter the Ministry of Magic sent to Harry a few days ago, Vernon knew that these little wizards were not allowed to use magic outside. So he was not afraid of John at all and yelled at John to get out. "Mr. Dursley, I think you are mistaken." John smiled, being polite. "My current identity is the child of the owner of number 6, Privet Drive, which means I am your neighbor's child, and I am knocking on your door." Vernon was stunned by his words. John continued to talk to himself. "I don't think Mr. Dursley would have the basic courtesy to kick out a neighbor with a gift, would he?" Vernon looked carefully and found that John had indeed come with a gift. The rich, sweet aroma of apple pie made his beloved son drool. Vernon's expression changed several times, and finally he said with a dark face, "Since you are not that annoying group of people, then come in." John smiled slightly and handed the apple pie to the sullen-looking Penny before entering. "Hurry up and sit down, then stay for a minute and you can go." Vernon didn't look at John well. John glanced at Dudley, who was unpacking an apple pie and eating it, thinking how much the father and son looked alike. "Where's Harry?" "Harry? Don't mention that guy to me." Vernon knew John had bad intentions. He locked Harry up tightly with iron bars, leaving a trap door to deliver meals to Harry 3 times a day. He had already made up his mind to prevent Harry from going to school, and no one could change his mind. Vernon stood up while pinching his watch and issued an order to evict them. "You can leave my house now. You guys should never enter my house again." His attitude made John frown, and the politeness he had maintained slowly disappeared. John showed no intention of moving, so Vernon wanted to rush him away. John grabbed Vernon's stubby index finger and twisted it hard. Vernon suddenly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and Petunia was startled and hurried over. She saw her husband kneeling in front of John, whimpering as one of his fingers was being pinched. "Mr. Dursley, I think you may have misunderstood something." "Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. If you don't leave, I will call the police." Vernon Dursley was about to send him away, but John lost his patience and said coldly, "I'm not just Harry's classmate. My father has dealings with Mr. Finn Wallace. You know, there are other ways to deal with some people." "Finn Wallace?" Vernon didn't even bother to scream when he heard the name. "He's the boss of a London gang, someone the police can't control." Vernon, who originally thought that there was nothing to be afraid of as long as wizards couldn't use magic, was now panicked. If what John said was true, then it would be easy for the other party to deal with him. "Sorry, please forgive my rudeness." Vernon forced a smile and said, "Harry is upstairs." "Very well, Mr. Dursley. Please allow me to go up and meet my friend." John released Vernon's finger, letting him nod as if he had been pardoned, and then walked aside to check if the finger was broken. John took the initiative and looked at Dudley, who was still enjoying his meal. He said calmly, "Dudley, maybe you should lead the way for the guests, right?" Dudley didn't react. Vernon just went up to him and pulled his ears to let him lead the way for John. Dudley cried out in pain, but still reluctantly took John upstairs. After arriving at the door of Harry's room, John looked at the door that was sealed with only a trap door left for delivering meals and fell into deep thought. "I remember that the UK also has child protection laws. It was him. He destroyed my father's business a few days ago." Dudley was afraid of being affected and hurriedly explained. After a year of absence, Dudley's fear of John had not diminished in the slightest. John curled his lips. He didn't have a pencil with him now. Stepping forward, He asked Dudley to open the door. Chapter 44. Harry had never had such a bad birthday. His birthday was ruined by Dobby the house elf, and he was locked up. He even felt that he would never be able to return to Hogwarts in his lifetime. Harry looked out through the gap in the iron plate of the window with some despair. Hedwig had lost some weight due to the bad food for several days. Looking sick, Hedwig turned away angrily. Just at this moment, the door that only opens twice a day was opened. Harry looked up and saw John walk in. John! Harry was extremely surprised. John frowned when he walked in. This place was indeed a bit too narrow. The sealed windows didn't let in much sunlight, and John greeted Harry. Harry, Hermione, and the others said you didn't reply to their letters, so I came to see you. John walked over to Harry's bed and sat down. He asked oddly, "Why are you locked up?" Harry got angry when he mentioned this matter. He said with full resentment, "A house elf broke in. He told me not to go to Hogwarts, and then he caused trouble. Uncle Vernon knew that I was not allowed to use magic outside of school. Oh my God, you don't know how I got through all this time." Harry found someone to talk to and poured out his troubles to John. When John heard this, he immediately felt strange. The house elves are giving you trouble? He was puzzled. House elves generally would not attack wizards, let alone come to other people's homes to cause damage. Could someone have instructed this? John wondered if someone was trying to frame Harry on purpose. Could it be Malfoy? When it came to who could be the possibility, Harry's first choice was Malfoy. John was speechless. You two really love and hate each other. The possibility of it being Malfoy is not high. If it was Malfoy, he would probably have already written a letter to John to show off. This possibility is denied. If it wasn't someone's orders, then it could be that the house elf took the initiative on its own. John didn't understand how a house elf got involved with Harry. Only old, wealthy wizarding families had house elves. It would be fine if you said he was the house elf of the Potter family. You don't have to question the wealth of the Potter family. John had seen the potions developed by the Potter family when he was reading, and one of the shampoos was sold out. But the problem was, Dobby didn't listen to Harry either. A house elf cannot disobey the orders of its master. If it were the house elf of the Potter family, it would not disobey Harry's orders. Both of them felt strange about this matter and frowned. "Let's not talk about this for now. John, are you here to rescue me?" Harry asked with hope in his eyes. He just heard Uncle Vernon screaming like a pig being slaughtered, and it seemed to be related to John. When he thought of John's ability to chop off the giant monster's head, he suddenly felt hopeful. John glanced at him. Remembering the letter Ronald had sent him, he shook his head and said, "It's a pity. I need to be saved, but not me." "Who is that?" Harry was confused. John smiled mysteriously. He received a letter from Ronald. Ronald's father told Ronald that Harry had received a warning letter from the Ministry of Magic, and Harry had not replied to the letter for a long time. So Ronald prepared to bring people to rescue Harry. John thought that it would happen at night, so he said that he would not rescue him himself. After all, he couldn't really call on gang thugs to kidnap the Dursleys. He was a law-abiding citizen, and his words were just to scare the Dursleys. Although John couldn't save him, Harry felt warm at heart being able to chat here. The two talked about their vacations, and John said that he went abroad, which made Harry very envious. "Harry, you have to be careful. I feel like it won't be long before Voldemort makes a comeback." John said the name, and Harry's face froze. "I encountered a Death Eater in France. Even though there was only one, it also means that his power has not been completely destroyed. You have to be careful. Maybe what the house elf said makes sense." John didn't remember the plot very clearly, and he didn't remember what Harry encountered in the second year. He remembered that the key clue was in a secret room in the bathroom. He warned Harry out loud, hoping that he would remain vigilant. "I see, John. I'm glad you came to see me. It would be nice if my luggage was here, so I could review." Harry also felt that he should try hard, but unfortunately his luggage was not here, but downstairs. John told him not to worry. After saying goodbye to Harry and going downstairs, he looked at the reserved Vernon and said calmly, "Even if you put Harry in detention, you should give him some time to sort out his things." Vernon nodded hurriedly when he heard this. "I'll move his things up right away." He was really afraid of this little wizard who was the same age as Harry. Even though he couldn't use magic outside, he could still call on gangs to make him unable to sleep or eat. He just wanted to get rid of this demon John as soon as possible, so he naturally agreed to everything else. Harry's luggage was carried up, and Harry wondered how John had managed to keep Uncle Vernon so obedient. Since he could make Uncle Vernon obey him, why not just let him go? Harry didn't understand any of this. John had already walked out of the Dursleys' house. He looked at the Dursleys who were watching him leave and nodded slightly. To be honest, he didn't hate the Dursleys as much as he thought. As a Muggle family, it was great that they were willing to raise Harry as a wizard. It was night. John heard the roar of a car. He lived in the attic, and when he opened the window, he saw a turquoise car flying through the air. The car drove up to the Dursleys' window, and John saw 3 red-haired heads inside. It goes without saying that this is the Weasley family. John stroked his chin and said, "This car is made from a Muggle car and magic. It's great alchemy. This flying car was probably not made by the Weasley twins, as they don't have that level of alchemy yet." John remembered Ronald saying that his father was the head of the misuse of Muggle artifacts department at the Ministry of Magic, and seemed like the most likely person to have built this car. Interesting. Ronald has invited me to his house. I'll go there sometime. Maybe we can exchange some ideas about alchemy. John watched as the people in the car pulled Harry up. Because of John, Harry's luggage was left in the room, and they got in the flying car and left directly. When Vernon Dursley woke up the next day, he saw the roar coming from the open window. He even suspected that it was John who did it, and asked the gang to remove the windows of his house overnight. This made him unable to sleep well for several days, and Dudley was even confined to his house. Penny was afraid that her precious son would become an offer that could not be refused. This caused Dudley to suffer a lot, and he didn't even have the chance to go out and bully other children. And none of this has anything to do with John. He was writing a letter to a man called Ben Abbott. Since John realized that it would be difficult for him to make a magic sword similar to the sword of Gryffindor in a short period of time, he turned his attention to enchantment. This Ben Abbott is a swordsmith, and John is asking him to make a custom greatsword. A reply from the other party arrived a few days later, agreeing to help John make a sword. Of course, John would also pay the reward and send the necessary mithril and some wood. All he had to do was wait 2 weeks, and he would get a brand new sword. The list of books needed for the 2nd grade of the school was sent over. John picked it up and took a look at it, then froze in place. Except for textbooks such as Standard Course and Spells, the other books in the list do not seem to be textbooks. Books like A Walk with Corpse Eaters, A Holiday with Witches, Travels with Giants. These books look more like novels. John remembered that these books seemed to be on the list of books Hermione sent him. He still remembered that Hermione said the contents of these books were very interesting and recommended John to read them. Could Hermione predict the future? After wondering for a while, John decided to let it go. He set up an alchemy room in the basement, and during this time he refined some things. Maybe I can find time to sell it. Although they could be considered a middle-class family, they could not afford the huge expenses of alchemy. John decided to be self-reliant, and it would be best if he could find a partner to make the products himself and have the other party sell them. This person must be professional. After all, what John has in his hand is not a prank prop like the Weasley twins, but a real magical item with lethal power. John thought about it and realized that there were no such professionals around him. Perhaps you can find it in Diagon Alley. Chapter 45. Good morning, Kicks. Reaching out and picking up the cat that was rubbing against his feet, John looked very satisfied with the furry cat. The cat called TT meowed, and 3 more cats came running out. They gathered around John's feet, and John took out the cat food he had brought with him. Tom wagged his tail and turned around in circles with some dissatisfaction. He said he would take me for a walk, but he ended up feeding the cat here. An old lady was walking slowly towards them with a cane. John saw her and greeted her. "Good morning, Mrs. Fig." Arabella Fig smiled when she saw John. No one knew that this ordinary-looking old lady was actually a member of the Order of the Phoenix. She was a squib, and Dumbledore asked her to look after Harry. Half a year ago, Mrs. Fig added 1 more person to her care list. "It's John Wick in front of you." Dumbledore came in person. He wanted to get to know this student. Mrs. Fig had a good impression of John because the boy always came to take care of her cat. His love for furries was just like Dumbledore's love for sweets, and that was why Dumbledore was determined to let John become the temporary holder of the Philosopher's Stone. John didn't know that he might have to thank the old lady in front of him, so he rubbed the 4 kittens separately. It's better to have a cat outside. It won't suddenly turn into an older cat lady. After John satisfied his furry obsession, he was about to leave when he found that someone seemed to be watching him. "Watch me." His first thought was Death Eaters, but that was quickly rejected. The last Death Eaters he encountered were because they were looking for Nicholas Flamel, but this time he didn't think they would come all the way to spy on him. He was not the savior Harry Potter, so there was no value in monitoring the Death Eaters. He stood up with a normal expression. Tom stopped circling. John said goodbye to Mrs. Fig and took Tom for a jog. Gone. After leaving Privet Drive, John noticed that the sense of surveillance had disappeared. He felt somewhat confused, and when he went for his morning run the next day, that sight appeared again. This time John saw it clearly. It was a guy who wrapped his whole body like he had a skin disease. By the time I jogged out of Privet Drive, the man hadn't caught up with me. Is it to monitor Harry? Considering that Harry had already left, John still found that unlikely. As John's doubts grew, something fell out of his pocket while he was running on the 3rd day. The man who was wrapped up in the clothes saw the thing shining in the sunlight, and his eyes suddenly lit up with golden light. He immediately ran over and picked up the thing. It was a gold galleon, and that made him smile. Good luck never comes in short supply. He put the gold galleons away and did not chase out to monitor John. At night, John walked out of the house under the disillusionment charm. In his hand he held a piece of parchment, but it was not the Marauder's map. There was only a simple arrow on the parchment, and as John moved, the arrow on the paper kept changing. Finally, John walked into a house. The house was extremely simple, with nothing inside except a fireplace and a pitch tent. John came to the fireplace, which was connected to the Floo network. Let me guess, head to Diagon Alley. Grabbing a handful of Floo powder, John called out the name of Diagon Alley. A ball of green fire swallowed him, and the next second he appeared in another fireplace. There was some chimney soot on his nose. John wiped the black ash off and walked out to find himself in a shop in Diagon Alley. If you can't find that guy, you can go shopping. With a thought, John cast another disillusionment spell and walked out. Diagon Alley became less crowded at night, and he held the positioning map he made in his hand. Following the arrow on the map, he found that there were fewer people. Moreover, the people around were wearing cloaks to cover their bodies, and some of them were trading something there. It looks mysterious, probably not something legal. Nocturne Alley? Before he knew it, John arrived at Nocturne Alley. This place is right next to Diagon Alley, but it is completely different. This is where a lot of illegal transactions take place, and the man who was monitoring John was trading something with someone. You are too greedy. Do you know how much effort I put into making this? The man put on a cloak and cursed at the owner of a store. The boss glanced at him and said in a mocking tone, "How much strength? This thing is just a small mirror, Mundungus Fletcher. The quality of your stolen things is getting lower and lower." The man known as Mundungus Fletcher was the one who was watching John, and he slammed the door and left in frustration. But he didn't dare to get angry and rob the Luke Bogenbach antique shop. I had to leave here by myself. Mundungus walked outside, ready to go to the leaky cauldron to relieve his sorrow and see if there was any dumb guy who could make him some money. What an unlucky day. Dumbledore told me to pay more attention to that kid, so I didn't have time to steal things. Harry Potter is fine, but why would this kid do that? Mundungus complained in a low voice. Instead of spending time on surveillance, you might as well make more money yourself. Before he could put his plan into action, he felt his wand pressed against his lower back as he passed a path leading to Nocturne Alley. Don't move. If you want a hole in your stomach, just pretend I didn't say anything. Mundungus' legs trembled with fear, and he said in a trembling voice, "Calm down. I still have a few galleons on me. You can take them." He cursed in his heart that he was unlucky and was being robbed by others. He wanted to take the opportunity to use his wand to escape, but before he could touch the wand from his waist was pulled away. Physical disarmament. It was all over now, and Mundungus dared not move. John led him to the corner of the alley and whispered threateningly, "It seems you are not honest." Mundungus smiled and said, "No, absolutely not. I was just a little too scared." Haha. John didn't believe what he said at all. He lowered his voice deliberately, which made Mundungus unclear about John's identity. John now knew who had asked him to come and monitor him. He had never expected it to be Dumbledore. He thought about it and decided that it should be to protect himself. John had encountered Death Eaters in France, and perhaps because of that, he asked the person who was monitoring and protecting Harry to take care of him as well. John's own guess was actually pretty accurate. John is no longer the same person he was before. He is the inheritor of Nicholas Flamel's intellectual legacy. Not to mention what the future holds. Nicholas Flamel's experimental manuscripts alone are enough to drive some people with bad intentions crazy. Now that he knew he was not a Death Eater, John no longer had the intention to deal with him. But he suddenly had an idea and thought that he might be able to use this person to open a business in Nocturne Alley. Just when Mundungus thought he might end up dead on the street today, John said, "Want to make some money, Mundungus Fletcher?" Make money. Mundungus didn't expect that someone would pay for robbery. He couldn't understand what the other party meant, but he knew that if he didn't agree, he would probably be in big trouble. "I have a few props that I need you to help me with. After they are sold, we'll split the profits 20-80. Although not all of John's props are lethal, some of them were made when he was studying black magic. Diagon Alley will not buy this kind of thing. It can only be sold in Nocturne Alley. You just need to answer yes or no. I won't force you." Although John said this, his wand pricked Mundungus's waist and caused pain. He nodded hurriedly, wishing he could nod his head off. John smiled and took out several dangerous props from the small bag he carried with him. "In 3 days, I need to see the golden galleons." After leaving these words, John moved the wand from Mundungus' waist. Mundungus felt a sense of relief and hastily picked up his disarmed wand. He looked at the props, and suddenly a golden light flashed in his eyes, and even the fear he had just felt disappeared. What a wonderful thing. Old Borgin will surely be interested in it. He looked around and quickly put the thing carefully in his arms. John saw all of this, but he did not leave. Instead, he watched Mundungus turn around and return to Borgin and Burke's antique shop. When he came out again, he had a lot more galleons in his hand. He hesitated for a moment, then divided the galleons into two, thinking that perhaps he could hide some of the one portion. But just as this thought came to his mind, he felt a familiar tingling sensation in his waist again. He was so scared that he quickly put the money down. John took out 20% of the money that was put down and said, "As I said, 20 to 80 split. If you want to continue, use this to contact me." John threw out a piece of parchment, and Mundungus hesitated for a moment before picking it up. He stood there for a long time, not daring to move. Only after he was sure that John had left did he show his relief at surviving the disaster. Looking at the gold galleons that were more than what he earned from stealing, he fell into deep thought. Chapter 46. 2 weeks later, John received a package from America. The long package was tightly wrapped in a wooden box. He couldn't wait to take out the crowbar and open the box. As the 6 nails were removed, the wooden box was opened. It was filled with hay as a cushion, and a knight's sword decorated with mithril appeared inside. The sword body has a mirror-like surface. It is made of mithril and steel powder through casting to form a semicircular guard. The hilt is made of oak, and the tail is made of mithril to make a round head with a circular notch on it. This sword is made using the 3-piece method, and the sword body is straight, hard, and not easy to break. The more John looked at it, the more he couldn't let it go, and he immediately started waving it around. The center of gravity of the sword is at the second finger, making it smooth and easy to swing. It can be held with both hands or wielded with one hand. John specifically asked him to leave the tail longer so that the characteristics of a greatsword can be brought into play. After the whole process, John stopped with great satisfaction. It's a pity that it's not in Hogwarts, otherwise he would go find a training ground to try it out. There is a gap on top where the mithril is, which is perfect for enchanting. John immediately prepared to enchant it first. He fixed the sword body and carved words on the mithril guard with a carving knife. By knocking on it one by one, he finally succeeded in enchanting it with a fire spell based on runes. Fehu is represented by the ox, which symbolizes the harvest and also wildfire. Take out the magic wand and enchant it. The moment the enchantment was successfully completed, John clearly felt that the sword had changed. He activated the runes on it and cast a fire spell. The words lit up with a red light, and the sword was instantly ignited, turning into a flaming sword. Sword of iron and fire. I feel more like a witch hunter. If he put on a set of Viking armor, John felt that he could play the role of a witch hunter. Putting away the flame, John gathered up the sword and stuffed it into his bag. Although this small handbag looks a bit like a women's one, John is not picky when there is a ready-made prop. Let's give it a name. Let's call it the Ironwick sword. Thus, the Ironwick sword was born. John went to the living room to reply to the letters, and when he came back he resumed his correspondence with his friends. Hermione asked him to go to Diagon Alley together tomorrow to buy books for this semester. There were some ink spots in her handwriting due to her excitement and accidentally using too much force. Is there anything important happening tomorrow? John thought about it carefully. There was nothing important happening tomorrow. Why was Hermione so excited? Coincidentally, Harry and Ronald are also going there tomorrow. The 3 little ones are worthy of being the protagonists. They do things in such a tacit understanding. After replying to all the letters, John wrote another letter to Hagrid, hoping that Hagrid could help him find some materials about magical creatures. After finishing everything, he switched the pen from his left hand to his right hand, wrote a letter to Mundungus in a completely different handwriting, and put together several props he had made. Except for being a little greedy, Mundungus has done pretty well in everything else. John had asked Mundungus to make all the magic props he had been refining during this period of practice. Apart from always complaining about the hard work and wanting a commission, Mundungus announced to the public that what he was selling were things made by a master alchemist. This doubled his sales and John's assets. The wealth accumulated by the small treasury from selling props during this period has exceeded 3,000 galleons. He can't compare to Harry, who has been rich for countless generations, but he can still be considered a small, wealthy man. However, even though John has saved so much money, he is spending it quickly. Hagrid replied soon and gave a rough price based on the list of materials John sent. John couldn't help but gasp when he saw the price. 1,200 galleons. Alchemy is really expensive. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and half of the money John had just saved was about to be gone in an instant. He was very envious of Hagrid at this moment. The forbidden forest behind him was like a treasure trove. The price Hagrid gave was the lowest one. Hagrid already had some of the materials, and he thought John didn't need to buy them, so he applied them. If he relies entirely on buying, John will probably have to throw in most of his funds. I'll go to Gringotts tomorrow to get the money and buy the book while I'm at it. It's a waste of money. John's mind is full of galleons now. Excluding the alchemical costs, the money he can earn is just that. After telling his parents that he was going to London, Watson happily opened the safe and prepared to buy some strange things. When John saw that his father was going to go to those greedy goblins in Gringotts to exchange money, he immediately stopped him. Under Watson's dull gaze, he took out a handful of galleons and clinked them on the table. Other kids pay for tuition, but you go to school to earn money. Watson's eyes sparkled. He is worthy of being my son. He can support the family at such a young age. John smiled and said, "If you want to exchange it with me, I'll give you a discount." The implication is that it still costs money. Watson's smile froze. It would be fine if these brothers just settled the accounts openly, but why did you do the same to your father? John knew that if he didn't set some threshold for his father, this guy would probably go to Diagon Alley and buy a lot of random stuff. In order to prevent Mrs. Wick's blood pressure from soaring, Johnny squeezed Watson's piggy bank. Originally, John used the family's public funds to go to school, but now it has become Watson's private matter, and he can only take out his own small treasury with tears. The next day, the family of 3 drove to the Leaky Cauldron. Compared to the last time they came, this time it was not as smelly. Probably because Quirrell was not here, John came to the back door of the Leaky Cauldron with ease. After entering Diagon Alley, John planned to go to Gringotts to deposit his money first. After leaving the money needed to buy materials and teaching materials, the rest was deposited in Gringotts. This brought a smile to the goblin's ugly face. Although these guys were greedy and selfish, one had to admit that Gringotts' anti-theft system was well done. After passing a thief-proof waterfall, John secretly collected some water. This water can wash away the magic on his body, and he plans to take it back to study whether it can be replicated. Leaving Gringotts, John met Malfoy. Malfoy was walking beside a man with the same pale, pointed face, who looked like a grown-up version of Malfoy, and John guessed that this might be Malfoy's father. The direction the two people were walking was Knockturn Alley. My father has already received the galleons and is ready to squander them. Even Mrs. Wick has been taken away. John was just about to go to Knockturn Alley, and after casting a disillusionment charm on himself, he followed the Malfoys. Along the way, John heard Malfoy constantly mumbling about Harry. This made his father, Lucius Malfoy, a little impatient. "You've told me this at least 10 times. Mr. Malfoy glanced at his son, stopping him from continuing. Little comrade Malfoy really loves Harry deeply. John was deeply moved upon seeing this, and following the two people, John came to the Borgin and Burke antique shop where Mundungus once went. Instead of entering, John changed direction and walked to a house not far away. Mundungus has been living a very comfortable life recently. Apart from monitoring the children, he no longer needs to go out and steal. He just needs to wait for the Daily Mail. To this end, he exchanged his tattered suit for a more respectable set of adornments. God, I look like a businessman now. While admiring himself in front of the mirror, Mundungus noticed out of the corner of his eye that the door of his house was opened. He was startled, drew out his wand and shouted, "Who's there? Come out quickly. Mundungus, you have now dared to wave your wand at me." The deep and hoarse voice made Mundungus feel like he was falling into an ice cave. He quickly threw down his wand, clasped his hands together, and said humbly, "Sir Johnny, I didn't mean to offend you. I just thought there was a thief." Snort. Johnny Silverhand. This is John's identity in front of Mundungus. He never showed his true face. He found a seat and sat down. He glanced around and said, "This is the store you bought. It looks like you spent a lot of money." No, 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 Sir Johnny, you don't know that the best place to get 500 galleons is here." Mundungus felt a little aggrieved. He really didn't lie to John this time. He took great pains to get this place. Although it is small, the location is very good. "Well, you'd better fix this place up soon, Mundungus. Business is more rewarding than stealing." John was just trying to pressure Mundungus. He knew that he couldn't make a lot of money just by retailing. So he asked Mundungus to buy a store and prepare to open a Silverhand Johnny store. Mundungus had begun to get used to the days when he no longer had to hide from place to place, so he naturally didn't want to see such a good life disappear. He immediately promised that he would make sure this place was well managed. After he finished speaking, he waited for John's next instruction, but there was no movement. This Mr. Johnny Silverhand is good in every way except that he likes to leave without saying hello. Chapter 47. Mundungus began to renovate. He felt that perhaps after working under Sir Johnny Silverhand, He could become someone like Borgin and Burks. John left only after seeing that he didn't say anything rude. After exiting the shop, John began walking towards Diagon Alley. He saw the Malfoy father and son coming out of Borgin and Burks. It seemed that they had sold the things they had. Just as John was about to leave, he saw a familiar figure coming out of Borgin and Burke. Harry. John was stunned. Why was Harry in Knockturn Alley? Harry was quite frightened when he first arrived at Knockturn Alley. He saw shrunken human heads being sold in the shop opposite Borgin and Burke's, and a large cage was filled with giant spiders. Two ragged wizards were whispering to Harry, and Harry felt creepy. He ran along the road, constantly straightening his glasses as they fell off. The wizards here were interested in the little guy who broke into Knockturn Alley. John followed him and saw some wizards approaching Harry secretly. An old witch grabbed Harry's hand and smiled a creepy smile with moss-covered teeth. "You're not lost, are you, dear?" Harry backed away slowly. The old witch was icy cold, and in her other hand she held a dish of what looked like dead man's fingernails. He was terrified, his heart pounding, and the old witch approached him. "I'm fine, thanks. I just want to leave." Harry resisted the old witch's approach. John came out when he saw this, and the old witch was aggressive and even wanted to share the dead man's nails in her hand with Harry. "Harry, what are you doing here?" The sudden voice startled the old witch. When she turned around, she saw the handsome John and immediately smiled sinisterly. But John narrowed his eyes dangerously, and the moment the old witch turned around, his left hand swung out a whip like a poisonous snake and smashed the other's plate. The old witch screamed and was about to explode when she saw the wand pointed at her eyeballs. "Get out, or I'll make you blind." John's cold voice sounded, and the old witch felt a chill on her back. Just at this moment, a tall figure in the crowd walked towards this side. "Harry, John, what are you doing here?" Hagrid came over and saw the old witch, and immediately cursed. "Get out of here, you shameful thing." Reaching out to pull Harry away, Hagrid led him away forcefully. The old witch didn't dare to stop him as she was threatened by John. Walking out of Knockturn Alley, Harry saw the familiar white marble of Gringotts. Hagrid led the two into Diagon Alley and helped Harry clean the soot off his body. After knowing that Harry got lost, Hagrid could only say that Harry was too careless. "John, why are you there too?" Hagrid was surprised that John was also in Knockturn Alley. John certainly wouldn't say he was going there for business. He smiled and said, "I'll go see if there are any interesting alchemical materials." "That's too risky. You just need to tell me," Hagrid complained. He was here to get materials for John, but he also bought some medicine to repel flesh-eating slugs. That was why he was delayed for a while. If John hadn't appeared, he couldn't imagine what would happen after Harry was taken away by the old witch. "Thank you, John. You saved me again." Harry thanked John sincerely. John shrugged. He was just passing by. "John, you don't know. I'm living at the Weasleys now. It's amazing." When this incident came up, Harry remembered that he and Weasley had been separated, and he became anxious to find the Weasley family. "Harry, why didn't you reply to my letter?" "Sorry, Hagrid. Something happened to me." Hagrid started talking about Harry not replying to his letter again, and Harry told him about being put in detention by the Dursleys. Angry Hagrid roared that he would teach Dursley a lesson. Harry, come here." As they passed Gringotts, Hermione happened to be standing on the Gringotts steps. She ran down to greet them, her fluffy brown hair flying behind her. "What happened to your glasses?" "John, that's great to have you here too." "And Hagrid, it's so great to see you again." Hermione smiled, revealing her big teeth. She had just come out of Gringotts. "Did you go to Gringotts?" "I'll go after I find the Weasleys." Harry was sent to Knockturn Alley without even a chance to get in. Hagrid was tall and could see far, so he immediately saw the Weasley family squeezing through the crowded street. "Harry, we hope you only missed an oven door," Mr. Weasley gasped. He had red hair like all Weasleys, but he was a little bald, wore glasses, and was tall and thin. "Molly is going crazy. She'll be here soon. This is—" "Oh, I remember, John Wick." Ronald saw John was there too and immediately became curious about where Harry was. Hagrid said with a straight face, "Knockturn Alley." "That's brilliant," the Weasley twins exclaimed. Ronald was also envious because his family never allowed their children to go to Knockturn Alley. Not great at all. If it weren't for John, Harry might have been taken away. Hagrid was still upset with the old witch. This further aroused the curiosity of the Weasley twins, and they pestered Harry to tell them about his heroic deeds. "Harry, oh dear, I'm so glad you're okay." Mrs. Weasley came in breathlessly, took a coat brush from her bag, and cleaned Harry from all sides. Mr. Weasley took Harry's glasses and restored them with a simple tap of his wand. The little daughter in the family was surrounding Harry, sweeping the dust for him with her mother. "I have to go now. See you at Hogwarts." Hagrid was a little overwhelmed by Molly's enthusiasm, so he had to leave as soon as possible. "Oh, John, Thank you so much. You're a great friend. Knowing that it was John who showed up in time to help Harry, Molly liked this good-looking boy even more. Even Ginny came over to say thank you, and John touched his nose and said that he just happened to run into them. But soon Molly seemed to treat John as her own child, and her enthusiastic attitude made John a little overwhelmed. Ahem, I've already been to Gringotts. I'll just wait for you outside. John saw them about to go in and quickly found an excuse to get away. After waiting at the door of Gringotts for a while, John saw Mr. Weasley and Hermione's father coming out arm in arm. They would meet at Flourish and Blott's in an hour, and now Molly was going to take Ginny to buy clothes first. The four of them strolled along the winding cobblestone street. John, you're going abroad? That's so enviable. When Ronald heard that John was going to France, he also wanted to go there. Where did you go in France, Paris? Hermione knew John had mentioned it in the letter, but hadn't said where specifically. John thought for a moment and said, I went to Paris too. There was a drunkard who sold portkeys in the hidden place. He gave me a bad portkey, and I was chased by a dragon. Haha, John, you're really humorous. Ronald laughed heartily, thinking that John was teasing them. Even Harry and Hermione thought John had a great sense of humor, not knowing that it was all true. John was helpless. No one believed him when he told the truth. The four of them visited many places in Diagon Alley and arrived at Flourish and Blott's an hour later. The place was already crowded with people, and huge banners were hung on the windows upstairs. Gilderoy Lockhart? I seem to have seen this name before. Harry felt that the name was very familiar. Hermione cheered and said happily, we can meet him in person. I mean, almost all the books on the list were written by him. John felt a little numb at the sight of the long, crowded line, and he saw Draco Malfoy. The three little ones were separated by the team, and John reached the second floor with his extraordinary physique. Harry was taking a picture with Lockhart as he watched Malfoy grit his teeth. No way, you're still envious of this. John leaned over, looking speechless. Malfoy was so startled that he almost fell, but John caught him and saved him. Look at that Harry Potter. His tail is almost up in the air. Malfoy was very unhappy with Harry's limelight, but he didn't know that Harry just felt socially dead. Chapter 48. John saw his jealous look, shrugged, and prepared to go by the book. But when he found all the books, he saw Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy arguing. The Weasley twins next to him cheered loudly. If Malfoy could defeat that big family, they would probably have rushed forward as well. What is this all about? John watched as Mr. Malfoy's eyes were bruised by Mr. Weasley's grabbing of a copy of Toadstools. Hagrid came over and separated the two entangled people, and Mr. Malfoy made some harsh remarks. Throwing the book into Ginny's cauldron. They are quite sensible and know not to use magic. It seemed like the two men were fighting fiercely, but in fact, neither of them used magic. John knew that both of them were afraid of being in trouble with the Ministry of Magic. After all, using magic was not the same as an ordinary fight. Oh my God, is there a fight here? Watson exclaimed. Then he remembered that his son seemed to want to buy some more books. When she came over, she saw books scattered all over the floor, and Mrs. Wick was looking for her son anxiously. John watched Mr. Weasley being scolded by Molly like a son. He finished buying his things and said goodbye to Harry and the others. When saying goodbye, John saw an old book similar to a diary in Ginny's cauldron. Thinking that the Weasley family seemed to use old books, he didn't think much about it. His family was muggles, and John couldn't use flu powder to leave. The family spent a day in London before returning. John returned home and started tinkering with the materials. The materials Hagrid bought for him were also mailed to him in the following days. These books are very well written. John closed the book written by Gilderoy Lockhart. The story in it was very interesting. Especially some of them contained some magical principles, so John read them all. Could it be that the defense against the dark arts professor is capable this time? Judging from Lockhart's fascinating story, this man is very experienced and is probably a very good teacher. It gives me some anticipation. Putting the book on the table, John took out a piece of dragon tooth powder. This thing is a fire dragon's tooth, and it contains a slight toxin. He mixed dragon tooth powder with other things to make a sticky liquid and applied it to the Ironwick sword. After being evenly applied, the Ironwick sword turned a little black, and after a while it turned into a mirror surface. Use Dragon Fong to coat him with a layer of magic breaking effect, but I don't know what the actual effect will be. John enhanced the Ironwick sword's magic breaking ability so that it can damage the scales of magical creatures even if it encounters one. He reached out and touched the sword. It was sharp and tough. Putting away the sword, Basil brought him a lot of letters. Some were communication letters he sent to various alchemy masters, and some were letters sent by rune experts. These are the results of his continuous efforts during the holidays. He wrote letters to various experts to raise questions and solve problems, and he even did not let go of pharmaceutical experts. This is because he was accumulating connections in advance. In the magical world, the support of predecessors is indispensable. Nicholas Flamel also told him that he needed to communicate better with others instead of working in isolation. It has to be said that John's status as a Hogwarts student brought him a lot of conveniences. Many of these experts were students from Hogwarts. They are also happy to help students from their alma mater. Dear John, I am very excited about the improvement of the Wolfsbane potion you proposed. I hope to meet you in person, Dharma Alex Belby. Wolfsbane potion? I can go check it out. Alex Belby, a student from Hogwarts, is working on the Wolfsbane potion. When John was looking for it, he was interested in his Wolfsbane potion. He remembered that the Wolfsbane potion could keep a werewolf sane after turning into a werewolf. Thinking that werewolves were also pitiful people, John sent some of his thoughts over. I didn't expect the response to be so great, and Dharma Alex Belby wanted to meet me in person. The location is St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. John thought about it and decided that it would be no harm to meet him once, as it would be a good opportunity to expand his network. Putting the letter down, he picked up the last one. After opening it, the expression on his face turned sad. Mr. and Mrs. Flamel passed away. They didn't let John go because they wanted John to remember how they looked when they were alive rather than how they looked after they died. John was very sad that such a good teacher passed away. There was no funeral or grand ceremony, only a friend, Dumbledore, as a witness. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. John arrived here. It wasn't in Diagon Alley, but in a red brick department store in London called Tao Tao and Company. Enter the hospital. John explained his purpose to the mannequin in the department store window. Then he walked inside and entered the second floor, where there was an unlucky wizard who was bitten by a werewolf. Next to the wizard, a thin man was recording the pain the man was experiencing at the moment in a very serious manner. He is Dharma Alex Belby, and he is observing the various reactions to a werewolf bite. John leaned over to take a look. The man was in pain, and his wounds were sealed with distilled water and silver. Silver cannot heal werewolf bites, but Dittany provides enough nutrition for the patient to survive the initial pain. Alex Belby was taking notes when he heard the noise and turned to look. Who are you? He thought it was a kid from nowhere, and immediately said with impatience on his face, I am busy now, please leave. John smiled at that. John Wick, it's nice to meet you, Lord Dharma Alex Belby. John Wick. Damo Alex Belby paused and looked at John in disbelief. Are you the student who wrote to me? He thought it was a 7th grader, and that being able to point out things he hadn't noticed must be a talent. I didn't expect that he had talent, but it was too monstrous. Although John is much taller than his peers, he looks like he is only in the 3rd or 4th grade. Forgive my ignorance, Mr. Wick. Damo Alex Belby's attitude changed, and he became extremely enthusiastic. The other party invited John to visit his estate, and John naturally accepted. After observing the unlucky wizard in front of him for a while, John made an appointment with Damo Alex Belby for the next letter conversation, and then walked out of the 2nd floor. He saw a familiar figure in the hospital and asked in surprise, Neville. A lost Neville was walking in the corridor, and when he heard John's voice, he looked over. John, are you sick? Why are you here? Neville was a little nervous. He was very afraid that his good friend would get sick. John shook his head to indicate that he was fine, but it was Neville's presence that made John feel strange. What are you doing here? I'm here to visit my parents. Neville looked downcast, and John knew his parents must be sick. Now that they had met, John and Neville went to the spell damage department on the 5th floor. Here, John saw Neville's parents, the excellent Auror couple. They were tortured by Death Eaters and became insane, unable to even recognize their own children. Neville couldn't stop crying when he saw this scene. John sighed softly and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Voldemort and his minions have done too much evil. Finally, they left the hospital. John said goodbye to Neville, and he saw Neville's grandmother waiting for her grandson there. The old man looks very stern, but he will wait outside for Neville to come out. John nodded to her, and Grandma Neville also nodded slightly. After leaving the hospital, John went back to prepare other things. He remembered the Wolfsbane potion because it had appeared in Harry Potter's 3rd year, when it was brewed by Snape. It seems that it has not been released yet. He doesn't remember many details, but he vaguely remembers that the most important thing is aconitum. This thing is extremely poisonous, and most people would not easily use it on humans. A few days later, John sent his guest to Alex Belby in a letter, and after a while, he received a reply. It worked. Chapter 49. Inside the Belby Manor, there is a building that looks like the Roman Colosseum. A large, sturdy iron cage was placed in the middle, and the moonlight squeezed out from the dark clouds bit by bit. Today is a full moon, and the man in the big iron cage is in extreme pain. He curled up in the cage, twitching all over, and his body hair was growing rapidly. Look at these ugly things. They are neither wolves nor humans. Alex Belby, the Dharma, holds a gorgeous cane in his hand, and an automatic writing pen is recording his every word and action. The entire transformation process will take half a minute, and you will be able to witness this great moment that will go down in history. There was a hint of excitement in Damo Alex's tone. The research and development of Wolfsbane potion will be a huge change. He no longer pursued wealth. As a potion master, he had no shortage of money. What he pursued more was fame. If the Wolfsbane potion is successful, he will at least get a second-level medal. This is the glory of a wizard and the pursuit of a scholar. John is the first witness of this clinical experiment, which shows that Dharma Alex has placed John on an equal footing. Using the highly toxic Aconitum dactylus as the recipe is a genius idea. From ancient times to the present, all the potion masters who have handled Aconitum dactylus have been deterred by its toxicity. All that came out of his proud mouth was praise. It was a genius idea. The key lies in the dosage. After the experiment that left 2 werewolves paralyzed and 3 turned into vegetables, the delicate balance was as elusive as the golden snitch. It was John who found this key point for him. Otherwise, there would be several werewolf bodies buried under the manor. This was not difficult for John. He had the sensitivity of a fire dragon's tongue, and with his subtle sense of magic, he could tell the poison content of a potion through his fingers. Half a minute passed, witnessed by the 2 of them. The man who was bitten by a werewolf a year ago completely turned into a werewolf walking on 2 legs, but he was a little confused when he first turned into a werewolf. Damo Alex knocked on the iron cage with his cane and said loudly, "Shelby, do you understand me?" The werewolf was a little confused at first, but as a few minutes passed, his eyes became clear and did not turn into the cloudy and violent look of a werewolf. He nodded, pointed to his mouth, and said a word with difficulty, "Yes." The Wolfsbane potion was successful. Damo Alex couldn't help but cheer, and John also smiled, but he needed further confirmation. He came to the cage and said, "Master Dharma Alex Belby, please open the cage." What? Damo Alex thought he had heard it wrong. He looked at John in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? Even with the Wolfsbane potion, we can't completely trust these lowly things." His words were filled with blatant contempt, which was the state of all werewolves. They are discriminated against by the entire magical world. Even if they did not voluntarily become werewolves, they are more victims. We will only be successful if we prove once and for all that werewolves can stay awake. John said firmly, "Open the cage." "If you hadn't gotten me the Wolfsbane potion, I would have thought you were crazy." Seeing his firm attitude, Damo Alex could only curse inwardly and open the cage for him. He tapped the ground with his cane, and the cage door swung open. The werewolf pushed open the door and walked out. Damo Alex drew out his wand and shouted, "Go back, you be asterisk 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 D." John moved forward without hesitation, his left hand ready to draw his wand at any moment. He came to the werewolf, transforming into a werewolf while also making the man taller. His hideous appearance made him look hideous in the night. John opened his hands and whispered, "Shelby, let me see that you are really awake." Damo Alex yelled, "This is crazy. You want to hug a werewolf?" Shelby also found it incredible when he heard it. He approached John cautiously, and finally, in front of Damo Alex's horrified expression, he hugged John as if he was hugging a fragile work of art. "I have to say that wolf hair is a bit prickly," John said jokingly, secretly relieved at the same time. He was not willing to sacrifice everything for scientific research, but wanted to test whether werewolves could really maintain their sanity. The reason why werewolves are not accepted by wizards is because of their destruction and killing behavior after the full moon. If it is controllable, it would be a super animagus with both armor and meat stacked together. If such a force could be controlled and formed into a team, it would be a powerful weapon. He looked at Damo Alex, who was so surprised that his cane fell to the ground, and chuckled. "Damo Alex, we will be recorded in the history of magic. We changed a race. Glory. This is what Damo Alex cares about most," and he smiled brightly when he heard this. John patted Shelby's arm. There was no doubt that the sharp nails could easily tear open the throat. "Shelby, perhaps we can be friends, thanks to your dedication to the Wolfsbane potion." "It's my pleasure." Shelby has been discriminated against since he was bitten, and his former colleagues have avoided him. With no other options left, he chose to become a test subject. Although he did not fully recover, retaining his sanity was already an excellent result. He was grateful to the 2 people who developed the potion, especially John. He did not see charity and contempt in John's eyes like Damo Alex did. As if he was looking at a monster, but he truly took the patients seriously and treated all people equally. He experienced countless cold stares in a year. Sometimes, a simple greeting can make a person die for you, especially since John watched him turn into a werewolf, yet he still dared to come up and hug him instead of pointing his wand at him. The full moon continued to shine, and the two continued to observe Shelby. Until the moon in the sky disappeared, Shelby began to recover from his werewolf state and gradually returned to his original appearance. It worked. Shelby did not behave irrationally throughout the entire night, which also declared the success of the Wolfsbane potion. John clenched his fists, and Damo Alex took off his clothes and ran naked in the manor to celebrate. Bringing Shelby a set of clothes, John held out his hand to Shelby and said with a smile, "Are you interested in finding yourself a job for 100 galleons a month?" John needed to find a reliable bodyguard for his store in Nocturne Alley, and Shelby happened to be a very good candidate. His gray-blue eyes, deep eye sockets, and sunken cheeks give him a wolf-like look. Under his gaze, a sense of oppression as if he was being scrutinized arises spontaneously. This is related to Shelby's previous career. He was an Auror. After being bitten by a werewolf while on a mission, the Auror lost his job and became a wanderer. The drastic change in his life made him haggard. Shelby was a little surprised to hear what John said. "I hope to get this job. Although the salary for this job is not as high as that of an Auror, it is still a high salary for a werewolf." He became more convinced of John as his boss and did not look down on him because of his age. John held out his hand and smiled. "John Wick, but I want you to call me Johnny Silverhand when you get to the store. The guy watching the store is a thief, so you can keep an eye on him." Shelby shook the hand, and a smile appeared on his gloomy face. "Dommy Shelby, I think that's what I'm good at." The two of them worked together happily, and on the other side, Alex, who was a Dharma master, also worked happily with John after he came back from running naked. Although he wanted to take all the credit, John's contribution was too great. John shook his head and said with a smile, "Dharma Alex, if one person developed it, it would be more difficult and legendary. Two people might get 2 second-level medals, but one person can get a first-level medal." Damo Alex was moved. Who could refuse a first-class medal? He looked at John, wanting to know the terms. "I want the exclusive rights to the Wolfsbane potion. In return, I am willing to give you 50% of the share." In exchange for letting Damo Alex enjoy the glory alone, John wanted to use the Wolfsbane potion to develop and expand the store. Damo Alex refused. He had no desire for money. He could not spend all his money in several lifetimes. No need to share the profits. "You know the formula of Wolfsbane potion. I will give you all of it." This made John even happier, as the potion's master was indeed rich. Although this amount of money would not be much in a short period of time, it would definitely be considerable in the future. Unexpectedly, Damo Alex didn't care about this, which made John really envious. Eventually, the two reached an agreement, with John obtaining the exclusive rights to the Wolfsbane potion and Damo Alex obtaining the honor of research and development. With John's intervention, the Wolfsbane potion is much stronger. It can be said to be good news for werewolves. Chapter 50. A powerful bodyguard was sent to Johnny Silverhand's shop in Nocturne Alley. Mundungus didn't know the identity of this parachuted Dommy Shelby, but judging from his respectful attitude towards Johnny Silverhand, he was most likely his confidant. This suddenly poured cold water on the originally inflated and complacent Mundung, who still thought he was the indispensable one. Now it seems that he is just a small pony of Lord Johnny, and for some reason, he has a sense of fear towards Shelby. It was as if he was stealing something and was spotted by a passing Auror. With someone like this watching him, he had to be extra alert. That's too bad. As a new employee, Dommy Shelby's salary is 100 galleons per month, and John will supply him with Wolfsbane potion every month. He also met many werewolves during his 1 year of wandering. John decided to wait until the store was bigger and let Tangmi recruit other werewolves. John was well aware that the person who could hang out with former Aurors couldn't be a bad person. Silverhand Johnny's shop opened a few days ago. Although the business is not very good, it is not a problem to earn 200 galleons a day. When more people know about this place in a while, this business will only grow bigger. Especially after Damo Alex's first-level medal is issued, the reputation of his Wolfsbane potion will spread, attracting more werewolves to buy it. A regular Wolfsbane potion costs 30 galleons and allows you to suppress your bloodlust when you turn into a werewolf. The refined Wolfsbane potion costs 80 galleons and allows you to recognize your loved ones and stay in one place when you become a werewolf. The top-level Wolfsbane potion costs 150 galleons. Your appearance will only be changed and you will be unable to use magic, but your consciousness will still belong to you. The 3 Wolfsbane potions not only meet the minimum needs of werewolves, but also enable them to escape from the current situation of being discriminated against. The top-level ones are the most time-consuming, and it is very laborious to refine one that can be completely preserved as it was before the transformation. This is the model John provided to Shelby, and it made Shelby willing to die for him. The start of school is getting closer. Harry's living at the Burrow had left John quite alone. All he did now was counting the golden galleons and giving away the golden galleons. There is never enough money to spend, and alchemy is too expensive. But the progress was very smooth. He engraved a second rune on the Iron Wick sword and created a magic circuit for Iron Wick. As long as the circuit is activated, the magic on the sword can be used without using John's magic power. Of course, the magic generated by these circuits needs time to accumulate again after being released, and is not of much use except for being able to deal with emergencies. John was practicing magic that day, but his transfiguration skill never got upgraded, which gave John the urge to upgrade it with any points. Should I read more books on transfiguration? He had been craving for the dragon form for a long time, and estimated that he would have to reach level 4 to unlock it, so he had to give it up for the time being. Someone broke in? John frowned. He had set up a sensing magic prop in the basement, which would give him an early warning if someone broke in. Pointing his wand at a corner of the basement, John said coldly, "Do you think I can't find you?" A pair of protruding green eyes were the size of tennis balls, and two bat-like ears drooped back. John acted decisively, using the transfiguration spell to transform the desk in the corner into a cloth strip to tightly wrap the object that appeared. House elf. After it was done, John was stunned. "Ah," the house elf screamed. "Dobby is here to see John Wick, friend of Harry Potter." Dobby tried to break free, but the cloth wrapped around him tightly, muffling his screams. "Dobby?" The house elf. John remembered Harry's complaint, and he said in a deep voice, "Who sent you here? Do you want to know Harry's whereabouts through me?" "No, it's not. Dobby wants John Wick to protect Harry Potter." After saying this, Dobby realized that he was almost about to say something bad about his master. He wanted to punish himself, but he was tied up tightly. He could only bang his head against the wall repeatedly, cursing to himself, "Bad Dobby, bad Dobby." Stop. John had a headache, so he had to control the cloth strips to tie Dobby's head as well. Without putting down his wand, John approached Dobby, his expression becoming serious, and asked, "You said Harry would be in danger. How did you know that?" When he asked this, John saw fear on Dobby's face. He wanted to hurt himself, but couldn't. He had a headache. These house elves were overreacting. He had to change the way he asked. "What do you mean by danger?" "A conspiracy, a dangerous and terrible conspiracy. The most horrible thing will happen in Hogwarts." Dobby screamed, and John lifted the spell, causing Dobby to fall to the ground with a plop. "Then why did you ask me to protect Harry again?" Putting down his wand, John stared at the house elf who had broken into his house. Dobby sniffled and said, "Dobby heard that John Wick was a powerful wizard and that he protected Harry Potter." I admit that I protected Harry, but it was too much to protect a powerful wizard." The corner of John's mouth twitched slightly. Who spread this rumor? He was just a rookie with level 3 magic power. Glancing at Dobby, he said helplessly, "If you really want to protect Harry, you should tell me the name of the master of the conspiracy." As long as he had the name, and it involved Harry as the savior, John could write to Dumbledore. With the White Lord around, he didn't believe anyone could hurt Harry. "Dobby can't say that. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby." Dobby began to hurt himself again, and John had to tie him up again. He couldn't completely believe Dobby's words, but if Harry was really in danger, he would help. "I will investigate this conspiracy, assuming it is true." Dobby was extremely grateful, and John waved his hand. At the same time, his eyes fell on Dobby, who was wearing an old pillowcase and looked both pitiful and funny. "I have some old clothes. If you don't mind, you can wear them." John's words made Dobby scream. Dobby is so grateful to John Wick. He is just as respectable as Harry Potter. House elves can only be free when their masters give them clothes to wear. He couldn't accept John's kindness, but it elevated John to the same level as the savior Harry. Well, maybe a little shorter. Dobby snapped his fingers and disappeared with a bang, able to cast spells wandlessly. Staring at the spot where Dobby had left, John cast the spell here, and Dobby moved in and out freely. It seems that the protection mechanism I set up is not enough. He decided to make some extra spyglasses to prevent similar incidents from happening again. As time went by, and as Silverhand Johnny's shop became stable, it was time for John to go to school. September 1st, Watson brought the children into King's Cross Station early, and this time he deliberately bumped into the platform pillar at 9 3/4. The result is also obvious. He is not a wizard. At least before he got a big bump on his head, he thought that Hogwarts might have simply forgotten to send him a notice when he was a child. Mrs. Wick was entertaining customers in the beauty salon, and John could only watch his father hitting a wall with disgust. Okay, Dad, I have to leave now. Watson, frustrated, had no choice but to watch his son leave. He rubbed the big bump on his head, and then, bang, oops, ouch. The two screams left Watson stunned. The two little wizards looked at the impassable wall in confusion. They were dumbfounded. Harry was puzzled. Why can't I get through? I don't know, but we're going to miss the train. Ronald doesn't know either, but time waits for no one. They were extremely anxious because the passage was closed and they couldn't pass through, which also meant that they couldn't take the train to Hogwarts. Suddenly, Ronald had an idea. Car, we can drive and fly to Hogwarts. He thought of his own flying car, and Harry still had some concerns. But then he thought that if he was late and was expelled from Hogwarts, that would be the worst. The two of them got to work right away, and when they found the Weasley family's flying car and were about to start it, a hand rested on the window. Hey, I think you guys need help. Harry and Ronald stared blankly at the man in the hat who suddenly appeared. Watson Wick smiled confidently. I am an uncle, and people call me the Canary Wharf driving god. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.